You are listening to Who Hid My Corpse? By Demonic Eyes. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 451, 74th Note Acquired 2. Chapter 451, 74th Note Acquired 2. The old man naturally dared not take responsibility. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. All right, young master, we'll be guarding outside, though we'll keep a distance so no one discovers us. You'd better not. Roland coldly threw out these words and then quickly left, heading towards a small building 100 meters away. The old man, meanwhile, bowed towards Roland's back and then slowly retreated into the darkness. Upon entering the small house, Roland immediately donned a friendly expression, smiling at a girl who had been waiting in the room. Have you been waiting long, Connie? Connie immediately stood up, her face somewhat shy. No, Dr. Roland, I just arrived too. Haha, no need to be so formal, just lie down as usual. Roland pointed to the bed in front of him. Connie nodded repeatedly, then lay down on the hospital bed in the room. How's your body these days? Roland asked, and do you still feel that kind of note-fading feeling? A little bit, doctor, Connie asked gently. Is my condition getting severe? There are some issues, Roland smiled and said, but don't worry, I'll do my best to heal you. Looking at Roland's handsome and kind face, Connie blushed again. Thank you, Dr. Roland. It's my job, no need to be so polite, Roland reassured, patting the back of Connie's hand. Okay, sleep just like usual. When you wake up, the treatment will be over. Please, Dr. Roland. Connie's voice grew fainter as a strong drowsiness was washing over her. She murmured, I've been chosen by the inner song orchestra. I can't fade. I still have to participate in the ceremony. Roland looked at Connie's gradually closing eyes, gently comforting. Of course, everything is for the ceremony. After Connie completely fell asleep, the smile on Roland's face slowly disappeared. He then, as usual, took out a tube and slowly removed Connie's clothes, exposing the beautiful silver notes drawn on her body to the air. Afterward, he undid his own buttons, revealing his golden notes. However, within his brilliant and magnificent golden notes, there was a dimness that was completely inconsistent with the whole, as if fading. So Roland connected one end of the tube to Connie's notes, and the other end to the dim part of his own notes. Magic power surged and chapters played. A steaming silver gas appeared in the tube, this gas flowing from Connie's end to Roland. Connie, in her stupor, let out a low moan of pain, her body involuntarily trembling. Roland, on the other hand, leaned back on the chair, slowly closed his eyes and hummed lightly. With such transmission, Connie's notes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the dim part of Roland's notes was slowly regaining its color. Yes, just like this, Roland murmured softly. I can't fade yet. Roland had been graduated for almost 10 years. 10 years ago, he was also the pride of this academy, a renowned golden sound player, and being from the ether family of the two great Teichu households, no one could surpass his status and strength. But unfortunately, the era he was in had no ceremony. He was caught right in the middle of the 20-year cycle of the ceremony. This made him extremely unwilling. Although he had been trying his best to maintain the color of his notes, focusing deeply on research, avoiding female company, and avoiding anything harmful to his health, all for the chapters, hoping to delay the fading time like the principal. He wasn't aiming for 2 or 3 decades, but if only for 10 years just to participate in one ceremony, he would be satisfied. Unfortunately, he couldn't accomplish it. About 5 years ago, he felt he couldn't hold on anymore. No matter how hard he worked, his notes were visibly declining and fading. At this rate, he couldn't hold on for another 5 years. Thus, Roland turned his attention to some special methods, which is what he's using now, coloring. Simply put, it means transferring the color from other suitable players to himself. But this method is not so simple. Because the best target for coloring is the same scale, meaning golden notes for golden notes. However, this is essentially transferring from one hand to the other, sacrificing the color of one suitable golden note to color another unsuitable golden note, and this process also includes loss. Therefore, golden notes rarely use this method, and the Ether family couldn't possibly support him in doing so because even the two great Teichu families don't have golden sound players by the dozen. Hence, Roland could only set his sights on silver sound players. However, for a silver sound player to color a golden sound player, it absolutely couldn't be done one-to-one. It requires 10 to 1, or even 20 to 1, 30 to 1, and as the golden sound player ages, this cost only increases. And this cost, even if the Ether family could afford it, they would absolutely be unwilling. After numerous attempts without gaining family approval, Roland had to become self-reliant. He returned to the First Academy and assumed a secret identity as a sound doctor. Because only the First Academy had a more extensive player resource than the Ether family. Thus, Roland once again successfully delayed the fading of his notes by 5 years, delayed it to now, just 1 month before the ceremony was about to begin. Chapter 452, 74th Note Acquired 3. Chapter 452, 74th Note Acquired 3. Of course, the help from the Ether family was indispensable, but most of it was due to Roland's own efforts. He concealed his identity, posing as an ordinary silver sound player, just to blend in with those talentless players and lure them to him for treatment. This was no simple task. For a genius like him, mingling with those mediocrities was pure torture. Fortunately, the torture was about to end. The gas in the tube grew increasingly rarefied, Connie's note dimmed, while the once murky area of Roland shone brightly again. Roland slowly opened his eyes, excitement glimmering in his blue pupils. 1 more month. Just 1 last month. He exhaled deeply, disregarding Connie, who was trembling in pain on the hospital bed, and leisurely got up to dress. A month later, he too could let the master hear his voice. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth. But the smile lasted less than a second before disappearing, because he saw a graceful female shadow standing behind the door. He looked at the shadow, and the shadow looked at him. "You are?" Roland slightly parted his lips, and after pausing for a few seconds, suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly reached for the magic wand on the bedside table. But as soon as his fingers touched the magic wand, it shattered into pieces. Black strings erupted from the magic wand, slicing Roland's fingers with a whistling sound and rapidly entwining around his body. This made Roland realize that the opponent had already set up an ambush. But how did she manage it? This was the First Academy. This was the closest place to the master. Even the servants of the Ether family were not far outside. How did she dare, and how did she do it? Though shocked and angry, Roland did not give up. Though his magic wand was destroyed, he couldn't cast several chorus magics, but he knew that as long as he made a commotion, people outside would surely see it and rush in to save him. Moreover, he still had the bracelet. While enduring the pain, Roland injected magic power into the bracelet. Sure enough, the bracelet burst with a dazzling red light. But even more dazzling was the one opposite. Roland froze as he watched the same light burst from the shadow's wrist. "How is this possible?" He widened his eyes. "You are." Before he could finish speaking, the retreating Roland suddenly felt his foot step into emptiness, as if he had stepped into some trap and was lifted into the air. A magic cube trapped him. 5 sounds magic cube. The magic cube gently twisted. Roland's body split apart. It was actually a 5 sounds chorus magic. Was it instant casting? How is it possible? Roland desperately twisted his distorted neck, only to discover that his surroundings were filled with one after another of miniature magic cubes. No matter where he moved, whenever he touched one, he would immediately end up like this. So that's how it was. This guy had arrived long ago. During Roland's feast, or even earlier, she had already come here. But she had not acted, merely silently preparing, and only started the hunt once Roland was full and satisfied. At this moment, an indescribable rage welled up in his heart. Have I been treated as food? How is it possible? Roland's gaze erupted with a final madness. And the bracelet erupted with powerful energy once again, quickly transforming into a fire snake, heading for Roland's note. Only the weak become food, just like the guy on the bed. He would never allow himself to become someone else's food, even if it means death. Roland roared frantically, actively meeting the fire snake with bared fangs. And then, snap rang out. A crisp finger snap. The fire snake abruptly vanished into the void. Roland's final madness came to a halt. In his last moments, he saw the woman emerge from the darkness, slowly reaching out to him. Like a butcher raising his axe. 4th note obtained. Chapter 453, 71 Escape. Chapter 453, 71 Escape. Watching Roland die just like that, Hunia felt a bit dazed. She hadn't thought the battle would end so quickly, that her victory would come so easily, given that her opponent was a genuine Golden Sound player from one of the two major Teichu families. She had prepared a lot of contingencies for this, yet none were used. Just over a month ago, she had to fight with all her might against Eamon, who was only a silver note and still couldn't win, needing to use herself as bait to counterattack. All of this was brought to her by Baiwei. But Huenia's sense of disorientation grew stronger. She knew it wasn't due to her sentimentality, but rather the backlash from the termination. Although she hadn't used Baiwei's power in the battle against Roland, at the last moment, Roland's self-burning chain forced her to use termination to end it. And the cost came just like that. It was getting faster and faster. Huenia forced herself to ignore the physical discomfort and quickly walked towards Roland's corpse. The burning sensation of the chain on her wrist kept intensifying because termination could only interrupt the chain's self-incineration, not prevent it from sending signals to the rest. Therefore, at this moment, the other Golden Sound players surely knew of an attack, although they didn't know who or where yet. Those Ether Clan members outside could not sense the chain, so the closest ones wouldn't immediately realize what had happened. Huenia had to use this time to absorb Roland's notes and then leave. Yet even so, time was tight. Fortunately, Huenia's golden score absorbs notes faster than the silver score. If it were Cesar, he definitely couldn't leave on time, but she absolutely could. Provided there's no unexpected incident. As Huenia began to absorb the notes, a brilliant white flame suddenly shot up from the distance, turning night into day in an instant, accompanied by a sharp, urgent noise. Huenia paused slightly, then quickly turned her head to look at the left wall, simultaneously activating the gaze. Through gaze, she indeed saw the Ether Clan guards not far away freezing in surprise before solemnly looking towards this side, drawing their magic wands and rushing over. Check if it's at Master Roland's place. The leading Golden Sound player shouted as he pointed his wand at the small house. A beam of spell laser carrying 5 notes shot out, rapidly spreading upon touching the house, forming a cocoon of magic power. Then they rushed to the front of the small house, preparing to break in, but the door was pushed open from inside first. Someone covered in blood and extremely disheveled dashed out like that. The Ether family players were about to raise their magic wands to attack, but then realized it was Roland who charged out. "Master," the Golden Sound player exclaimed in shock. "Why are you standing there?" Roland shouted angrily. "That guy is inside, save me no, kill him quick." "Yes." The Golden Sound player immediately unraveled the newly deployed cocoon, while several other players rushed into the small house, and Roland dashed out. "Master, are you all right?" The Golden Sound player approached. "That guy's target was indeed you." Halfway through speaking, the Golden Sound player suddenly realized something was off, because he saw a smear of bright red on Roland's head. He initially thought it was blood, but as he approached, he found out it wasn't blood but long, flowing hair like blood. "You scoundrel, you're—" He immediately raised the magic wand he had just put down, but he was still a step slower. Huenia's magic wand fell on the arm holding his magic wand first. A series of chaotic melodies erupted, and the Golden Sound player's entire arm twisted. He screamed in pain, while Huenia successfully ran past him, simultaneously delivering another blow to his body. However, the Golden Sound player wasn't entirely helpless. As soon as he was attacked, he retreated and desperately dodged Huenia's second strike, preventing her from ending his life on the spot. Meanwhile, the few players who had rushed inside earlier reacted upon seeing the real Roland's burning corpse inside and returned outside. Even though Huenia had already run far, the Golden Sound player still, with his last ounce of strength, pointed in that direction. "Over there," he shouted. "Don't let him get away pretending to be Master Roland." What? Huenia sprinted through the night. Her face was pale. Even though no one had hurt her, the difficulty in other aspects was gradually increasing. This included not only her continuously active gaze, but also the burden of changing appearance with the golden score, particularly when altering gender as well. For tonight's actions, she thought she had planned thoroughly enough. The reaction of the Golden Sound players, the Ether family's response, all factored in, considering the brief time gap in which their information wouldn't be shared, taking a risky chance. Still, she hadn't anticipated the Golden Sound player would send a message in such a way that would alert the entire academy. Obviously, there was never mention of such an approach in the secret room. Was it specifically in defense against her, or was it someone's individual act? Chapter 454, 71 Escape 2. Chapter 454, 71 Escape 2. If it's the latter, then who could it be? Huenia didn't know, but she didn't have time to think about it now. The pursuers were still behind her, and she was still wearing Roland's face. It was incredibly dangerous. Moreover, switching appearances between different notes was not something that could be done easily, especially not with a gender transformation. At least for the next 15 minutes, she couldn't change Roland's face back to Huenia's. Yet she needed to shake off the pursuers in the shortest time possible, and then reappear in front of everyone as Huenia. Otherwise, even if she wasn't caught, she could hide for a long time, but if Huenia didn't show up, it would be like revealing her identity. So she had to be fast, even faster. In Huenia's field of vision, an ancient-looking building slowly came into view. That was the boys' dormitory. A thought suddenly struck Huenia, and she dashed straight into the boys' dormitory. Just before the door closed, she saw the lights chasing her were still growing larger. Bam! The door closed, and all the noise was left behind. A completely unfamiliar scene appeared in front of her. It was an empty hall. No wand, no stairs, not even a door. There were only walls painted with strange patterns. As expected, the boys' dormitory needed to be decoded too. Huenia took a deep breath. Although the structure was different from the girls' dormitory, the method should be the same. Playing the notes would open the corresponding pathways. The girls' dormitory had stairs. The boys should have another method. One note could only lead to one place. But currently, Huenia possessed 5 notes, so she could go to 5 places. This was the best place to separate from the pursuers and buy time to escape. Huenia raised her hand. Roland was the 4th note, so those people were likely to target the 4th note for tracking. If that's the case, she should play the other notes. She thought this as she prepared to resonate, but then her left middle finger, which hadn't moved, suddenly twitched and traced a number in her palm. Huenia was slightly stunned. Because Byway wrote the number 4. Why would it be 4? The 4th floor would definitely be searched first. It wouldn't buy any time. Huenia wanted to question Byway, but the footsteps outside were getting closer. There was no time left to think. So taking a deep breath, Huenia chose to trust Byway and played the 4th note. Then a door slowly emerged from the empty wall. Huenia didn't hesitate any longer and rushed over, pushing the door open and entering. "What? The one in trouble is Roland?" the dean asked with a grim face. "Yes, I heard he was killed right under the Ether family's player's nose." Phineas also looked upset. "If it weren't for your decisive actions, the Ether family's player wouldn't have even known Roland was killed. But even so, he got away, and he took on Roland's appearance." Took on Roland's appearance? The dean's face grew even graver. Because taking on Roland's appearance meant the other side obtained the note. But how was this even possible? There was no time to think much about it now. He watched the Ether family storm into the boys' dormitory and immediately followed suit. Ran into the boys' dormitory, huh? That's a death wish. He shouted loudly, seal off all other pathways. The school staff nodded. Why was Roland first? His identity should have been the most concealed. The dean squinted his eyes and glanced at Phineas, Todd, and the 2 other golden notes rushing over. Where are the others? Although the bracelets have failed, they haven't completely failed. At least we were warned. So where are the others besides Roland? The dean's look and words made Phineas realize he suspected Cesar was among those people in the secret room that afternoon. Was that possible? Phineas instinctively pondered it, then realized it was indeed possible, especially since the other side bypassed even the bracelet's incineration. In that case, he also glanced around and started calling names. We're still missing 3 people, Evan, Karen, and... His heart sank. Huenia. Send someone to find them immediately, the dean said coldly. Bring them here once found, and if not found. He turned, staring at the blank wall in front of the boys' dormitory. Then I'll have to drag him out myself. A janitor jogged up to the dean. Dean, we can confirm that guy went into the boys' dormitory, the janitor said, but we still don't know which pathway he took. Should we wake up all the students? The dean shook his head. No, with more people, the harder it is to handle. He can disguise himself. Who knows how many faces he can take up now? Waking everyone would only give him a chance to flee. Then, get the dormitory supervisor here, the dean said coldly. That guy wants to use the dormitory's rules to hide, but he surely doesn't know that the dormitory supervisor has the ability to open the last open door. 5 minutes later, the awakened supervisor waved a magic wand in his hand like a key. Then a door gradually emerged from the bare wall. It was marked for... Found you? The dean snorted, pushing the door open and entering. The other players followed immediately. Phineas also followed, but turned around before stepping inside. He saw Evan hurriedly approaching. Given this, the only one not yet appearing was... His heart sank deeper. The dean walked through the corridor with staff who opened doors one by one, rushing in to check them. Chaos ensued, but the dean remained unmoved. Until he stopped at one of the doors, because he saw bloodstains on this door's handle. He squinted slightly, and a staff member immediately stepped up, raising their magic wand. With a bang, the door was blasted apart, followed by a woman's shrill scream from inside the room. A woman's? All the staff stopped their actions. This was the boys' dormitory. Realizing they had found the person, they dropped their tasks and rushed toward the room. Phineas did the same. Was it actually that guy? His face grew darker, until everyone swarmed into the room, seeing inside a man and a woman, both stark naked. The man was Karen, but the woman tightly covered her face, identity unknown. Hey, hey, hey. Karen looked at the players rushing in, tilting his head. Just bringing a woman back to the dormitory for some fun. Even if it's against school rules, there's no need for such a fuss. Phineas didn't speak, striding forward to pull the woman's hands away. Molly, Phineas exclaimed, how is it you? Molly shook her head while crying. I didn't want this, I really didn't want this. He forced me. He said if I didn't agree, he would demand Miss Huenia change the tune, then I'd have no way to stay in the orchestra. I didn't want this. I worked so hard to please Miss Huenia. Really, I really didn't want this. Please, Mr. Phineas, don't expel me, don't expel me. Then, as if seeing a savior, Miss Huenia, help me, please help me. Everyone turned around to see Molly clinging desperately to Huenia's leg, who had somehow appeared behind them. Huenia wore only a thin nightgown, her dainty face frozen with shock. Molly, Huenia stammered, what's going on? Is this bracelet meant to catch people in the act? Chapter 455, 72 if he can wake up. Chapter 455, 72 if he can wake up. The scene was a complete mess. Except for Molly, who was sobbing constantly, nobody else was speaking. The dean looked grim, his eyes darting between Karen and Huenia, but they finally landed on Karen. Explain yourself, the dean said. Karen, what are you doing? Karen tilted his head, speaking with a slight amusement. Do you really need to ask? Didn't you all see it? Do I need to cover it up again for you? I mean, I can do that if that guy is willing to cooperate. The dean looked at Karen coldly. If you think I'm joking with you, then feel free to keep joking around, but even the Chuk family can't protect you from what happened tonight. All right, Karen shrugged. Just tell me who's dead. Is it my unlucky brother? Standing behind the dean, Todd yelled angrily, Karen. The dean raised his hand to interrupt Todd, then continued to ask, didn't you feel the alert from the bracelet? How could I not? Karen slowly raised his left hand, showing the bracelet on his wrist which was still glowing fiery red. This thing burned me pretty bad. Ah, and not just me, when I shoved this thing into that woman's body, she screamed so. All right, I'm kidding, you all saw it anyway, my alert system is still on. Then why did you remain unmoved? Unmoved? Karen looked at the dean, smiling again. I'm not the one who died, why should it concern me? Besides, you're scared of that guy, but I'm not. It should be clear to you that guy won't come looking for me. As he spoke, he pointed to the notes covering his tumor-ridden body. Would he really want notes like mine? Would he dare want them? You should all know this, and these things are innate for me. Do you think he can replicate them? So I'm the least likely to be targeted by that guy. He knows it, and you know it too. Since that's the case, why should I get involved in your affairs? What if I get injured by mistake stepping out? It's better to stay in the dorm having fun. That way, if my unlucky brother gets slaughtered, I can still attend his funeral right. Todd was gritting his teeth in rage at Karen, but didn't retort, as everyone present knew. Karen was the least likely to be targeted and the least likely to be impersonated. Nonetheless, the dean still had to follow procedure. I need to examine your body to ensure you are not Cesar. Go ahead, Karen shrugged. He wasn't wearing clothes anyway, just covered his privates with a blanket. When the dean said he'd inspect him, he even made a playful face at the staff present, then swiftly pulled the blanket away. Here, take a look. He had no sense of shame at all. Huinia could only lower her head in embarrassment, pretending to be helpless. The dean spared no more words, raising his magic wand and pointing it at Karen. In less than a minute, he withdrew the wand. Well, no problem. I told you no one can mimic me, Karen said flatly. If someone can steal what I have, then good for them, why act unnecessarily? Even if it's not you, you'll still be punished, Karen, the dean said calmly. At the very least, school rules prohibit bringing someone of the opposite sex in. I'll admit to that, Karen chuckled. Better yet, make it into a formal notice and post it up. Oh, make sure to include my full name, Karen Chuk. Our Chuk family is always straightforward. Names are not to be omitted. Rest assured, the dean said lightly, it will be noted. Then the dean turned around, walking past Todd, whose face was purple with anger, and stood in front of Huinia. All right, Miss Huinia. The dean's tone was not as harsh as when addressing Karen. It even carried a slight smile. Next, it's your turn. Please tell us about your situation. You know, something big happened tonight. I have to collect everyone's information. It has come to this. Huinia knew very well. The dean didn't suspect Karen the most. It was her. And what he said to Karen earlier was just to show everyone he was following procedures and rules, not targeting her. After all, she was still the principal's favorite student on the surface. Of course, Dean. Huinia tried to remain calm. Please feel free to ask. Good, then let's proceed as before. Each one has to go through this. The dean smiled and said, Can I see your bracelet? Huinia nodded, then raised her hand. Her bracelet, like Karen's, was a fiery red, resembling a branding iron. So you were also alerted, the dean said. In that case, where were you at the time? In the dorm? No, Huinia shook her head. I was in the study room. The study room? Yes. Forgive me for being presumptuous, Miss Huinia. What were you doing in the study room at this hour? Huinia hadn't had time to explain when a staff member rushed in. Dean, we couldn't find Miss Huinia in the dorm. We only found a. Chapter 456, 72 if he can wake up too. Chapter 456, 72 if he can wake up too. The janitor who rushed in was taken aback when he saw Huinia talking to the dean. The dean raised his eyes and saw the letter in the janitor's hand. Although it was just a glance, he saw most of the contents of the letter, and his brow furrowed slightly. I only asked you to find Miss Huinia. I didn't tell you to enter her room, the dean said coldly, and you moved Miss Huinia's private letter. Who allowed you to do that? The janitor quickly recovered from the brief stupor and immediately apologized to Huinia. I'm sorry, Miss Huinia, I was too abrupt. Huinia shook her head with pursed lips. It's okay, it's just a letter to a friend. Of course, it'd be better if you could give it back to me. The janitor instinctively glanced at the dean, who nodded slightly, and the janitor immediately returned the letter. Under everyone's gaze, Huinia carefully folded the letter as if handling something extremely important, and then slowly put it away. During this time, the dean said nothing, just quietly waited. Only when Huinia had put away the letter did he speak again. Miss Huinia, since you received a warning, why didn't you come to us? Well, Huinia bit her lower lip lightly. I was a bit scared. Scared? Yes, I've seen Cesar. I know what kind of person he is, Huinia said. I was afraid that if I left the study room without understanding the situation, I might run into him, so I stayed put. At least there were people in the self-study room. I waited until I knew your location to come over. Sorry, I was indeed scared. Being scared is normal, Miss Huinia, the dean said. I can understand, but you said you stayed in the study room the whole time, so someone would have seen you. Yes, Huinia replied, but I don't know them. If you don't believe me, Dean, you can bring them here and then you'll find out. Huinia emphasized here. She had too little time and was blocked at the door, unable to rush to the study room to use domination. So she guided the conversation to get the dean to bring those people here to confront her face-to-face. In this way, she could use domination on the spot. Though it's a risky move, and given Huinia's current physical state, it's difficult to use domination many more times, but she had no other choice now. I see, I understand. The dean nodded slightly, then smiled and said, There's no need to specifically call people in to verify. I certainly believe you and can understand you, so just in the final procedure. It's here. Huenia's pupils slightly contracted. The final procedure, naturally, it means inspection. Although Huenia has the ability to hide scores and notes, she doesn't know how effective this ability would be in front of the dean. If that's the case, she can only use domination. Using domination on the dean certainly carries more risk and cost than on others, but... Let me do it, Dean. A female voice came from behind the crowd. After all, Miss Huenia is a girl, and it's a bit inappropriate for a grown man to see her body like that. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and instinctively turned around to see a tall woman standing behind them. It was Anita. Oh, Miss Anita, the dean seemed a little surprised. Why are you here? The principal sent me. The principal knows. Of course, Anita said calmly. Something this big happened tonight. It's hard for the principal not to know. It's my fault, the dean said guiltily. I didn't take good care of this academy for the principal. No need to blame yourself, Dean. You know I'm not good at comforting people, Anita said as she shifted her gaze to Huenia. So may I take care of the inspection for this child? The dean only hesitated for a short time at Anita's suggestion, then smiled. Of course. In fact, even if you hadn't come, I would have sent someone to find you. After all, we bunch aren't really suitable for inspecting Miss Huenia. If you're willing to help, that would be great, but please don't go too far. Naturally, Anita nodded. Just in the next room you can hear everything. With Anita's sudden intervention, Huenia had no choice but to follow her to the next room. So the target for domination had to be changed. But whether it's the dean or Anita, their abilities are unknown to Huenia. Yet for some reason, Huenia felt that Anita was more dangerous than the dean, who was officially the second most powerful in the academy. After entering the next room, Huenia began to stall as she undressed, while considering her words in her heart, how to guide domination with the fewest words. Miss Anita, Huenia slowly spoke, All right. Anita suddenly spoke loudly, leaving Huenia frozen in place, and then, without giving Huenia any time to react, she walked past her directly. Then, Huenia heard Anita speaking to the dean in the next room. Mr. Dean, there's nothing wrong with Huenia, she is herself. Huenia turned her head, staring intently at Anita's back, her eyes full of incredulity. She clearly hadn't used domination. Why is this? Wait. A minute later, after Huenia had dressed again, she returned to the previous room. Everyone was gazing at her, but as she looked around, Anita was nowhere to be seen. Miss Anita has already left, the dean said calmly. She said she has to go back to take care of the principal and can't see you back to the dormitory, so she reminded you to be careful on your way. Huenia gently nodded. I will then, may I leave now? Of course, the dean said with a light laugh. Let me see you out. The dean didn't give Huenia a chance to refuse. He directly walked up to her side. This made Huenia realize that the dean clearly didn't believe Anita's previous statement, at least not entirely. But she couldn't show anything, so she had to pretend she knew nothing and gratefully thank the dean. The others stayed in place waiting to be inspected, while the dean led Huenia out. While walking down the corridor, the dean remained silent, so Huenia could only follow him with immense vigilance. But the dean made no extraneous moves. Until they reached the door did he stop. This is as far as I go, the dean said with a smile. I won't see you off, Miss Huenia. Huenia's pupils slightly constricted. Is he letting her return to the girls' dormitory alone? With Cesar still uncertain. She understood something but still pretended not to know, gratefully nodding to the dean. Thank you, Dean. Then she pushed the door open, preparing to leave. At this moment the dean spoke again. Do you know the tuner, Miss Huenia? Huenia stopped in her tracks, turning back to look at the dean. You should have seen him in the girls' dormitory, right? Yes, Dean, Huenia nodded. Isn't the one beside you just that? On the left side of the dean was a tuner sitting in the wall like a sculpture. Yes, this is the tuner. The dean gently patted the shoulder of the male tuner. There has always been the saying that during tuning, the tuner can't perceive any external matters. Yes, I've heard of that. But actually it's false. Huenia's pupils slightly constricted. In fact, he can perceive everything outside, not through the 5 senses, but through a more acute perception of the chapters, the dean said, which means that any player passing by him he can definitely remember. So, do you think you would know who the player was that last opened this door? Huenia pursed her lips, and then lightly tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. If he can wake up, Hunia said, then he indeed might know everything. Of course, the dean said with a light laugh, if he can wake up. Then he paused for a moment. However, I will make sure he wakes up. Chapter 457, 73 Steps. The dean watched Huenia's silhouette disappear from his view. But he did not return to the boys' dormitory. Instead, after delegating his subsequent work to his subordinates, he left swiftly. There was only one place he needed to go. After quickly traversing the treacherous mountain path, the dean saw Anita standing in front of the small cabin. The latter was clearly waiting there for the dean's arrival. Anita, the dean squinted, it seems the principal hasn't gone to bed yet. Such an incident happened tonight, the principal is very worried, Anita said calmly. He doesn't want the master's festival to be affected, so Dean, please resolve these troublesome matters swiftly. That's precisely why I've come, the dean said. Miss Anita, may I go inside? Before Anita could respond, Ulysses' aged voice came from inside. Let him in, Anita. With Ulysses' permission, Anita stepped aside and opened the door for the dean. The dean immediately entered and saw Ulysses sitting behind the desk, holding a cane, half-closed eyes, seemingly dozing off. Although there were many things the dean wanted to ask directly, upon seeing this scene, he took a deep breath and lowered his head. I'm sorry to disturb your rest, principal. Upon hearing this, Ulysses opened his eyes slightly, looking at the dean in front of him, gently spoke. You are as spirited as ever, Raoul, and the notes have not faded yet. Being able to participate in 2 consecutive festivals is indeed remarkable. After all, I was once your disciple, the dean responded respectfully. Is that so? I thought you had forgotten. I'll never forget your teachings and kindness in my lifetime, the dean said. That's why I came directly to find you tonight. Oh, if not for your kindness, I would have personally examined Huenia earlier, the dean said word for word. You should know what that implies. Oh, Ulysses asked, what does it imply? Please don't joke any more, principal, the dean said, considering your age in this academy. No, in all of Holy Sound, no one doesn't regard you as the greatest player. You shouldn't let this title be tainted. Ulysses laughed. It wasn't a mocking laugh, nor did it carry any ridicule. It was just a simple laugh from an ordinary old man. Yet even so, this laugh made the dean feel a chill in his bones. I understand, Raoul, I understand your point. Ulysses tapped his cane on the ground, producing a crisp sound. You're implying that I condoned Huenia to kill and take notes in the academy and even let Anita cover up for it. And you didn't expose it on the spot to save my face so as not to besmirch my reputation, is that right? The dean dared not respond, but the meaning embedded in his expression was evident. Ah, Raoul, you are always like this, Ulysses sighed softly. Why can't you be more straightforward? Circumspect, cautious, it was the same 20 years ago and it's still the same now. I don't understand your meaning. No, you certainly understand. Ulysses looked into the dean's eyes. You dare not expose Huenia because you cannot be 100% sure that all of this was truly my instructions. If you're wrong, if you overturn Anita's examination before everyone and then find out that Huenia had no issues, how would everyone view you who has always claimed to be my disciple? Admit it, Raoul, you don't care for me as much as you say. You care more about yourself. The dean's expression stiffened slightly. He bowed his head and said, Is this how you've always seen me? Did I say anything wrong, Raoul? Ulysses said calmly. Have you forgotten what you did 20 years ago, if not for your... I did not betray you, the dean said loudly. Never. I've always been by your side. 20 years ago you lacked the 7th note, not me. Oh, don't be hasty, Raoul. I never said you betrayed me. I know you don't have the guts, Ulysses said. You're afraid to defy me, but you're also afraid to anger the 2 families of Techu. So 20 years ago, even though you knew the 2 families would act on my 7th note before the festival, making me unable to complete the divine song, you remained silent, letting it unfold. The dean's face turned unsightly, knowing it's an irrefutable fact, yet still gritting his teeth said, Principal, why are you so fixated on becoming the composer of the divine song? You already have everything. Why insist on that final step? Is it really that important to you? Hearing the dean ask this, Ulysses smiled once more. Raoul, is your question to me as my former disciple or as dean? Both, the dean said, both as your former disciple and as the current dean. And perhaps as the future principal, right? Ulysses' smile faded somewhat. Honestly, from a humble origin like yours, to climb step by step to your current position, it's already quite impressive. But you're too obsessed with this path and have forgotten what the essence of being a player is. Chapter 458, 73 Steps 2. Chapter 458, 73 Steps 2. The player is the one who plays the chapters, the dean whispered. This is what you said in your first lesson to me, and I also know it is your lifelong pursuit, even believing that it should be the lifelong pursuit of every player. Indeed, Raoul, Ulysses nodded. Since you remember, then why would you ask such a question? I just did not expect you would go this far for it. The dean mustered his courage, lifted his head, and met Ulysses' gaze. So what is your true goal? To have that guy collect all the notes for you and then play your clamor to make up for the regrets of 20 years ago, or is she just a lamb you raised? You intend to take everything away when the dust settles, and in the end play the chapters with your own hands. Faced with the dean's questioning, Ulysses' expression did not change much. He merely kept a calm gaze on him and slowly retorted, What do you think? Whatever it is, I won't let you have your way. The dean stood up straight bit by bit. The holy sound should no longer produce a divine song, should not let the wishes fall to a specific person, because this could overturn the holy sound inherited for thousands of years, and I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. Ulysses lightly laughed and shook his head. Raoul, you have really changed. I'm not talking about 20 years ago, but even earlier when I first met you. Back then your eyes were very pure, they had light, but now those are all gone. What blinded you to lose even your initial purity, turning you into someone spouting nonsense? The dean's eyelid twitched slightly, but he tried his best to maintain calm. Even if you say so, you can't change my decision, and I will try not to involve you in this matter. Let's pretend I never came tonight, and you don't know who Huinia really is. At least tonight she is Huinia and Caesar is still fleeing. But the things after that. He paused. Principal Ulysses, you are already old. This is no longer your era. Since that's the case, it's better to enjoy your twilight years properly, to be someone who only lives in others, memories, and textbooks. After saying this, the dean turned and left. Ulysses still sat there, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Anita came in and quietly stood beside Ulysses. It's almost time, Ulysses said slowly. Yes, it's almost time. Anita softly echoed. This time your clamor will become the greatest hymn. And that child will become your finest stepping stone. Ulysses smiled at Anita and then extended his hand. So Anita slowly leaned down, half kneeling before Ulysses, placing her face upon his hand, like an obedient lamb. Of course, she gently said, so do I. What on earth is going on? Upon returning to her dormitory, Huinia immediately pondered this question. She did not use domination on Anita, so why would Anita help her? And from the dean's reaction, it was clear he already guessed it was her doing, so why did he not check again on the spot, but instead let her return? These are two questions. However, the latter question can barely be explained by the dean being unable to be 100% sure, so he hesitates to overturn an emblematic figure like Anita without solid proof. The main issue is the first question. Anita, or rather Ulysses, why did he choose to help her? And since he came to help her, it certainly indicates Ulysses knew Huinia's identity, and knew from the start. But why exactly? If her father, Ivan, helped her to secure greater benefits for the family, then what exactly was Ulysses' purpose? Huinia pondered hard. Then she surmised the answer should be more or less the same, if only approached from the angle that everyone serves their own interest. Then Ulysses' motive could be explained. His goal is also the 7 notes divine song, also for the Holy Sound Master's wish. He failed 20 years ago, so hopes to achieve it through Huinia 20 years later. Or perhaps, does he want to act against me once I've almost finished collecting the notes? Huinia murmured. Clearly she was asking Baiwei. Approaching it this way is not problematic, Baiwei said with a smile. After all, it's all for the Holy Sound Master's wish. For the exact reason, there's no need to think too much, better to consider more immediate issues. Immediate issues? Yes, whatever the reason, that old man will act only at the last moment, Baiwei said. And before that, you still have 2 notes left. What should you do about that? The dean has clearly been suspicious of you. No, it's not suspicion. He has already identified you. It's just that due to the pressure from the old man, he doesn't dare to act without evidence. But once he finds evidence... Huinia also came back to her senses. Indeed, just like Baiwei said, whatever Ulysses' intentions, at least tonight he is assisting her. which most likely indicates he plans to wait until she has almost completed her collection before making a decision. But the Dean is different. Regarding the Dean, Huinia is quite knowledgeable. She knows how this Dean from a humble background held his position due to the status of being a Ulysses disciple. At least he leveraged this status to gain support from the two major families of Techu. So previously, that's why his attitude towards Huinia was so favorable. And now, even if he is very confident in identifying Huinia as Caesar, he doesn't dare take that little remaining risk to confront Ulysses directly. But once he finds solid evidence, he won't hesitate anymore. Huinia thought of the tuner the Dean deliberately mentioned before their parting. If he truly could awaken the tuner, with the tuner's affirmation, then Huinia would indeed have nowhere to hide. And before that, the Dean will definitely be more guarded against Huinia, making her subsequent actions more difficult. Unfortunately, the Dean's note is not one of the two notes Huinia needs. If possible, Huinia really wanted to bypass the Dean, because she was not confident she could defeat him without using Bai Wei's power. And if she continued to use Bai Wei's power, Huinia couldn't be sure how long she could last. Especially tonight's unforeseen circumstance, forcing her to use Bai Wei's power when she initially didn't plan to. To the extent that now, "Don't worry," Bai Wei said with a smile, "the people you need to deal with may not be as many as you think." Huinia frowned slightly. Just as she was about to ask clearly, her vision suddenly blurred. Intense pain surged up to the brain. Huinia realized that the price had come, and although she tried hard to remain conscious, it was to no avail. In the end, she collapsed onto the table without even making it to the bed, and fell into unconsciousness. But a few minutes later, she awoke again. "The body is already in this state, huh?" Bai Wei looked down at those slender hands, said with a light smile. "Well, looks like I need to hurry, before she completely collapses." Chapter 459, 74 Basement. Chapter 459, 74 Basement. Bai Wei swiftly traversed the first academy after nightfall. Relying on the gaze of his left eye and his numerous runs through this map in the game, he easily avoided the guards and arrived at the core area of the academy, the front of the Seven Sounds Temple. This is also the venue for the final ceremony in a month's time, where the last orchestra will hold its final competition, and the Holy Sound Master will make the judgment. In other words, this is the closest place to the Holy Sound Master. Standing in front of the temple, Bai Wei could feel the immense power hidden above the heavens. This made Bai Wei realize that once he stepped into the temple before him, there was a high probability that he would be discovered by the Holy Sound Master, which is unacceptable to him now, as he does not yet have the power to contend against a flawless divine being. In fact, Bai Wei's presence here now is already risky. But there's no choice. If he doesn't come to check it out now, the risk afterwards will be even greater. Because the Holy Sound Master is usually in a dozing state and does not react much to the outside world. Only when the ceremony begins and the first tune plays does the Master slowly awaken. The awakening takes a process, like it only takes less than a second for an ordinary person to open their eyes, but the Master needs 3 days. These 3 days encompass the entire process from the beginning to the end of the ceremony. When the Master is fully awakened, reaching peak spirit and power, the final and most outstanding music will also play, reaching the climax of everything. And after all this, the Master bestows blessings and begins the next cycle of slumber. This has been the norm for millennia without exception. Of course, if Bai Wei were to break in at this time, an exception would certainly occur, with the Holy Sound Master waking up prematurely. Because every divine entity is exceptionally sensitive to Visa's power. In the game, when players bring more than 2 corpse blocks and enter the temple ahead of the ceremony, they are instantly executed by the supreme power, regardless of their level or equipment. Even corpse blocks are dealt with this way, much less souls entering. If it were still in the game, Bai Wei would definitely try to rush in to see the cutscene, but since the game has turned into reality, it's better not to. Returning to the previous question, the reason Bai Wei is risking coming here at this time is for only one reason. He needs to prepare a retreat. This situation is far more dangerous than when he was in Rhine or Lyra. In Rhine, his opponent was a bishop who could not directly contact the Rhine god, posing no risk as long as Ulu was willing to allow a second-rank descent, and everything could be settled. In Lyra, his opponents were 2 hostile, insane, disabled divine entities, posing some risk, but with caution acting at the last moment, he escaped the danger. But this time it's different. Snatching back a corpse block right under the nose of the flawless, divine, holy sound master is a test, and managing to escape without alerting the master of his return with the corpse block is an even greater test. And honestly, Bai Wei does not think that Huenia's body can hold out until that time. So Bai Wei must begin preparations for his escape now. Glancing again at the towering temple before him, Bai Wei did not proceed forward but turned away, taking a rugged, seemingly doubtful path around the mountain intended for human passage. This is a hidden road known by very few, but almost all players in the game know it. Through this path, one could enter the temple's basement without going through the main entrance. Theoretically, walking this path would not be detected by the Holy Sound Master. Of course, it's only theory, the risk remains substantial. But compared to the potential reward, the risk is worth taking, or at least worth a look. Thus, after a seemingly thrilling dash through the map, Bai Wei successfully found and entered the narrow passage, heading deeper toward the basement. The basement was quite simple, with a rusty lock hanging on the door, seemingly breakable with a little force. At first glance, the basement didn't seem special. Newcomers wouldn't suspect it held anything valuable. And indeed, it was just an ordinary basement where someone hid a precious item, something even Bai Wei wanted to possess. Bai Wei's left eye slightly contracted. Gaze spread silently. His vision penetrated through the rusty iron door, going deeper. Finally, he saw what was bound at the very depths. A hazy shadow. But before Bai Wei could look closely, he felt a change in the surrounding power and immediately closed his eyes, shutting off gaze. Only then did everything return to normal. Bai Wei slightly furrowed his brow. Because the source of that power change was the Holy Sound Master. Why so sensitive? Was it that even a mere gaze would provoke a reaction from the Holy Sound Master? This gave Bai Wei a rather ominous feeling, so he slowly reached out toward the lock on the basement door. Chapter 460, A Truth Revealed in the Classroom. As his fingertips touched the doorknob, that earlier feeling returned, and he had to quickly withdraw his hand. It was indeed the power reaction of the Holy Sound Master. Its influence still extended here. But why is this? In the game, players carrying corpse blocks in the basement wouldn't awaken the Holy Sound Master. But now Bai Wei hadn't even gone inside. Just brushing against the outside caused the Holy Sound Master to react. Had the reality and the game changed, or did his soul hold more weight to the Holy Sound Master? Bai Wei couldn't find the exact reason for now, but he knew that if he barged in just like that, it would definitely awaken the Holy Sound Master, just like storming into the Holy Temple. Then everything would end. Bai Wei clicked his tongue lightly, showing a look of regret on his face. Though what's inside isn't something that must be taken, if he could get it, his future actions would be much more convenient. So Bai Wei didn't give up immediately, but observed a bit longer before drawing a conclusion. There was still a chance. This place indeed contained the Holy Sound Master's power, but it wasn't much. If he could find a way to temporarily shield the Holy Sound Master's perception, or divert its gaze, there might be a chance to succeed. But the chance was too slim. At the current stage, the only one with the ability to shield the Holy Sound Master's perception was Bai Wei. But if Bai Wei did this, wouldn't it be equivalent to directly telling the Holy Sound Master that he had returned? And for the other option, who apart from him could divert the Holy Sound Master's gaze? Huenia? Bai Wei gently shook his head. From the beginning, he hadn't planned for Huenia to participate in the final ceremony, but intended to run away immediately after taking the corpse blocks. That way he could get the guaranteed items, corpse blocks, and Huenia could save her life. How long she could survive after leaving was hard to say, but at least she wouldn't die here. If he coveted what's inside, there was a significant probability that neither of them would be able to leave. Understanding this, Bai Wei quickly made a decision in his heart. Reality is not a game. There's no way to collect everything. From whichever angle you consider, he should give up on that thing inside. After making his decision, Bai Wei turned and left. Regarding how to escape, he had two plans, and since this one didn't work, he naturally had to prepare for the other. There's not much time to waste hesitating. Only when he walked out of the passage did he glance back at the dim basement. Click, still a bit of regret. He thought, after all, from a certain perspective, That thing was a more outstanding vessel than Huinia. When Huinia woke up, the long-missed sunlight was shining through the window onto her face, warm. She was lying in bed, snug under the covers, yet the quilt felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, making it hard for her to breathe. But she knew it wasn't the quilt's fault but her own body. She felt a bit strange, clearly having rested for a whole night, yet her body still felt as heavy as lead, as if she had used her body in her sleep. Wasn't it? Huinia gradually sat up, while her memories from last night slowly resurfaced. This made her vaguely recall that she hadn't made it to bed, but had fallen asleep at her desk. So now, she looked down at her body, noticing it was dirtier than she remembered, with dirt under her nails. "You're awake," Bai Wei's voice leisurely echoed in her mind. "I forgot to tell you I used your body a little last night. By the time I finished, it was almost dawn, so I didn't clean up for you. You'll have to do it yourself." What a peculiar way of putting it. Fortunately, Huinia knew that wasn't what Bai Wei meant, so she asked, "Can you tell me what for?" "Of course," Bai Wei replied. "I'm preparing for our retreat." "Preparing?" "Yes, like setting up markers at critical points," Bai Wei said, half jokingly and half seriously, "so you'll know which direction to go when it's time to run." Huinia. While Bai Wei's words were somewhat random, she understood what he meant. In critical situations, where Bai Wei couldn't give instructions for various reasons, he left messages for himself to follow. "It seems you understand my point," Bai Wei said with a smile. "I can still talk to you now, but when the festival begins, the Holy Sound Master's power will expand further, and its perception will strengthen. I'll need to be more cautious then. So at that time, you'll need to follow the instructions I've left you to help me steal the corpse blocks and then get out of there." Huinia nodded slightly, indicating she understood. Bai Wei had told her multiple times. Her role was to collect the 7 notes, and then, during the festival, play a specific 7 notes divine song at another location to unseal the holy sounds hold over Bai Wei's corpse blocks, take them, and complete the mission. It sounded simple, but both Huinia and Bai Wei knew how difficult it truly was. "No need to rush," Bai Wei comforted with a smile. "First, finish collecting the remaining 2 notes. By then, even without using my power, very few can match you with 7 golden notes." Huinia nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and quickly got up to wash up. Because Bai Wei had indeed left her body quite messy, brushing her teeth and washing her face wasn't enough. She'd have to take a bath and change into new clothes before heading out. Bai Wei was right. It wasn't time to think about the festival yet, as she hadn't even collected all the 7 notes. Compared to the crisis on festival day, the pressing issue was that the dean had already set his sights on her. Sure enough, shortly after Huinia left the dorm, she noticed 2 players following her. "That dean is certainly efficient," Bai Wei commented with a chuckle, "but I doubt he's monitoring only you. He must be watching every golden note, making it difficult for you to act, and ensuring others don't think he's targeting you specifically." Indeed, as Bai Wei said, upon reaching the classroom, Huinia saw 4 players standing outside, with no attempt to conceal their identities. After Huinia arrived, the number of guardians increased to 6, not counting those possibly hiding to provide support. Truly more challenging to act. After exchanging greetings with the outer guardian players, Huinia entered the classroom. As expected, both Phineas and Karen, the 2 golden notes, were already there. The others as well. Except Molly. Yet Molly wasn't too late either. After everyone in the classroom greeted each other, Molly walked in. Her complexion was poor, and she wore an unusually thick robe, covering almost all parts of her body. Huinia couldn't help but glance at her twice, refraining from asking, believing it was due to the rumors about Molly and Karen circulating throughout the academy, making Molly not want to be recognized. However, during the rehearsal, Molly showed something amiss. Her note had lost its accuracy. At first, she claimed it was just a mistake, apologizing repeatedly. Yet in the subsequent rehearsals, she never played normally, like a damaged instrument. Finally, Phineas seemed to realize something, looking at Molly and saying, "Take off your clothes." Upon hearing this, Molly turned pale, shaking her head. "No, young Master Phineas, I won't." "I'll only say this once," Phineas said coldly. "Take off your clothes." Molly immediately looked at the others, mainly at Huinia and Karen, hoping they would say something for her. Huinia remained silent, while Karen appeared nonchalant. In the end, Molly could only despair as she undid her buttons. On her fair skin, silver notes could be seen. She had developed lumps like Karen's. Chapter 461, 75 Self-Destruct. Chapter 461, 75 Self-Destruct. Actually, before Molly took off her clothes, everyone present had already vaguely guessed what the situation was. But when she really took off her clothes and exposed that conspicuous tumor in front of everyone, it still made them gasp. The only one who felt happy was Karen. He stroked his greasy chin while chuckling. "Didn't expect I'd hit the jackpot, huh? You're quite lucky." Karen's words made Molly's face even paler. Phineas also shot a cold glance at Karen but didn't say anything to him. Instead, he spoke to Molly with an indifferent tone. "Since you become like this, there's nothing more to say. Please leave." Molly became even more panicked, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, Lord Phineas, please don't drive me away. I'll be cured in a month, truly, I will be cured." Before Phineas could respond, Karen laughed again. "Do you really underestimate me? If it were that easy to cure, do you think I'd keep this thing? For decoration?" "No, it will definitely work, it will." Molly's lips were trembling, continuously shaking her head, pleading with Phineas to let her stay. Seeing Phineas unmoved, she immediately turned to Huinia. "Miss Huinia, please help me. I beg you help me, I really can't lose this opportunity, I really ca." With those words, everyone's eyes focused on Huinia. Everyone here knew that Molly was Huinia's little follower, at least on the surface. And Molly was able to stay in the orchestra because Huinia chose a suitable piece for her. So they naturally wanted to know Huinia's decision. But since things had developed to this point, what decision could Huinia still make? She just calmly shook her head and said, "I can't either, Molly. I don't mind your appearance, but your tone color is completely off now, and you should know that this state is absolutely not fit for the festival, especially since our music is for the finale dedicated to the Lord. Do you want to anger the Lord?" Huinia's words directly shattered the last glimmer of hope in Molly's heart. Indeed, what they are to play is the finale dedicated to the Lord. And if she appears before the Lord like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Molly's throat moved. She seemed to want to say something more, but knew it was useless. The light in her eyes dimmed bit by bit. "Leave here," Huinia said. Molly slowly lowered her head. "I understand." "No, you don't understand." Molly instinctively looked up to see Huinia slowly walking up to her, looking down at this friend of just 1 month's acquaintance. "I'm not talking about leaving this classroom, but leaving this academy." Molly's mouth opened little by little. "You mean?" "To strip away the note, leave this academy, and become an ordinary person," Huinia said calmly. "You should know the toxin has completely entered your note, and you're not Karen. If you don't destroy the note in time, the final outcome will certainly be your whole body rotting away, unable even to preserve your body." Molly's body trembled more and more violently. Because she knew what Huinia said was true, but she still couldn't accept it. "Become an ordinary person, become an ordinary person," she murmured softly. "I came here with such difficulty, finally earned the qualification for the inner song. Soon I would have a different life, and now you want me to become an ordinary person, become an ordinary person." Huinia's expression remained calm. "I can understand you, and given our relationship, I'm willing to help you." "Help me?" Molly looked up at Huinia again, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "You can help cure this illness." "No," Huinia shook her head. "What I can do is, after you become an ordinary person, have my family offer you a job if you need it." The glimmer vanished. "Is that so? Just an ordinary job," Molly said softly. "Just a job after all." Huinia said nothing, just quietly watched Molly. Molly's body began to tremble again, more violently. "Why, just like this, my future is gone," she said softly. "I came here with such difficulty, made it this far just 1 step away." Phineas on the side looked coldly at Molly. "You're just inflicting this suffering on yourself. No one here owes you anything." "Inflicting suffering on myself?" Molly suddenly laughed. "Mr. Phineas, you can truly say that. Mr. Karen wanted to do those things to me. How could you pretend not to know anything?" Phineas squinted slightly. "What do you want to say?" "What do I want to say?" Molly stood up slowly, despair revealing mania in her eyes. "Mr. Karen, no, that dead fat pig." She suddenly raised her hand, pointing at Karen's face. "That dead fat pig wanted to do things to me, didn't you know? Those times he found me privately, those times he coerced me. You were obviously on the side listening, you obviously knew everything." Molly's voice suddenly rose. "As the captain, did you stop him?" Chapter 462, 75 Self-Destruct 2. Chapter 462, 75 Self-Destruct 2. Phineas said coldly, Has your brain been burned by a tumor? What does your deal with him have to do with me? Why should I stop it? I advise you to think carefully before you speak." "Think carefully? I've thought it through too clearly, Mr. Phineas." Molly said, "Mr. Phineas, you knew that this dead fat pig has been pressuring me all along, and not only did you not stop him, but you've also approached me privately several times, telling me I must consider the greater picture for the orchestra. What do you mean by that?" "I just don't want your relationship with Karen to affect the orchestra." Molly laughed. It was the first time Hunia had seen her smile like that. A manic, reckless smile. "Mr. Phineas, do you think everyone else in this world is a brainless fool except for you?" Molly said. "Do you truly believe that no one can guess what you're thinking?" "What I'm thinking, someone like you couldn't possibly know." Phineas's eyes were filled with threat. "But if you keep spouting nonsense like this, I'll make you understand the consequences." "Consequences?" Molly laughed even more wildly. "My life is already ruined, and there's hardly anyone left in my family. Do you think I'll be afraid of your threats?" "Ah." She looked towards Huinia. "Miss Huinia, do you know? That dead fat pig never really had his eye on me. It was always you. You were the one he was truly interested in. He's been planning to use quitting the orchestra to coerce you the final week of rehearsal, just before the festival begins when it's too late to replace anyone. From the beginning, he didn't care about the festival's rewards, nor did he want revenge against the Chuk family. All of it was just a disguise and a pretext. What he wants is to destroy everyone he wishes to destroy." Upon hearing this, Karen, who had been watching the show with amusement and wasn't bothered by being called a dead fat pig, finally started to restrain his smile a little, and his gaze became dangerous. "By that time, if he quits, the orchestra will certainly fail because no one could possibly take his place. So he can use this excuse to manipulate everyone. Even if you disagree, it won't matter. He can ask Mr. Phineas for help and do to you what was done to me. If you don't comply, they have ways to threaten you with your family, with your personal life, and if none of that works, they will resort to drugs." "Enough!" An angry Phineas raised his magic wand and cast a wind blade towards her. Molly had no time to dodge. But Hunia also pulled out her magic wand and, with a casual wave, scattered Phineas's wind blade. Phineas was stunned. He looked at Hunia, but she had her back to him, hiding her expression from him. "Go on," Hunia said calmly. "What else does he plan to do?" Molly could feel that Phineas's wind blade had been aimed at her vitals. Phineas wanted to kill her. This realization made Molly even more hysterical. She took out a gray crystal bottle from her pocket and shook it in front of Hunia. "This drug was given to me by that dead fat pig," Molly said. "He knows our relationship is good and asked me to find an opportunity to drug you." Hunia looked at the medicine bottle in Molly's hand. "It seems you agreed." "Yes." Molly did not deny it and instead said quite straightforwardly, "Of course, I didn't refuse, but Huinia, you probably won't ask why, right? I've never considered you as a friend, just as you've never considered someone like me as a friend." Huinia was silent for a while, then nodded. "Indeed. I always knew, you're smarter than all of them." "But I still don't quite understand," Huinia said. "What's the point of you revealing all this now? Aren't you afraid they'll retaliate against you?" "Retaliate against me? Ha-ha, how could they possibly retaliate against me?" Molly laughed even harder. "They're all such self-righteous people, especially Phineas. Huinia, do you know the most important reason Phineas selects orchestra members? Is it talent? No, it's not. His first choice is those he thinks he can control. For example, those with families, with relatives, and especially those that the Lawrence family can easily find. That way he can use family members to threaten them. I assume it's the same for the others present. But what he doesn't know is that I discovered this early on, so I disguised myself as someone with a family, with attachments, and indeed received his invitation. What he doesn't know, my family has long since perished. I snuck in here, and I owe a huge debt. If I can't graduate from the academy smoothly, my whole life will be over, haha, it will be over." Molly's eyes were glinting with tears. "So my life is already destroyed, completely destroyed. Without the identity of a player, I have nothing left. With nothing to lose, why would I fear you?" Chapter 463, 75 Self-Destruct 3. "I try so hard to play the part that each of you likes. All day, chasing a girl younger than me, calling her sister, being held down by a dead fat pig, doing whatever he wants, being oppressed by a hypocrite. For what? I don't know, I really don't know. But now it doesn't matter anymore, it really doesn't matter anymore." Molly shook her head as she backed away. "Whatever, it's all whatever." She seemed to have gone mad, shouting loudly, crying and laughing. Even after running far away, her voice could still be heard. I work harder than all you guys. I'm smarter. I will absolutely not die in disgrace, absolutely not. Hello, Molly's voice gradually faded away, and the classroom was already deathly silent. The remaining 3 silver sound players didn't dare to speak, bowing their heads down tightly, fearing to be noticed by the 3 golden sound players. Finney's and Karen's expressions were incredibly somber. They both fixated on the only person standing in the classroom, Huinia. Huinia took a deep breath and then spoke gently. Mr. Finney's, Mr. Karen, what Miss Molly said, is it all true? Finney's coldly looked at Karen, and Karen shrugged, quickly reverting to a calm demeanor. It's nothing but the ramblings of a girl before she went crazy. He chuckled lightly and said, Why worry? Miss Huinia, I admire you a lot. Even if there were a time to be with you, it would absolutely not. Karen hadn't finished speaking when he saw blood lines starting to ooze from his thick fingers. He hadn't realized yet. Snap! One of his fingers just broke off like that. Karen froze, immediately raising his head to see Huinia already aiming her magic wand at him, the tip of the wand already beginning to condense a beam of light. Wait, Huinia! Finney's immediately blocked in front of Karen, propping up a magic power shield. Boom! Huinia's chorus magic struck Finney's magic power shield. Magic power dispersed, leaving the entire classroom in chaos. And the 6 players waiting outside rushed in, staring at the scene inside, bewildered. Karen finally reacted. Huinia really intended to kill him. Bastard, Karen yelled at Huinia. You crazy woman, how dare you attack me? What a pity. Huinia slowly put away her magic wand, voice calm, missed by a bit. Finney's also looked angrily at Huinia. Huinia, everything that woman said is unsubstantiated. Do you need to go this far? Sorry, Mr. Finney's, I think I really can't accept this. Huinia said coldly. No need to wait for Mr. Karen to threaten me again. Our agreement ends this celebration. I withdraw. With that, Huinia, under Finney's shocked and enraged gaze, resolutely left the classroom. The commotion in the classroom wasn't small. Everyone saw Huinia's angry face as she walked out, all speculating about what happened. Thus, in less than half a day, the matter rapidly fermented, letting the entire academy know. And Finney's several attempts to visit Huinia in the girls' dormitory afterwards, without Huinia's consent, further proved the truth of the matter. In other words, with less than a month until the celebration, the orchestra with the greatest chance to win was disbanded due to internal strife. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was eagerly discussing this sudden event. Only Huinia, back in the dormitory, had a calm face. Because she did it intentionally. Only this way could she rightfully disappear from everyone's sight. And then start the final hunt. A day later, Molly was found dead in the dormitory. The cause was suicide. In the room, Huinia watched as Molly's body was carried away, her eyes cold like wind and snow. Chapter 464, 76 Grand Ceremony begins. Chapter 464, 76 Grand Ceremony begins. So after that, she's basically never left her dorm. The dean looked at the staff member reporting on Huinia's whereabouts. And hasn't joined any orchestra again. Yes, the staff nodded. For the past half-month, she has completely stayed in the dormitory other than occasionally going to the library to borrow books. And even then, she only leaves to borrow books, with round trips taking less than an hour. We've kept her under continuous surveillance during these times, ensuring she hasn't left our sight. The dean asked again, what kind of books did she borrow? We've already organized it. Here is the book list. The staff handed over the list taken from the library. She has at least 5 library cards in her possession, so she borrows a lot of books at once, but we are sure none were missed. 5 library cards? Correct, they were lent to her by other students. The staff hesitated. Dean, does this violate the school regulations? The dean didn't answer immediately, but squinted at the book list in his hand. The list contained very ordinary books, some theoretical works by scholars and masters, some explanations of music scores, and even some fairy tales written by poets on a whim. Judging from the book list alone, it only reveals that the borrower is someone who enjoys reading. There's no discernible bias. Should it be said this is unexpected or expected? The reason one might call it unexpected is that the dean already knew that César, who had once dominated in the 3 colleges, initially built his foundation by accessing a series of forbidden books using the librarian's privilege. Though the dean isn't sure whether Huinia is actually Cesar, he will definitely consider this possibility, especially since the First Academy has more diverse and often forbidden books than the 3 colleges. If Huinia wanted, she could acquire even more secret knowledge. But if she was so blatant, could she still be alive now? Could the principal still hold her in high regard? At least the dean doesn't believe so. Thus, when seeing this book list, the dean's heart didn't harbor much surprise. "This does not violate school rules," he said indifferently. "Her ability to borrow so many library cards is her skill, and enjoying reading is not a crime. Is there anything else?" "Yes, there are also the letters she sends out," the staff said. "She has 2 owls, one sending letters home and one to a player named Og. These letters were intercepted for review both upon sending and receiving. Here for your review." The staff handed over a thick stack of papers. The dean took the stack and quickly read through them. The staff began explaining simultaneously. Most of the letters home talk about family trifles. Apart from those uninspired greetings, the current focus of these letters revolves around Miss Huinia's withdrawal from the gala. Miss Huinia's father is very displeased with her decision, presumably due to the pressure from the Lawrence family. However, Miss Huinia remains adamant, leading her father to gradually concede. The staff paused. As for the letters addressed to that player named Og, they resemble friendly chats. "I investigated this Og at the 3 colleges. He is a student who failed Ascension and was forced to withdraw. Miss Huinia seems to be using the knowledge she's acquired to help Og restore his music score, and she uses lines from fairy tales to encourage him not to give up, for which Og is very grateful." After the staff's explanation, the dean skimmed through all the letters. As the staff mentioned, nothing seems amiss in these letters from the surface. She merely appears to be a kind-hearted golden note young lady with strong personal convictions. But unfortunately, that's precisely the greatest flaw. Because Raoul, as the dean, has seen far too many young ladies, whether they belong to the 2 major families in the Techu or are secondary nobles, none have any relation to kindness. No relation whatsoever. Thus, this seemingly flawless set of letters is riddled with holes in Raoul's eyes. There's no need to monitor her letters anymore. The dean rolled up all the letter papers, burning them with the nearby candle flame, while speaking lightly. "She's very clearly aware that her letters are under our surveillance, and these were written for us to see, merely to establish a persona." The staff nodded. The dean watched the candle flame grow brighter with the letter papers as fuel, speaking softly. "She certainly knows how to stay calm. It has been half a month since Huinia withdrew from the Finnies orchestra, and the gala is drawing ever closer. In theory, at this point, she cannot join any orchestra anymore. Finnies has already submitted the final roster, which doesn't include her. From any perspective, she has already withdrawn from this gala, and no longer appears in the public eye. For Raoul to cause trouble for Huinia now would seem unreasonable. But Raoul knows this is just the calm before the storm. He closed his eyes and began contemplating. The staff dared not disturb him, and merely stood quietly aside. After more than 10 minutes, he slowly opened his mouth. "If I remember correctly, the playing time for the lowest floor's outer pieces, tomorrow." Chapter 465, 76 Celebration begins too. Chapter 465, 76 Celebration begins too. Yes, the lowest level of music is naturally the outer song. The order of the grand ceremony music is played from the foot of the holy mountain to the summit. This process is very slow, so slow that the mountain path the unicorn can walk in a few hours takes the chapters half a month to climb. And there's a clear dividing line in it, which is the great hall where the eternal notes reside. The chapters outside of the eternal notes are the outer song, and those within are the inner song. For the core player, only when the first inner song is played does it signify the official start of the ceremony, and the awakening of the holy sound master will occur at this moment, until 3 days later when the chapters ascend to the final 7 sounds temple to play the final chapter. But this is only the opinion of the core players. According to the holy sound history, as long as the first piece is played, the celebration is considered to have begun. So, Raoul opened his eyes and made a decision. Call them back, there's no need to watch her anymore. The janitor was slightly confused. No need to watch her anymore. Yes, I don't want to play hide and seek and guessing games anymore, Raoul said blandly. Spread the word directly. I will personally go under the eternal notes and use the master's power to awaken that tuner. By then, everything will be revealed. I will personally judge her in front of the master. Wait, the ceremony is about to begin. In the girls' dormitory, Anita sipped tea and said to Huinia, who sat before her, "As the ceremony approaches, the power of the chapters within us will become stronger and purer." Huinia jotted notes while asking, "Is it because the master is awakening?" "Yes," Anita said. "Actually saying the master is awakening isn't accurate. The master doesn't need to sleep and has never slept. It's just that he starts listening from this moment." "What does that mean?" "It's literal," Anita said. "The master is everything to us, but we are not everything to the master. He has given us chorus magic, but he does not watch us all the time, just like—" Huinia raised an eyebrow, "Buying a ticket to watch a play every 20 years. "Your metaphor is indeed vivid," Anita laughed. "But if you write that directly in your paper, I don't think your tutor would be very pleased. Such a description is disrespectful to the master." Sorry, I just said it casually." Huinia clasped her hands in prayer. "Please don't tell my tutor." "Rest assured I'm not that old-fashioned," Anita said. "Moreover, back then I asked the headmaster the same thing." For children who have just been exposed to the chapters, such a metaphor is indeed the simplest and most straightforward explanation of the relationship between the player and the master, Anita said. "Our relationship with the master is the purest, unlike other churches, gods, and believers. He grants us power and we repay him with chapters. It's essentially like an audience paying while the player performs. The only difference is that the master, as the audience, has many choices, but we, as players, have only one audience, him. And it's an audience that comes once every 20 years, Huinia said softly. Yes, Anita nodded slightly. So many excellent players for their entire lives cannot perform for the master. It's a regrettable thing. Is that so? Huinia tilted her head. But Anita, you don't seem to regret it. Oh, you are an excellent player, Huinia said. But you have never intended to participate in the ceremony, right? Don't you feel any regret? Heh, you're asking about me now, huh? Anita said calmly. My reason for not participating in the ceremony is simple, not perfect enough. Not perfect enough? Yes, Anita said. Players are the purest and most extreme artists. A golden sound player's life allows for only one performance for the master. If one does not strive for perfection, how can they have the face to take the stage? I don't quite understand what you mean, Huinia asked. What counts as perfect then? At the very least, it cannot violate the player's original intent, Anita said. Someone told me if taking the stage isn't for the sake of ultimate art, but for rankings or grace, such a player is unqualified. Unfortunately, most players nowadays are like this. Huinia understood. This was what Principal Ulysses said to you, right? Of course. Anita's face involuntarily showed a hint of a smile when she mentioned the principal. When I first met him, he said this to me. In fact, he says this to every disciple. Does Principal Ulysses have a lot of disciples? Anita nodded slightly. After the last ceremony ended, the principal relinquished all his authority and traveled the entire Holy Sound alone to find pure players like himself. Unfortunately, till today, no one could stand on the same level as him. Not even you. Of course not. Anita shook her head. In terms of strength or mindset, both are far off. Even may never catch up in this lifetime. I see. Huinia nodded thoughtfully. The truth is, at this moment, Huinia and Anita were in a very delicate state. She was well aware that Anita knew her identity, and that Anita also understood this, but the two of them tacitly chose not to reveal it. Even after Huinia left the orchestra, she found more time to be with Anita. This was not the first time they had such a casual chat. Over the past half a month, Anita had replaced Ulysses' position and became Huinia's new teacher. Through conversations with Anita, Huinia gradually speculated why Ulysses and Anita had not acted against her. Pure and extreme chapters. In their eyes, no matter whether it's the Techu's two families or the Lawrence family, they're participating in the ceremony just to obtain grace, so they don't have the qualifications to stand on the same stage with them. Especially after Ulysses, divine song was disrupted by them 20 years ago, cooperation was even more impossible. The only question is whether Ulysses wants to see a true, pure chapter from Huinia, or intends to kill her after she collects everything, steal the score, and perform himself. Huinia couldn't be sure, but she wouldn't be foolish enough to ask. Before the real confrontation, she would remain silent but also prepare. At this moment, a female player quickly approached, and whispered something in Anita's ear. After listening, Anita nodded. Once the female player left, she said, Dean Raoul decided to wake the tuner from the boys' dormitory in front of the eternal notes at the start of the ceremony. I recall you mentioning that a tuner cannot be awakened by external force. Generally speaking, that's true, Anita said. But it's different during the ceremony. Remember what I just told you. During the ceremony, the power of our chapters will strengthen, and this gives a chance of awakening, though the success rate isn't high. How much? 30%, Anita said. If it fails, the tuner will die. Thus, he only gets one chance, and it will begin when the master's power is most intense, but before it impacts the ceremony process, that is, after the last outer song ends and before the first inner song begins playing. After hearing this, Hunia was silent for a while, then nodded slightly. I understand. That night, the first outer song slowly played at the foot of the mountain. The ceremony began. Chapter 466, 466, 77, the first. The ceremony has begun. Although at first, only the outer melody was played, making it inaudible in the dormitory, Huinia could still sense the solemnity and gravity of it from the atmosphere around, and the unsettling aura permeating the air. According to Bai Wei, it was the power of the Holy Sound Master gradually awakening. You already have too many parts of me on you, Bai Wei said, so your ability to perceive the Holy Sound Master is sharper than others. When the outer melody is about to end, the power of the Holy Sound Master will become more intense, and your perception will be clearer. Hunia nodded slightly without speaking. So have you decided to act according to that plan? Bai Wei asked. Yes, Hunia said, that is the best timing. Honestly, I don't think so. I only find it crazy. Bai Wei said, I can indeed help you bear part of the cost, but as for the rest, can you really withstand it? I can, Hunia replied briefly. If you insist on this, Bai Wei tapped his finger, then I will cooperate with you. Thank you. Haha, after all, it's also for my sake. After that, Bai Wei fell silent, while Huinia leaned over the desk, continuing to write letters. On her left was a snoozing owl, and on her right were stacks of unread books. Time was running out. Og sat in front of a small house, staring blankly at the snowflakes drifting outside. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? A rough voice came from behind. Have you forgotten what day it is? Hurry up and get to work. Og snapped back to reality and hurriedly ran towards the man with the rough voice. Still waiting for a reply every day, huh? The man was displeased with Og's behavior. Don't forget that your current job is given by the Haluo family, by the young miss. Otherwise, you'd still be a breeding stud in the seed district. Don't be ungrateful. Working hard to live up to the young miss is what you should do. Og dared not talk back. And the man didn't know. The person constantly writing letters to Og was their young miss. They always thought it was a little lover of Og's at the academy, hence their displeasure. Everything you have is given by the young miss. Even if you aren't grateful, writing back to a little lover during the job given by the young miss. You've really been spoiled. Of course, they only complained, because from all aspects Og was very hardworking. Plus, with the young miss connection, no matter how deep it was, they dared not bully Og too much. And today was indeed an important day. The ceremony was about to begin. Though in terms of distance, those far in the seed district had little connection with the ceremony held on the holy mountain. But the reason the ceremony was said to be the most important ritual of the Holy Sound was because it transcended distance. During the ceremony, the melodies dedicated to the Holy Sound Master would be carried into the divine country by the Master's power, and then scattered over the entire Holy Sound land by the Holy Sound Master. Just like the everlasting drifting snow of the Holy Sound. The melodies would hide in the snowflakes, falling piece by piece, so even the most remote areas of the Holy Sound could potentially hear those notes dedicated to the Master. Those notes were regarded as the Holy Sound Master's blessings for mortals, and those who received this blessing would have their fate changed. So during the ceremony, most people would stop their work. Even the low-rank breeding studs and dams in the seed district would do the same. The Haluo family's seed district, where Og was no exception. With Huinia's help, he successfully avoided the fate of a breeding stud and became part of the management of the Haluo family's seed district. The ceremony has begun, the rough uncle from before shouted loudly. Begin listening to the Holy Sound. Under his shouts, people put down their work, walked out of the houses, knelt toward the direction of the holy mountain, folded their hands, and began to devoutly listen to the holy sound. At this moment, it seemed as though everyone was equal. But in fact, the managers of the seed district were wearing thick cotton coats, with raging bonfires beside them, and countless food around the bonfire. While those low-rank breeding studs and dams were either wearing only single garments or were simply naked. They also knelt in the snow motionless. Og observed all of this. He pressed his lips together and still did not kneel with everyone else. Instead, he took off his clothes and walked to the nearby few children who were only a few years old, draping his clothes over their thin kneeling bodies. Og, the rough man, saw this scene and said displeasedly, "What are you doing? Get over here." "Oh, coming, I'm coming." Og immediately jogged back. At this moment, a drifting snowflake quickly enlarged in front of his eyes, finally turning into a pure white elf. Og's eyes lit up. It was an owl. The owl landed on his arm, familiarly making coo-coo-coo sounds, attracting everyone's attention. Sorry, I'll go reply to a letter and be right back." Og noticed the rough man's face growing more displeased, so he kept retreating. "I'll be right back." Then he went inside the house with the owl. "What a lunatic," the rough man cursed loudly. "The ceremony is about to begin, not listening to the holy sound, still here. I hear it, I hear it." Chapter 467, 77 the first two. Chapter 467, 77 the first two. His expression brightened with joy and he shouted, "I heard it," then immediately fell to his knees. Following his lead, everyone in the seed district eagerly bowed their bodies in the direction of the holy mountain. Only Og turned his back to the holy mountain, removing the letter from the owl's claw. But his face showed little joy, filled more with worry. He had lost count of how many letters Huinia had sent him. At first, Huinia only sent a letter every few days, but now it was once a day, even once every half day. It seemed as if she was desperately trying to accomplish something. "Miss Huinia," Og looked worriedly at the holy mountain, revered by all, and murmured, "Please don't let anything happen." "What? It's getting closer." The dean stood in front of the eternal sound hall, watching the firelight gradually approaching from the foot of the mountain. Each time an orchestra finished its performance, a magic torch would be ignited. Thus, as the festival progressed day by day, the magic torches would slowly advance from the foot of the mountain to the top. It was like an invisible giant taking one step forward every day. And every step was surrounded by melodies and rhythms, growing more intense and loud. When it finally crossed the threshold of the eternal sound behind Raoul, the melodies and rhythms would reach a new peak. On that peak, the greatest holy sound master would be awakened. And the one guarding the eternal sound is Raoul. "We don't have much time either, Dean." Several elderly golden sound players said to the dean. "We cannot disrupt the festival. This too is a rule. When the last outer melody ends and the first inner melody begins, it means the holy sound master has awakened, and after the eternal sound, the stage is set. Only performers are allowed to exist on stage. In the master's eyes, a faded player is no longer considered a player. That César still hasn't made any move," an elderly golden sound player said. "Is he trying to wait until the inner melody begins?" The dean slightly narrowed his eyes. In his heart, he had already believed Huinia was César. And Huinia, after killing Roland, hadn't acted, seemingly intending to wait until the inner melody sounded and the holy sound master's gaze fell. Theoretically, at this stage, the player should do nothing except perform, including killing. But that's just theoretical, so the dean dared not gamble on whether Huinia would abide by this rule. After all, Huinia had come this far, and the dean really didn't think she would stop just like that. However, he would end everything before then. Behind him, the four-note tuner from the boys' dormitory was sitting quietly, like a corpse. The dean gently pressed his own chest. His notes were pulsing with his heartbeat, the surging magic power rapidly growing stronger. "Rest assured, I will end everything before the last moment arrives." "But what if you're unable to awaken?" "I said I would awaken," he said calmly, "and I will definitely awaken." "What? The eternal notes are not just for show. They are also a powerful vessel, which is why you must cross them to awaken the master." Anita looked at Huinia, who was buried in writing, and said lightly, "The dean's plan is simple. He will awaken the tuner at the moment the outer melody crosses the eternal notes, effectively at its most powerful moment. Once he has conclusive evidence, he can summon all the golden sound players who haven't left yet to deal with. Cesar the night before the Master's awakening. In fact, under such surging magic, if he wishes, the entire academy is under his gaze. Just hiding is not enough. Huenia softly replied, not even looking up, still fervently writing her letter. You don't seem to be in a hurry, Anita asked. Why should I be in a hurry? Huenia smiled and said, I'm not Cesar. Besides, as you mentioned, even then, the chances of awakening that tuner are less than 30%. Theoretically, that's correct, Anita said calmly. But in reality, once he closes the door of the eternal sound hall, whether the tuner is awakened or not is up to him to claim. I see. Huenia paused her pen, finally looked up and smiled at Anita. That's exactly the kind of thing the dean would do. Anita quietly watched Huenia's face. Not finding any other emotions on Huenia's face, she nodded slightly. Indeed, he would, because if he fails, all his years of effort would be ruined. As the principal said, he has always been an outstanding person, just not an outstanding player. Finished speaking, Anita stood up. There were few people left in the dormitory, and Anita, watching Huenia still writing, said good luck before turning to leave. Huenia was still writing letters. Books after books, letters after letters. Outside the window, the snow continued to fall. The sun rose and set. The cold wind howled, yet it was gradually subdued by the approaching melody. In the chaotic snowstorm, a rhythm unique to the holy sound was interwoven. The powerful divine that appears once every 20 years seemed to have murmured an awakening within this devout prayer from the entire holy sound. Huenia could clearly feel each note on her body vibrating with an unwillingness to be confined. But she remained unmoved, still alone under this small window writing letters one after another. As if the world about to be turned upside down had nothing to do with her. Until the sun was once again on the verge of being devoured by darkness. When that soaring music roared like a beast in her ears, Huenia stopped her pen. She carefully collected the letters, tied them to the claws of the 3 owls in front of her, but did not release them immediately, instead taking out feed from her pocket and placing it in her palm to feed them. Once the last grain of feed was pecked clean, she pushed open the window and released the 3 owls. The 3 tiny figures, like snowflakes, seemed likely to be crushed by the violent wind at any moment. But they were not snow. They would not fall with the snow, instead flapping those seemingly powerless shoulders, disappearing into the wind. And disappeared from Huenia's sight. Only after doing all of this did Huenia slowly close the window. Mr. Visas, I am ready. She said this. The familiar voice did not resonate in her mind, but the slightly trembling fingers still gave her a response. Then Huenia straightened her somewhat wrinkled clothes and picked up the slightly cold magic wand at her side. Turned and went out the door. What? Huff, huff. The small classroom had only 1 man and 1 woman. The man was chewing something while looking at the woman in front of him. The woman felt her whole body bristle under that intensely invasive gaze, yet dared not move. Because she knew, once she resisted, the outcome would be worse. After losing his fingers, Korenchuk's personality had become even more violent. Yet after consecutively losing several golden notes, both the Finney's family and the Chuk family placed greater importance on this golden note they had originally overlooked, making him even more unscrupulous. After finishing the food in his mouth, Koren's mouth was full of oil. He looked at the woman in front of him, eyes filled with undisguised desire. This was someone he specially sought out, a woman somewhat resembling that loathsome person. He grinned. The woman closed her eyes in despair. Then she heard a female voice. Kneel. Her brain had not yet reacted, but her body had already moved involuntarily, directly kneeling on the ground. Wait, what is going on? Another roar, the classroom wall suddenly cracked open, and the howling cold wind rushed in unstoppably. Because she kneeled, she couldn't see anything, only heard Koren beside her let out a roar, while surging magic power erupted from his side. But it only lasted for less than a second. A clear snap of fingers. Koren fell silent. In the howling wind, the woman seemed to hear the sound of a scythe swinging mixed in. Next, the woman saw something round fall in front of her. It was Koren's head. She was stunned for a moment, then fainted. Huenia stepped over the woman, then looked at the now decapitated Koren and gently said, The first one. Chapter 468. 78 How did you manage to survive until now? 5K. Chapter 468. 78. How did you manage to survive until now? 5K. Ulysses suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the ancient tree swaying in the fierce wind outside the room. The bells on the tree were playing a soaring melody. She has made her move after all. Ulysses chuckled and spoke. Just as you predicted, Anita, who was waiting by the side, said. She truly is a bold and crazy person. Indeed, Ulysses smiled. In 1,000 years, this is the first time an original score has come this far. Whatever the outcome, she has already made history. But I think this is where she stops, Anita said. Tonight, she is against the entire Holy Sound. He, Ulysses laughed. Those people cannot represent the whole Holy Sound, but you are right. The trouble she is facing is indeed not small, especially with Raoul, but... He paused. It's in dire situations that great works are more likely to be born, isn't it? Hearing this, Anita remained silent for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Understood, she stood up. I will bear witness for you. Tonight, please leave everything to me, Principal. Ulysses smiled and nodded. Thank you, Anita. What? Todd felt uneasy. Although he couldn't explain why, he had a persistent feeling that something major was about to happen since earlier. Of course, tonight was bound to be significant in itself. The final external song would end at midnight tonight, and come tomorrow, the first internal song would begin, and they, the true players, would take the stage to offer songs of praise to the great Lord of Sound. Logically, he should be feeling happy. Not only would he be performing as the lead, but also because their biggest rivals at this festival, the Lawrence family, had effectively lost their competitiveness, unable to vie for first place anymore. In this way, the status of the two big families of Teichu would remain unshaken. And his annoying brother, having lost the possibility of victory, could no longer make any waves. It should be a joyous double blessing. But why couldn't he find any happiness in it? Is it because of that Cesar, who still hasn't been caught? That is indeed a hidden threat, but theoretically he shouldn't have any more opportunities. As long as tonight passes and the external and internal songs are seamlessly connected, and the Lord's gaze sweeps across the earth, he shouldn't have another chance to act. Even if he doesn't act, he won't be able to continue hiding, because the Dean has already made preparations over at the Eternal Notes, and once the Dean completes the ceremony, he won't even have the capital to keep hiding. So theoretically, running away is his best choice. After all, he has already gathered so many notes. Even if he doesn't participate in the festival and leaves the Holy Sound directly, he could live well anywhere with that power. There's no need to leap into such a dead end. Even taking another step back, even if that guy is just unwilling to give up and wants to take one last shot, Todd doesn't need to worry too much. Not only because he is surrounded by several Golden Sound players sent by the family, but also because Todd's note is the third note, and according to intelligence, that guy already has the third note, so there's no reason to make a move on him. He has no reason to attack me. Todd kept comforting himself. Unfortunately, it wasn't much use, as he stopped in front of the rehearsal room door, turning to ask the servant, "What time is it now?" "It's already 8 o'clock, the servant replied. "In less than an hour, Dean Raoul will start the ceremony." "Is there only 1 hour left?" And still no signs of any action from that guy. It seems he really has given up. Todd thought this, then pushed open the door to the rehearsal room. He immediately caught the heavy scent of blood. He paused, instinctively lifting his head, and saw a stunning girl standing in a pool of blood, silently gazing at him. What? She has already made her move. At least 3 witnesses can confirm it's Eugenia. Karen Chuk and Evan Dolly are already dead. Todd Chuk and she had a brief encounter and is seriously injured. She's currently still chasing Todd. Within the Eternal Festival, Raoul listened to the continuous reports from the staff while looking up at the magnificent Eternal Notes in front of him. Even though he tried hard to remain calm, his constantly twitching eyebrows betrayed his current state of mind. "Mr. Phineas." He turned to look at Phineas sitting nearby. "What do you think she really wants to do? As far as I know, Karen, Evan, and Todd's notes, she should already have them. Why make a move on them at this time?" Dean, Phineas's expression was also not very pleasant, and he shook his head, smiling bitterly. "If I understood, do you think I would still be sitting here?" Yes, the current situation had completely exceeded Raoul's expectations. It's important to know that Raoul was already prepared for Eugenia to make a desperate last effort, having secured the note she was missing, the second note, around him. That is, Phineas and the female second note player from the Ether family. If Huinia wanted to gather the 7 notes, she would have to take down one of the second notes here. But by doing so, Huinia would have to confront Raoul directly. Chapter 469, 78 How did you manage to survive until now, 5K2. If he doesn't come, Raoul will complete the ritual, receive the power of the eternal notes, and then head straight to the academy to find and deal with her. Unless she escapes, Raoul couldn't think of a third possibility. So Raoul made all necessary preparations, even stationing the vast majority of the academy's Golden Sound staff here. But now her third option has arrived. This guy, does she plan to kill all the Golden Sounds? Raoul murmured softly. At this point, those waiting staff stepped forward and said to Raoul, Dean, we can't just wait here any longer. That guy is insane. She wants to kill all the Golden Sounds and prevent us from completing the grand ceremony. This indeed seemed like the most likely situation at the moment. But after a brief consideration, Raoul still shook his head. No, from what she has done, she is a very rational person. She has been planning for so long and won't choose to self-destruct at this moment. Raoul said, She wants to drive us back, or rather, she doesn't want to see me complete the ritual. Yes, that must be it. Raoul believed in his judgment, and then instructed his subordinates. At times like this, we must not let ourselves be led around by the nose. We don't know what hidden powers she has. Returning to the academy recklessly to find her poses too high a risk. The safest way is to wait for me to complete the ritual. The staff exchanged glances and then asked, How much longer do you need? Raoul checked the time, just under 40 minutes. 40 minutes? Should we just continue waiting here for 40 minutes? The staff said. Master Todd is still being hunted. Are we just going to wait here? Raoul's frown deepened. He knew things were getting complicated. Because most of his capable staff came from the 2 major families of Teichu. So compared to the academy, they were more loyal to their family. Thinking of this, Raoul realized even more that he couldn't rush and said as calmly as possible, Only 40 minutes, how much can she accomplish? The alarm has already been raised, and the other Golden Sounds will also be on alert. The only ones she managed to get were Karen and Evan, who originally had no guards because they felt Huinia already had corresponding notes and wouldn't attack them. That's why they were unprepared. Didn't Mr. Todd survive? Though the situation looks pretty bad, please remember, it's times like these when we must not lose our cool. Seeing Raoul emphasize this once again, the staff began to hesitate. Don't think of her as too terrifying. If she really had that strength, she should have come here to attack already. Raoul continued to reassure his subordinates. The fact she hasn't done so only shows her strength is still limited. It's just that she has more notes, and initially hiding in the shadows gave her a slight advantage. Once those staying at the academy come to their senses, she won't be able to stir any storm. Raoul's reasonable explanation gradually calmed the staff's spirits. Indeed, at the end of the day, that woman is just one person. To think she could challenge the 2 major families of Teichu, which have been thriving for 1,000 years, is truly a fool's dream. If that's the case, the safest method indeed is. Banged. The door of the Eternal Sound Hall was pushed open again. An old, blood-soaked silver sound player charged straight in, and then collapsed under everyone's gaze. Is that Quill? It really is Quill. Damn it, wasn't he protecting Master Todd? The staff from the Chuk family immediately rushed up and pulled Quill up. Quill, how are you? Don't ask how he is. What about the young master? How is Master Todd? Quill's eyes were blank, as if he had lost his senses, and he just kept muttering a few words. Young master, save the young master. After hearing this, Raoul realized that the situation, which he had just managed to stabilize, was about to spiral out of control again. Sure enough, those belonging to the Chuk family staff immediately stood up. Dean, we cannot wait any longer, one of the staff said to Raoul. Tonight we've already lost Master Karen. We can't lose Master Todd too. Maybe your plan is good, but we cannot accept such a price. Even though he had anticipated that they would make this choice, Raoul still sighed lightly and tried to speak in a commanding tone. What if I, as the Dean, order you to stay here and protect me? I'm sorry, Dean. The staff bowed slightly to Raoul but said with extraordinary coldness, You don't have that status. Upon hearing this, Raoul's expression immediately turned grim. But this Chuk family staff didn't explain further and promptly left with other members of the Chuk family. Following them was the Ether family. I'm sorry, Dean. You know, we already lost Master Daniel at the Three Courts, and a month ago we lost Master Roland too. The staff of the Ether family also said, even the Ether family cannot bear the loss of a generation of Golden Sound players. Then they also left with their clansmen. As a result, the number of players in the hall suddenly dwindled to less than a quarter, leaving only the orchestra responsible for the first inner song and Phineas, along with his people. Chapter 470. 78 How did you manage to survive until now? 5K3. Chapter 470. 78 How did you manage to survive until now? 5K3. Silence, a long silence. Raoul stood quietly beneath the eternal notes, his expression unchanged, yet the oppressive atmosphere left everyone present feeling breathless. A moment ago, he seemed to be the new ruler of the academy, commanding the two major families of Techu. But now, everything returned to its original state. Unexpected, he spoke softly. After so many years, the two families of Techu are still like this, no progress at all. No wonder the principal always looks down on them, right, Phineas? Raoul seemed to be casually chatting with Phineas, but Phineas didn't dare to respond lightly, as he felt that Raoul at this moment was like a lion suppressing its fury, and he didn't want to provoke him. Fortunately, Raoul held back because he knew that getting angry now wouldn't be useful, and would only bring more uncertainty. Long ago, the principal once told me that a qualified player should not be influenced by anyone or anything, just focus on their own path. Raoul approached the tuner placed in the center of the hall, putting his hand on his shoulder. Remember this, Mr. Phineas, it's the truth. Phineas nodded slightly. I will remember. Raoul smiled, clearly adjusting his mood. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you tonight, he said casually. I can assure you. Of course, Dean, Phineas responded with a smile, I trust you. This wasn't mere flattery, but not entirely accurate either. Phineas indeed believed, but not in Raoul, rather, in the Holy Sound Master. As time passed, they gradually began to hear the melody of the last outer song. The melody slowly entered the hall, lighting up the outermost eternal notes. The players present felt the notes within them responding uncontrollably to this power. The Holy Sound Master was about to awaken. It was summoned by this once-in-20 years musical wind to appreciate his unique festivity. But before that, this wind belonged to Raoul. He stood at the array eye, feeling the power symbolizing the Holy Sound Master infiltrating his body through every pore, extending his power and senses rapidly. Every player's chapters in the hall were clearly visible. The eternal notes above the hall seemed to be held in his hands. This is the power of the Master. Raoul gradually clenched his fist. Almost completed. At this moment he was him. Raoul's peripheral vision caught a figure rushing out from the first inner song's orchestra and charging straight at him. Huenia, when did she come in? Raoul couldn't see clearly yet, but his body instinctively reacted, swiftly pulling out his magic wand and pointing it at her. A beam of light shot out from the wand. Instantly knocked her away. She fell into the eternal notes like a leaf blown away by the wind, blood scattering everywhere. Heh, the target is still here. Raoul squinted slightly and then slowly walked towards the figure he knocked away. Though I don't know how you got in here, but... Halfway through his sentence, his pupils suddenly contracted and he quickly turned, pointing his wand at Phineas nearby. Phineas' attention was already on Raoul, and seeing him suddenly turning and pointing the wand at him was shocking, not knowing why Raoul intended to attack him. No, Raoul had no reason to attack him. It could only be. He turned his head sharply and, sure enough, saw a pair of cold eyes and a rapidly descending magic scythe. Splurt. Phineas' entire chest was torn open. What? Drip, drip. Blood dripped from his chest onto the ground. Phineas gasped heavily, eyes filled with fear. Just barely avoided. The scythe of death almost took him away. If not for Raoul's quick reaction, he would have been a corpse by now. All right, Mr. Phineas, let your people take you away. Raoul stood in front of him, looking at Huenia not far away, who had transformed her wand into a scythe with magical power. Leave the rest to me. Phineas opened his mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't. The Lawrence family members immediately helped him up and headed towards the hall's exit. During this, Phineas glanced at Huenia. Even now, Phineas found it hard to believe she was the harmless green tea girl he always thought. Those eyes, especially the left one, a mere glance with it robbed him of any courage to confront. Why is it like this? Clearly they're Lawrence family. Ought to be the protagonist of this festivity. What exactly did they do wrong? Phineas wanted to scream, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out again, ultimately unable to make a sound, like a dead dog dragged away. Only Huinia and Raoul remained in the scene. Though I want to commend you for your combat approach of weaponizing notes, and want to avoid detection. Raoul spoke slowly, his sensing ability further enhanced with the help of the eternal notes, able to clearly feel Huinia's every note resonance, heartbeat, and even each breath. Thus he had doubts. This body of yours, he gazed at Huinia's eyes, how did it survive till now? Chapter 471, 79 So they are still alive, 5K5. Chapter 471, 79 So they are still alive, 5K5. Raoul was indeed very puzzled. In his perception, Huinia's physical condition was very poor. It wasn't the kind of poor from being seriously injured, but rather the degree of bodily depletion. From all aspects, it didn't seem like something someone Huinia's age would exhibit, more like an old man who couldn't live for more days. Raoul even felt that the physical condition Huinia was currently displaying might be worse than Ulysses, who, most of the time, could only nestle in a chair. But why would it be like this? Could this actually be Huinia's, or should I say Cesar's, original body? Is her true age not too different from the principal's? It's just that she's always been altering her host's appearance through the music score, until now no one has discovered her true identity. No, that's impossible. This crazy idea didn't last long before Raoul quickly dismissed it. Because if it really was like the principal's body, she wouldn't be able to support doing so many things. One should know that as strong as Ulysses, he also can't do much anymore. So there's only one possibility. It seems like there are some secrets on you that we don't know. Raoul slowly opened his mouth. That secret gave you strength, allowing you to get here, but it's also overdrafting your body, right? Huinia did not speak, she just quietly looked at Raoul. And Raoul also slowly raised his magic wand, aiming at Huinia. At the same time, as if thinking of something, his cloudy pupils slightly narrowed. Let's think, the powerful force brought by the overdraft of life force, the only thing I know of, is just one. He seemed to be speaking to Huinia, yet also muttering to himself. Visas, yes, visas, only his body, only his corpse pieces would have such power, am I right? He didn't wait for Huinia's response, making his own conclusion. No wonder you could get here. If it were just a score, it would be impossible. You actually have Visas's corpse pieces. You actually have his corpse pieces. Damn, there are still people as lucky as you in this world. Raoul was excited at first, but then the eyes gradually burst forth greed and excitement that completely contradicted the calm and wisdom he always exhibited. But this emotion only lasted for a very brief moment. He quickly regained his composure. I see, since you're using such a taboo power, you indeed deserve to die without regret. The magic wand in Raoul's hand gradually burst out with a golden glow, making him appear with a kind of solemn holiness. Tonight, I will personally judge you in the presence of the great lord. Raoul had not finished speaking when several black magic chains suddenly shot out behind him, rushing toward his head. Oh, Rhine's spell is it? Raoul was not flustered. It was as if he had eyes growing at the back of his head. He merely turned half his body, gently swinging the magic wand in his hand, emitting resonating notes. In that instant, the magic chains turned to dust in the invisible sound waves. Too bad it's too low level. Raoul shook his head, and Rhine's greatest strength has always been divine arts, not spells. The words were still unfinished, when Huinia's magic scythe had already arrived at Raoul's face. With a clang sound, Raoul directly used his magic wand to block it. The magic wand, also reinforced with magic power, was not less durable than Huinia's. Not listening to when the teacher is giving a lecture is not the behavior of a good student. Raoul, looking at Huinia, who was already face-to-face with him, spoke with a still calm tone, just like a good teacher earnestly guiding a student. Missed knowledge will be very hard to make up for. He looked down at where the two magic wands collided. Two kinds of magical flames were fiercely burning. As I said before, strengthening the magic wand through the notes is indeed a very good combat method for you, because you now have 5 or 6 golden notes. Raoul said, You can easily reinforce a stick about to break into a deadly scythe of death, especially when facing a player who is not good at close combat. You have an absolute advantage. It seems you really studied this, but... Raoul suddenly exerted force, and the magic wand in his hand immediately burst out with magic flames more intense than Herwinia's. The burning flames shockingly reflected 7 golden notes. How could you possibly compare to someone like me, who has accepted the power of eternal notes? He shouted loudly. The magic flames on Herwinia's wand were immediately suppressed and devoured. Herwinia, who had never lost in terms of the number and quality of notes, fell completely at a disadvantage at this moment. She had to retreat a few steps, temporarily retreating to a safe area. Meanwhile, with the help of the gaze in her left eye, she saw streams of magic flows invisible to ordinary people. These magic flows poured from the thousands of eternal notes, then gathered on Raoul's body. This scene made Herwinia feel like she wasn't fighting Raoul, but like she was battling the entire Eternal Hall, all the Golden Sound players in the history of the Holy Sound. You seem to have seen something. Raoul's voice rang out again. He noticed Herwinia's gaze, then pondered and spoke. So, your piece is an eye, is it? No wonder, as you can move freely within the academy, none of our setups can affect you. You're always a step ahead. So that's it, you saw everything with that eye, didn't you? Chapter 472, 472. 79, so they are still alive. 5K52. Herwinia still did not speak. She raised her magic wand once again, and new flames of magic power flowed from it, transforming the wand into a scythe anew. Then she charged towards Raoul again. Oh, still attacking in the same way. Raoul smiled and raised his magic wand. It seems like you are the kind of person who won't give up until you see results. The 2 reinforced magic wands clashed again like cold weapons. They were like 2 beasts in battle, scattering flames of magic power like flesh flying around. But Herwinia was indeed the more disadvantageous one. With each contact, her magic scythe would become dimmer. After several exchanges, it was already like a candle that could extinguish at any moment. Is this all you can do? Raoul said. This doesn't look like someone who has killed so many golden notes. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Herwinia strike towards his neck. Raoul raised his magic wand to block once more. With this blow, he could extinguish Herwinia's last bit of fiery magic power. But Raoul heard the air-breaking sound mingled in the melody. Wait, this attack is fishy. Raoul realized something was off, but it was still too late. The 2 magic wands had already collided. Slash sound. Raoul's magic wand was cut through by Herwinia's scythe as easily as if it were just an ordinary stick. And the scythe's momentum continued unabated, ready to split Raoul's head in 2. Unfortunately, just before it succeeded, Raoul's body suddenly emitted a sharp screech, like countless hands scratching glass. 5 tones raging current. An invisible force emanated from Raoul as its center, scattering Herwinia away. But as Herwinia flew backward, she canceled the wand's transformation, aiming at Raoul's face. 5 sounds magic cube. Several magic beams began to converge and connect. But before they could form a magic cube, they were twisted again by the invisible sound waves, then turned into numerous white fine lines, recoiling towards Herwinia. Herwinia had to immediately conjure a barrier, but unfortunately the barrier failed to form, and the magic power intended to condense the barrier transformed again into wind blades, along with those white lines, cutting and piercing her body. Bang! All happened in a flash. Herwinia went from nearly succeeding in her sneak attack to being blown to the ground, and then took 2 chorus magic spells in a row, though not particularly high-ranking ones. They still left her battered. If it were an ordinary person, they would be dead by now. Because those 2 low-rank spells were aimed at her vital points too. Yet Herwinia quickly stood up again, grabbing her magic wand, and her wounds were swiftly healing. Just as expected, Raoul's voice rang again. That is not the power of holy sound. He first looked down at the magic wand split in 2 by Herwinia, then at her wounds. You didn't crush magic power with magic power, but used sheer force. That force is definitely not possessed by holy sound. Holy sound players never seek such brute force ways of fighting, looking from how you've enhanced your body and your weapon. It seems like Lyra's methods. Raoul squinted, then softly said, First is Rhine, then Lyra along with Visa's gaze, plus music score and notes. Herwinia, you indeed surprise me. I'd love to know how many secrets you still have. Herwinia took a deep breath, striving to adjust her state, while pondering how to break the situation. Now she fully realized Raoul's power. Not only could he use spells like having gathered all 7 notes on a music score at will, but also freely alter her chorus magic. Because under these thousands of eternal notes, Her notes were hard to use independently. Therefore, as long as Raoul wished, Huinia could not use any complete chorus magic in front of him, and it came at no cost. This was even more formidable than Bai Wei's middle finger. This was why Huinia initially opted for that kind of combat method. Only close-range combat, and using powers that don't require notes to drive, could barely contend with Raoul. But only slightly, after all, the powers Huinia commanded outside of Holy Sound were only the few Bai Wei taught her. Wanting to defeat Raoul with them was wishful thinking. Nevertheless, she had to win. And she had to win now. She glanced up at the time. Less than 3 hours left until 12 o'clock, and 3 hours later, the first inner song would play, and the Holy Sound Master would awaken. She had to settle Raoul by that time, and maybe not Raoul alone. No time left to waste. Currently, her only trump card is Rule. Which of those 3 rules should she use? Termination doesn't bear much significance. Raoul can use spells too quickly and freely rewrite hers. Gaze is too slow, and it's hard to keep Raoul constantly in her sight. Losing sight means starting over, unsuitable for such death-defying combat. Especially now Raoul has noticed her eyes, he surely will be more guarded. Chapter 473, 79 So They Are Still Alive, 5K53. Chapter 473, 79 So They Are Still Alive, 5K53. Then there's only domination. But domination always has a characteristic, which is that the stronger a person's magic power and soul, the harder they are to control. At this moment, Raoul was at the pinnacle of both, so even if Huinia forcibly used domination on him, it would be difficult to achieve a decisive victory. So what exactly should be done? Mr. Visas, if it were you, what would you do? She asked in her heart. Then she felt her finger tremble slightly, pointing to a direction. Huinia looked over, and after a brief daze, understood something. Not far away, Raoul was still quietly watching. He wasn't deliberately letting things go. On the contrary, he was very cautious. Because the things Huinia had shown were just too many, and most importantly, the rule of the corpse blocks had not yet been revealed. The stronger the person, the more they understood Visa's power and the more they held it in awe. So he didn't want to take too many risks because time was on his side, his power continuing to grow stronger as the Holy Sound Master gradually awakened. At a certain moment, it would reach its peak. At that time, unless Visas appeared personally, no force could harm him. So Raoul could afford to wait, but Huinia could not. In Raoul's view, it was probably because Huinia had used the power of Visas too much that her body was already at its limit, which is why she was so desperate to obtain the Master's wish, most likely to repair her body. That's why she's so crazy, so unscrupulous. Just wanting to survive. He thought this way. And at this moment, Huinia moved. She once again materialized a scythe. Raoul squinted his eyes. Again, that's too unoriginal. Huinia didn't speak, but assumed a stance. Raoul smiled mysteriously, preparing to respond. With a wave of his hand, the broken magic wand instantly restored. If you like it that much, then? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Huinia abruptly turn around and rush towards the rear. Was she trying to escape? But the exit is over there. Before he could react, he saw Huinia raise her hand and drop the blade with a crack. A eternal note dormant for countless years was split in two. Raoul's eyes widened. What the hell are you doing? Huinia ignored Raoul and swung her scythe again, chopping through dozens of eternal notes around her like cutting through wheat. Seeing this scene, Raoul's whole body trembled. Both furious and terrified, so much so that he couldn't even bear to watch anymore, he roared, "Stop!" and charged forward. Although Huinia's actions wouldn't affect Raoul's strength, the problem was, these eternal notes were symbols handed down by the Holy Sound for millennia, the greatest treasures and symbols. This is the totem of the Holy Sound. If these things were destroyed in his hands, Raoul didn't even dare to imagine. Not to mention how the Teichu families would wield this incident against him afterwards, or that he would become an undisputed criminal in Holy Sound history. Let's just talk about the present. The Master was about to descend. These were all the Master's collections. "You bastard!" Raoul roared, raising the magic wand at Huinia. "I will kill you." Huinia stopped her attack, constantly weaving through the eternal notes. She moved so fast that Raoul struggled to aim. unable to use those precise but less powerful chorus magics directly. But using the more powerful chorus magics would surely affect other eternal notes. Damn it, how could there be a fighting style like this? Who did you learn this from? Seeing Huinia running around and cutting eternal notes like harvesting wheat, Raoul realized he couldn't wait any longer. He had to stop her immediately. Even if it meant some collateral damage, it was better than destroying everything. Raoul gritted his teeth and activated the notes. Boom! After a huge explosion, Huinia finally stopped and fell into the crater caused by the explosion. And around her were the eternal notes that had been affected. At this moment, she felt as if she returned to that mortuary pit in her dreams, like before Bai Wei pulled her up. But now it was not Bai Wei standing in front of her, but an extremely furious Raoul. "How dare you?" Raoul roared. "How dare you? Do you know what you have done?" He pointed the magic wand at Huinia's nose, his body shaking with rage. "You vile dog, you destroyed the master's treasures. It's desecration, desecration." Huinia didn't speak, just quietly watched Raoul. The eternal notes were severely damaged. The melodies that had echoed for millennia had a brief pause, leaving only Raoul's beast-like roars in the empty grand hall. "Treasures," she spoke softly. "You mean these are corpses?" "Corpses?" Raoul almost laughed from anger. "The only one who'll soon become a corpse here is you, Huinia." "Oh, no, 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 you won't become a corpse. Absolutely not." He gritted his teeth and said each word carefully. "I'll turn you into eternal notes, too. Of course, as a sinner, I will make your flesh kneel forever beneath this eternal hall, kneel before them. Let you atone forever, never to be free. The only thing you can do is just watch, watch forever." After hearing Raoul's words, Huinia didn't get angry or scared but instead showed a smile. As expected, they're still alive. Her tone was very relaxed. This made Raoul uneasy. "What do you mean?" "Since they're alive," Huinia gently closed her eyes then. Before she could finish the second half, blood uncontrollably gushed from her mouth, as if her body was desperately trying to stop her from speaking further. Yet she still opened her mouth. "Tear him apart." A whisper, yet irrefutable. Raoul sensed the danger, but it was too late. Both he and Huinia had already fallen into the deep pit. Into the deep pit formed by countless corpses. The corpses reached out from all directions, grabbing Raoul's body. No, those weren't corpses, they were eternal notes. The eternal notes that had been dormant for millennia came to life. No, no, no. Raoul wanted to escape, immediately activating the notes. Just as the chorus began to sound, another crisp snap of the fingers. Everything returned to termination. He let out a horrifying scream. Huinia, with her eyes closed, only felt her body warm. When she opened her eyes again, Raoul had already been torn apart. Chapter 474, Play the Divine Song at 80. For a moment, Huinia felt like she was truly going to die. Such a large-scale domination, even if the dominated were a near-depleted group of souls, was still a massive burden for Huinia. So much so that when she finally released it, she felt her heart stop for a few seconds. She looked at the severed limbs of the eternal notes around her. From her perspective, these severed limbs seemed to push her to the very deepest layers of the abyss, condemning her beyond redemption. Yet at the same time, they seemed like hands reaching out to her in desperation. Huinia reached out her hand, grabbed one of the arms, and slowly gathered her strength, eventually pulling herself out from the bottommost corpses. The dried blood and powdery flesh pieces quickly fell off her body. Thus, Huinia climbed out of the pit, stepping on the countless severed limbs, and returned to the golden light of the eternal hall. But before Huinia could catch her breath, a very weak male voice sounded behind her. "Which piece of corpse blocks do you really possess?" Huinia turned her head, a little surprised, looking at the small section of the upper body left hanging on one of the eternal note arms, Raoul, who had been torn apart by countless hands. Not dead yet. Huinia originally thought this was another Cesar, and wanted to use gaze to look again, but found that gaze was already turned off. Bai Wei had helped her turn it off. Although Bai Wei didn't speak, since they had already helped her turn off gaze, it meant that in Bai Wei's view, Raoul no longer posed any threat. Probably just a flickering candle that hadn't been extinguished under the aid of the eternal notes. Huinia asked, "Does it matter?" "Does it matter?" Raoul gently closed his eyes. "Ah, yes, at this point those things really don't matter anymore, do they? After a brief silence, he opened his eyes again and asked in an extremely hoarse voice, "I never thought I'd die in a place like this by your hand. Can you tell me, were you sent by the headmaster?" Huinia shook her head. I figured as much, Raoul laughed. "If it were just for someone else, it's impossible to fight to such an extent, even if that person is the headmaster. Just like me back then, although I always believed the headmaster was the greatest player of our era, I didn't want to just become a small note in his historical legacy, so I... Very well, truly well, at least I was killed by a more exceptional version of myself, and not by the headmaster's symbol." Huinia didn't speak, just quietly looked at Raoul. "But it's a pity you still became the headmaster's pawn," Raoul said. "He used you to kill the one who was most likely to stop him, me, and he also used me to kill the one who could most likely impede him, you." A rather convoluted statement, but Huinia understood his meaning. "We're slaughtering each other, and he will gain what he wants, the thing he couldn't acquire 20 years ago," Raoul said, coughing blood. "To fight to this extent, we're both losers, truly. We're both losers." "Perhaps." Raoul continued to laugh. "But it's not completely hopeless. I still have one last card up my sleeve." Huinia calmly pointed out Raoul's card. "Eye of Ceremony." You truly know," Raoul said. "Cough, cough. It was originally prepared to deal with the headmaster, it's a pity." As he spoke, he tore off his already shattered shirt, revealing a small golden mark at his collarbone. That was the Eye of Ceremony. With this, one could receive the power of the eternal notes. "The reason I never singled you out, trying hard to drag it out to the ceremony, was for this," Raoul said. "Both to reasonably remove you and to guard against the headmaster. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have a reason to complete the eternal note ceremony here, but I never thought I would truly die by your hand." Raoul coughed even more severely. Even without using gaze, Huinia could clearly feel Raoul's last vitality was about to completely dissipate. He wouldn't live much longer. "Since so, I might as well give this thing to you," Raoul said. "Go and stop the headmaster." "Why?" Huinia asked. "Aren't my goals the same as the headmaster's?" Perhaps because I don't want to see him win everything," Raoul said softly. "As his most disappointing student, I also want to prove something to him at the end. Cough, cough, or perhaps I hope to see you win more than the headmaster. As I just said, in my eyes, you're another me. So, take this thing and beat the headmaster." Huinia gave a slight nod, then slowly walked to Raoul. Raoul looked at her with a satisfied gaze, like a kind teacher watching their beloved student. "Very good, very good." Raoul reached out his hand to Huinia, gently saying, "Prove to the headmaster that we are not just dispensable notes." Chapter 475. Play the divine song at 80. Huinia slowly bowed her head. Raoul's smile grew wider, as in his gaze the nails on the outstretched hand were rapidly growing. But then with a poof sound, Raoul's smile froze. He slowly bowed his head, seeing Huinia's magic wand piercing through his neck. Why?" His face was filled with disbelief. "How did you know?" "I don't need to know," Huinia calmly said. "I only know that with you dead, I can hold on to it more securely." Raoul's expression became even more twisted. He rushed towards Huinia with all his might. "Give me Visas's corpse." Unfortunately, he couldn't touch Huinia, and was once again split in two by her. Only then did he completely die. "It's a pity Visas's corpse can't keep you alive." Huinia paused, then softly spoke. "Of course neither can I." Then she bent down, reaching out towards the Eye of Ceremony of the Eternal Notes. "There hasn't been any movement inside for a long time. How is the Dean doing? Could something have happened?" "What nonsense are you talking about? The Dean would never lose to such a bitch." "Are you sure she's a woman?" Outside the Eternal Sound Hall, the orchestra set to play the first inner song was anxiously waiting. The leader among them, the Golden Note, was the woman from the Ether family. She was by far the most uneasy among everyone present, because the others were silver notes, theoretically much safer than her. She really wanted to leave directly like Phineas and seek refuge with her kin. But it was not possible, because she had to lead the orchestra to play the first inner song to welcome the arrival of the Lord. If she fled, she would definitely become the biggest sinner. So she could only hope the Dean would quickly deal with Huinia. After all, there wasn't much time left. Perhaps sensing her inner plea, the door of the hall was finally pushed open. Everyone looked over with expectant eyes, but their expressions simultaneously froze, especially the woman, whose eyes were filled with deep fear. For the person who emerged was Huinia. Covered in blood, she seemed like an evil ghost returning from hell, her gaze alone capable of killing. So when Huinia's gaze landed on the woman, her legs grew weak, and she couldn't stand steadily. Yet Huinia didn't move to harm anyone. She just looked at everyone, letting her gaze linger a little longer on the woman, then withdrew it, and walked expressionlessly past them all. The thick smell of blood made those present dare not make any move. But Huinia still did nothing, only leaving a few words. Continue playing. The ceremony continues. Huinia walked through the academy. With her current physical state, she could no longer keep gaze activated all the time, relying instead on the guidance of her fingers, specifically Bai Wei's direction. Quiet, very quiet. Though Bai Wei was helping her watch, ensuring she wouldn't directly encounter the guards of the janitors or the two major families, Teichu. But the academy was still too quiet. On the main paths, hardly anyone could be seen. The air carried the scent of blood, not from Huinia's body. It made Huinia realize something. But she remained silent, continuing her walk and under Bai Wei's guidance returned to the dormitory. Without much surprise, she did as she had countless times over the past 2 months, moving forward slowly to push open the door. The stronger stench of blood hit her face. Huinia continued onward, finally seeing the person she was looking for at her usual spot, Anita. Anita, as always, was sitting there with a half-cup of tea, seemingly waiting for Huinia for quite some time. Upon seeing Huinia, she put down the teacup and smiled. Congratulations on your success, Huinia. Huinia did not speak instead, her gaze gradually lowered. And she saw Phineas. To be precise, Phineas's head. Continuing further down. Corpses. More corpses. Chuk family, Ether family, Lawrence family. Dozens of janitor corpses piled up here, the spilled blood covering the entire hall, vivid like the red tea in Anita's cup. Seems like you succeeded as well, Huinia said. A trivial matter, Anita chuckled. A group of people scared to death by you wasn't difficult to deal with. Plus, the biggest obstacle was already taken care of by you, wasn't it? Honestly, if you had lost, I wouldn't have known how to deal with the Dean with the support of the Eternal Notes, but now the Eye of Ceremony of the Eternal Notes is with you, right? Huinia did not deny. Good, Anita nodded, smiling. Looks like you already know how to use the Eternal Notes, so I needn't tell you more, right? Huinia shook her head, then once again looked at the deceased players and asked, Can you tell me the reason? I told you the reason a long time ago, didn't I? Anita said, the meaning of the player. You think they can't be considered players anymore? Certainly, Anita said. The 7 Notes Divine Song hasn't appeared for hundreds of years because no one wants to see the Lord grant wishes. Even the 2 great families, Teichu, have been desperately stopping it, which is why Ulysses, the headmaster, failed 20 years ago. So this time, to witness the return of the 7 Notes Divine Song, it was necessary to clear all obstacles. Chapter 476, 80 plays the Divine Song, 3. Chapter 476, 80 plays the Divine Song, 3. Huinia asked, Is this your idea or Ulysses' idea? I have no ideas, Anita said with a smile. Do you remember what I told you before? I am not the outstanding player that the principal expects, nor am I deeply moved by the pursuit of ultimate music. However, I cannot become, nor do I need to become such a player, I just need to diligently fulfill the principal's expectations. The principal wants to see the 7 Notes Divine Song again, so I will help him see it. 20 years ago, these people thwarted the principal, so I will help him take care of them, it's that simple. Huinia said, It sounds like you only live for him. Naturally, Anita said. Miss Huinia, have you been to the Seed District? I grew up in the Seed District. I knew it, I felt a familiar aura from you, Anita said with a smile. If you grew up in the Seed District, then you should understand me even more. Born from such a cesspool, from such mire, I was supposed to be a hopeless person, but the principal found me, he gave me everything. That's because you are a golden note. No, at that time my note had not yet appeared, my master's house had already abandoned me. I vividly remember that I had been thrown into a corpse pit, buried under a layer of dirt, Anita said. It was the principal who brought me out, he gave me hope and rebirth. Miss Huinia, have you had such an experience? Huinia did not speak. I guess not, Anita said with a smile. If you had, you would naturally understand what I mean. Ever since I met him, everything was destined. This is my fortune and also my destiny. As she spoke, she stood up and took out the magic wand. So Anita's magic wand glowed softly, transforming it into a short sword, as she softly said, "From that moment, I was willing to give everything for the principal." Huenia did not speak. She quietly lit her own magic wand and glanced at the time. 1 hour left. The Holy Sound Master will awaken. This should be the final battle. Huenia took a deep breath, preparing for battle. Then she saw Anita smiling brightly, as she stabbed the transformed short sword into her own neck. Huenia's pupils instantly contracted. "Ha-ha, surprised," she said with a smile. "I am willing to give everything for the principal, even if it means becoming a true note." After she finished speaking, Anita fell into the pool of blood, dying with a full smile. Huenia fell into a stupor. At the same time, the door behind her was pushed open with a bang. Several beams of white light shone in. Countless neatly dressed servants filed in, half of them cleaning the scene, while the other half approached Huenia, bowed down, and after saying, "Apologies, Miss Huenia," they reached out their hands. But it was not to kill her, because in their hands were towels, warm water, and new clothes. They removed Huenia's blood-stained clothing, began to clean her wounds, and tidied up her appearance. Some even knelt in front of Huenia, helping to wipe her bare ankles. They were all players, yet unarmed, respectful like the humblest servants. 20 minutes later, everything was as good as new. Huenia, dressed in a luxurious robe, watched as they placed the cleaned bodies of Anita and Phineas in front of her. Naked corpses like cleaned meat, with golden notes painted on them. They looked at Huenia with eyes full of hope and expectation, loudly shouting, "Play the divine song! Play the divine song! Play the divine song!" Chapter 477, 81 The Most Perfect S. Chapter 477, 81 The Most Perfect Chapters. Huenia sat by the window of her dormitory, watching the sun illuminate everything in the distance. The night had ended. The chapters offered to the Holy Sound Master had already crossed the Eternal Sound Hall, officially stepping into the Holy Mountain. This meant the Holy Sound Master had awakened. He was gazing at this world, at the stage prepared for him, and at the chapters being played for him. Huenia could very clearly feel his presence. Because her notes, her score, were subtly pulsating at this moment, like lifelike veins, or like keys being played, as if her body was involuntarily cheering for the coming of the Lord. "Miss Huenia," a female voice came from behind. Huenia turned around and saw a silver sound player kneeling behind her, holding a thick stack of scores. "These are all the 7 notes divine compositions recorded in the history of the Holy Sound," the player said. "Please feel free to select any." Huenia walked forward slowly, looking at the scores in the player's hands. Just as she said, these weren't ordinary pieces but 7 notes divine compositions, which were extremely rare and precious even within the 2 great families of Techu. Yet now, they were quietly presented before Huenia, akin to women in the lower city district desperately longing for seeds from the upper city, ripe for the picking. "If you wish to compose independently, that's no problem," the player added. "Principal Ulysses has already instructed, from now on, everything in this academy will be open to you. You can freely read any book in the library and request any professor or mentor in the academy to assist you in completing the divine compositions. Of course, if you desire the principal's assistance, that's also fine. Principal Ulysses is always there waiting for you." Huenia did not take the scores, but after a brief silence said, "I want to be alone." "No problem." The player placed the scores down and snapped her fingers. The attendants waiting outside the room respectfully withdrew immediately, leaving only Huenia alone in the room in the blink of an eye. Huenia glanced at the mirror beside her. The girl in the mirror appeared opulent and magnificent, like a work of art. Just looking at this scene, no one would ever think of what kind of battle she had experienced last night. Even Huenia herself found it hard to distinguish whether this was a dream, or if last night was the dream. "Ulysses," she softly murmured the name. All of this was brought by Ulysses. Last night's actions weren't solely Huenia's, but Ulysses as well. While Huenia was fiercely fighting with Dean Raoul, Ulysses simultaneously acted against the people of the 2 great families of Techu. Todd, Phineas, and more, any player from the noble forces who didn't withdraw from the academy was completely wiped out by Ulysses' people. And these subordinates of Ulysses were originally quite inconspicuous individuals. Some were cleaners, some were librarians, some were the most unobtrusive students in the classroom, and others were mentors and professors without any credentials. Just like Anita. Just as Anita had mentioned. For the past 2 decades, the principal traveled across the entire Holy Sound, met many people, and found many people. This matter was known to everyone. But including the 2 great families of Techu, no one took it to heart. Except for Ulysses' former disciple, Dean Raoul, but what he glimpsed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Of course, if it were just these people, they would not be able to directly contend with the 2 great families of Techu. Under normal circumstances, once the 2 great families of Techu realized what was happening, they would certainly not be something Ulysses and his disciples could withstand. But fortunately, this is not normal circumstances. This is a festival. The inner song began playing. The chapters offered to the Lord had already sounded. Even the 2 great families of Techu couldn't invade the academy at this time to disrupt the Lord's festival. Thus, no one could stop Ulysses at this festival. Just as Dean Raoul had said before his death. Everyone was a pawn of Ulysses. Including Huinia, even though she now possessed 7 golden notes, she could not dispel the sense of powerlessness in her heart. "Mr. Visas," she whispered, "was all of this within your expectations as well?" Bai Wei did not respond. Not only did his inner voice not respond, but his body also made no movement. When the first inner song began playing, he vanished completely as if he had never existed. In Huinia's memory, this was the first time she could not get any response or guidance from Bai Wei. Huinia gently closed her eyes. The world seemed once again to leave her as the sole inhabitant. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. If so, she should go see this great principal. A day had passed, and the academy was now vastly different. The orchestra playing the inner song wore long white robes and sat high up, extending their hands towards the falling snow, as if desiring to embrace the invisible Lord. Their notes continuously played under the surge of magic power, like turning themselves into keys, transforming the melody into holy sounds dedicated to the Lord. Just like the eternal notes in the eternal hall, except that their faces were filled with extreme happiness. As Huinia walked past them, not even the slightest sidelong glance was thrown her way. This chapter is updated by Free webnovel. See Chapter 478, 81 The Most Perfect S2. Chapter 478, 81 The Most Perfect Chapters 2. They are in joy. Even though some of them have been replaced by Ulysses, the others seem completely unaware, or perhaps they simply don't care. What they care about is only their own melody. Huinia watched for a moment, then continued forward. Very soon, she stepped onto the mountain path she had walked countless times over the past 2 months. Passing through melodies and snowstorms, she once again stood in front of the old tree adorned with wind chimes. Ulysses waited for her under the tree, a gentle smile on his face as always. The only difference was that the dormitory administrator named Anita was no longer by his side. Huinia continued forward until she was standing right in front of him. "Huinia, take a seat." Ulysses pointed to the chair before her. "Have some tea." Huinia sat down, looking at the tea that had already been poured before her. But unlike before, this tea had already gone cold. "Anita brewed it before she left," Ulysses said with a smile. "If you had come last night, you might have caught a trace of warmth." Huinia said nothing. Instead, she drank the cup of tea in one go. The piercing cold sliced through her throat like a sharp knife, causing waves of pain. "I know you have many questions you want to ask me," Ulysses leisurely said, "but before that, might I know your real name?" Huinia was silent for a moment, then said, "I've long forgotten it." "I see," Ulysses said with slight regret. "It seems I haven't been able to reach your heart." "Why do you say that?" "Because you don't seem like my student, still unwilling to share everything with me," Ulysses said. "I know you come from the Seed District, and I know what kind of place that is. I have seen many of my students avoid speaking of that experience, yet they all are willing to tell me. Miss Huinia, after that, did you tell anyone your name?" Huinia remained silent, but such a conversation emerged in her mind. Yes, that's more like you. Dying here would be too shameful. If you're unwilling, then grab my hand, then swear allegiance to me. To swear allegiance, you need a name. A true name. It seems there's such a person," Ulysses said with a smile. "Then, Huinia, if you win, will your wish to the Lord have anything to do with this person?" "Of course, you don't have to answer me, I'm just talking to myself." Huinia indeed didn't answer. She looked at Ulysses and asked, "Why are you doing this?" Ulysses smiled and asked, "Which parts are you referring to?" "All of it." "All of it, that would indeed take time." Ulysses lazily leaned back in his chair. "But my time is relatively abundant. At least today I can answer you one by one." Huinia pondered for a moment, then asked the first question. "Are you planning to personally participate in this festival?" "Oh," hearing Huinia's words, Ulysses' smile widened. "It seems you've already guessed after all. As expected of the last student I chose, you didn't ask the mundane question of why are you helping me attain the Lord's wish. If you did, I'd be very disappointed. I have never believed that someone would be good to another unconditionally," Huinia calmly said. "Especially the Lord's wish, so what I had thought before was, you'd kill me after I obtained the 7 notes, but you didn't do that. Instead, you had Anita give me the remaining 2 notes. Is it not possible that I simply want to witness the 7 notes divine song?" Ulysses said. "And currently only you want to perform the divine song. If that were the case, you'd specify my music piece," Huinia said. "And more importantly, you've always pursued the ultimate, the perfect notes. So you wouldn't hand this process to anyone else, because even if someone else really performed the 7 notes divine song, they couldn't reach what you consider perfection. At least that's what you think." Huinia's words made Ulysses' expression more satisfied. He kept nodding in approval. Very good," he said with a smile. "You are my last student, also the one I've spent the least time with, yet you're the one who understands me the most. I'm very gratified, Huinia." If it were usual, Huinia would definitely respond to Ulysses with a smile, but now it was no longer necessary. She looked at Ulysses' aged body and asked, "Do you also have the golden score and 7 notes?" "Yes," Ulysses nodded with a smile, "but I didn't etch it on my body because my body is too old. It can no longer bear such exquisite artworks." As expected. Ulysses also had the music score and 7 notes. "In fact, I've been collecting the notes and score for a long time, as you might have guessed. That's why I've traveled all over the Holy Sound," Ulysses said. "It was a long process. It took me about 15 years, mainly because the music score is indeed very rare. Especially since the score's owners appear very late. Most in the Seed District don't even reach adulthood. Finding him was my greatest fortune in 20 years. The second was meeting you." Huinia didn't speak. She just listened quietly. "Perhaps you're wondering, why did I still help you after collecting the notes and score so early?" Ulysses cheerfully looked at Huinia. Huinia was silent for a while, then said, "Because only this way can you complete the most ultimate, most perfect chapters in your mind." "Haha, indeed I knew you, do you understand?" Ulysses continued to nod. 15 years ago, when I obtained the notes and score, I was pondering a question. What is ultimate? What is perfection? If at the festival it's only me performing the 7 notes divine song, then where is its ultimate? Where is its perfection? If from beginning to end the only one competing with me is myself, then what is the point of it all? The chapters I seek should be the best, not the only ones, so what makes it the best?" Huinia softly said, "Defeating another 7 notes divine song." Ulysses didn't reply verbally, but his expression clearly indicated that Huinia was correct. Huinia then asked, "What if I am the one who wins?" "That would prove you're a superior, more ultimate player," Ulysses said. "Being defeated by such a player, what's wrong with that?" "But I will attain the Lord's wish." "What difference does it make?" Ulysses said with a smile. "Huinia, do you know what wish I'd make to the Lord if I won in the end?" Huinia shook her head. "I wouldn't make any wish." Huinia's pupils immediately contracted. "Surprised?" Ulysses said indifferently. "Some might think I want power, I want wealth, or I want eternal life. But in reality, I want nothing. What I've always pursued is not that wish, but the chapters, the most perfect chapters. Nothing else is important." Huinia, indeed, never thought she'd get this answer. But somehow it wasn't so surprising, because she thought of Anita last night. "This is how a player should truly be," Ulysses said with a smile. "The Lord grants us such marvelous artistic power, leading us away from ignorance and folly. We should respond to the Lord in the most perfect way. Coming for the ranking, coming for the wish, deviates from the player's path, and I want everything back on track, that's all. Simply put, we should be humble, we should rejoice, we should go all out. That's how it is, Huinia." Chapter 479, 83, I'm going to kill all you idiots. After leaving Ulysses, Huinia felt an unusual heaviness in her heart. Although Huinia had always speculated about Ulysses, she could never have imagined that Ulysses would go to such an extreme extent. Players are born to ignite the chapters. I'm merely restoring the players to their true form. What is wrong with winning, after all? That's just it, Huenia. Ulysses's words echoed endlessly in Huenia's mind. Since coming to this academy, Ulysses had left the deepest impression on her. She stopped, looking up at the snow-laden sky. Although nothing could be seen, one could still feel a majestic, unshakable power soaring above the sky, gazing indifferently upon this land. Is that so? Huenia murmured softly. It was as if she were talking to herself, or perhaps conversing with another existence within her, but there was still no response. In fact, Huenia should not have been so confused. With Ulysses's confession, the current situation had become clear and obvious. Before the festival ended, the two great families of Techu couldn't enter the first academy, and her only rival, Ulysses, no longer intended to battle her to the death. In Ulysses's 20-year plan, it was all for the last less than 3 days, to be specific for that final performance. By defeating Huenia, he not only made up for the regret of 20 years ago, but also fulfilled his greatest pursuit in life. If Huenia won against him, he would not regret it because he lost in such a millennial showdown. Failing as a player is also a form of extremity. No matter what the outcome, Ulysses could accept it cheerfully, which is why he completely let Huenia go in these final days. To him, a third possibility didn't exist. But Ulysses accounted for everything, yet he couldn't foresee the higher dimensional presence within Huenia's body, visas. In Byway's plan, Huenia didn't need to participate in Ulysses's final chapter at all. Huenia only needed to before the final chapter began, when the Holy Sound Master focused all their attention on the Holy Temple, play a specific 7 notes divine song elsewhere, take the corpse blocks, and then leave, possibly even departing from the Holy Sound itself. This could naturally turn Ulysses's final pursuit into nothing. So as long as they followed the original plan, everything would end as hoped. She also believed Byway would keep his promise, return her body, and find a way to prolong her life. But would that be enough? Huenia pondered this question. Miss Huenia. A rather familiar voice sounded again. Huenia turned her head to see the woman who had served her in the dormitory earlier smiling at her from the side. Huenia recalled that her name seemed to be Maggie. Is there something you need? Huenia asked indifferently. I didn't mean to disturb you, it's just that there was something I didn't clarify before, Maggie said with a smile. Although you might already know, just in case, I'll mention it again. Do you know about color-enhancing magic? Color-enhancing magic? Yes, Maggie nodded. As its name suggests, it's a means to add color to notes. A means to add color to notes. Huenia couldn't help but think of Roland, the one who disguised as the Academy doctor, using others' notes to enhance his own fading notes, the Ether family member. I probably know, Huenia said. Is there a problem? Not really a problem, just a small suggestion. Maggie bowed slightly. If you need enhancement, you can contact us. We have any note player you require enough to enhance your notes to the best state. Huenia looked at Maggie and said, if I'm not mistaken, color-enhancing magic causes the corresponding player's colors to fade, right? Yes. So would anyone be willing? Of course, Maggie asked with a smile. Why not? Is it the order of Principal Ulysses? No, of course not. Maggie shook her head. Principal Ulysses has never ordered us anything. We follow him voluntarily. As players? Yes, Maggie said softly. We are all players, we are all notes, we all offer chapters to the master regardless of everything. That's it. Having said this, Maggie bowed to Huenia again and then turned away. Huenia said nothing, just watched Maggie's figure gradually disappear from sight. In the farther distance, the orchestra was performing the main piece. They were pious and respectful. Like keys, like notes, like rare art pieces. Ultimately, they knelt down, slowly vanishing into the wind and snow. At the edge of his vision, Og saw another child kneel down and disappear into the wind and snow. He rushed over immediately, shouting loudly, but received no response. As expected, by the time he arrived, the child was completely frozen. And beside this child was his father. Kneeling towards the holy mountain, his entire body trembled, perhaps from the cold, perhaps from excitement. His mouth incessantly muttered something, as if talking to himself. Chapter 480. 83. I'm going to kill all you idiots too. But Og knew he was chanting along with the holy sound that descended with the heavy snow. Og wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found he couldn't speak, as his throat was already hoarse. So he silently closed his mouth, picked up the frozen child, and turned to leave. Everything was very familiar. Annoyingly familiar. Finally, he threw the child into a deep pit, where countless other children had already died in the same way. Og rested his hands on his knees, gently panting. "Where's that Og guy? Why is he missing again?" A rough male voice sounded nearby, and Og had to quickly pull himself together, shouting, "Coming, coming," as he jogged over. Sure enough, the leader of this seed district was already looking at him with displeasure beside the bonfire. "What exactly are you doing?" the leader said bluntly. "During the festival, you're not listening to the holy sound, but running around instead. Is this how you repay the lady's kindness? Aren't you afraid of missing the chapters played by the lady? This festival is the grandest event for the Haluo family, because the young lady Huinia of the Haluo family is among them. Although due to the delay of information, they still don't know what happened in the academy, nor which melody Huinia is playing. But they only need to know that after this festival ends, the status of the Haluo family will greatly improve, and they will benefit accordingly." So the leader gave orders, requiring all the people in the Haluo family, including the seeds, even those children only a few years old, to listen to the chapters played by the young lady during this period. Actually, even if the leader didn't give orders, the seeds of the seed district would listen to the holy sound, as this is what they most anticipate, what they most aspire to. But children are different. Most of them still don't know what the holy sound is, yet they are forced to kneel, forced to listen, and subsequently forced to leave this world. Og really wanted to stop all this, but he didn't have the qualifications. All he could do was bring back their bodies after seeing them fall one by one. Even just doing that aroused the leader's intense dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Og being the lady's relation brought back openly, he would have told this disobedient brat to get lost. "Listen, the young lady asked us to bring you back not because you are worth anything, it's just because the young lady is kind-hearted." The leader pointed at Og's nose and said, "The young lady brought back many people, and you are the most inconspicuous and the most disobedient one among them. If you miss the young lady's chapters, you know the consequences." Og could only apologize repeatedly. The leader snorted coldly and walked away. Og also knelt once more in the snow, starting to listen to the holy sound again. Listening to the holy sound is not a simple task. Because the melody is intertwined with the falling snow, one must be very focused, very devout to capture a trace, just like spreading your hand towards the sky, waiting for an unmelting snowflake to fall perfectly into your palm. Originally, Og thought this would definitely not be difficult for him, because he had been anticipating for a long time the chapters from Miss Huinia. He even felt he must be the person in this world most looking forward to Miss Huinia's chapters. But when the festival began and the holy sound descended, he found it wasn't so. Those melodies intertwined in the snow, coming from the top players and composers, were indeed sacred and elegant, ethereal and solemn, making one instinctively want to kneel, worship, and kiss the earth. But Og had a very strange feeling. That is, these tunes didn't seem to be played by Miss Huinia. Although to this day, he didn't know what tunes Huinia would play at the festival, or when it would start. But he had such a thought in his heart. These tunes weren't played by Miss Huinia. Miss Huinia would not play such tunes. Why exactly? Og didn't know. But these chapters dedicated to the master, he couldn't listen to them. He couldn't concentrate on them and tell himself that these were Miss Huinia's works. Whoosh sounded. Nearby, another child collapsed. Og hadn't had time to go over before seeing the leader looking over with a warning glance. He didn't dare to move, could only silently lower his head and continue listening to the holy sound. Until the leader satisfactorily turned his head back, Og then got up quietly. If Miss Huinia were here, she would also do the same. Og said to himself in his heart, and then walked familiarly to the child, prepared to pick him up as usual. But at this moment, the adult beside the child, like an ice sculpture, suddenly burst forth, pouncing on Og, and before Og could react, he grabbed a stone and frantically smashed it onto Og's head. "Why are you interfering with me? Why are you interfering with me?" he shouted loudly. "I could hear the holy sound just now. I could hear it just now. Why are you always disturbing me? You're the one stopping me from listening to the holy sound. You're the one coming to stop me from listening to the holy sound." Chapter 481, 83 I'm going to kill all of you idiots 3. The commotion here naturally caught the attention of others. The leader immediately rushed over and kicked the stud to the ground. "Bastard, what are you doing?" The stud seemed to have already reached his limit. After that kick, he was on the verge of giving out, using his last bit of strength to murmur mournfully. "I've already heard the holy sound. I really have heard it. It's all his fault, all his fault." The leader clicked his tongue in displeasure and then turned his head to look at Og. "I've told you before, don't be nosy, you just—" Og did not respond. He lay dazed in the snow, holding the dead child of the stud in his arms. The blood was striking against the white snow. Hunia silently watched the blood in the snow, as a dead male was dragged away by two other players. And they were all students of Ulysses. "What happened here?" she asked Maggie beside her. "It's nothing you need to concern yourself with," Maggie said with a smile. "Just dealt with a minor issue." "A minor issue?" Yes, Maggie did not hide it from Huinia. Just a pitiful person who strayed from the player's path. "Can you explain more clearly?" "He wanted to leave." "Why?" "Love, family," Maggie shrugged. "We weren't sure, but when we found him, he already wanted to leave, so we helped set him back on the path." "I still don't understand," Huinia questioned. "Does he have to die because he had feelings?" "No, of course not," Maggie shook her head. "It's because his notes were of high quality, and we needed to keep it for your coloring." "I never said I wanted coloring." "You just haven't requested it yet," Maggie said with a smile. "If you suddenly ask for it and we can't provide, that would be our dereliction." Huinia's pupils slightly narrowed, just because of this. "Yes," Maggie said, "we are players meant to complete the greatest, most ultimate chapters, and we can't allow anyone to fall behind at this moment. If they do, we set them back on the right path, just like now." "I see," Huinia asked. "Then which note are you?" "The third note." "What if I want to use your note for coloring?" Huinia gazed into Maggie's eyes. "The most ultimate kind." "Of course, no problem." Maggie took out a dagger she had prepared long ago, handing it over with a smile. "You can take it any time." Huinia fell silent. For a moment, she was a bit disoriented, not knowing if it was Maggie or Anita standing in front of her. Or perhaps everyone. She quietly looked at the dagger Maggie handed over, and in that pale reflection, Huinia saw her own face and those eyes like stars. At that moment, she seemed to understand something. And then she burst out laughing. He ta-ha. It was a heartfelt laugh, so much so that she had to clutch her stomach to keep from doubling over. Faced with such a sudden situation, Maggie remained calm, with a slight smile on her face, maintaining a bowed posture like an ice sculpture, like the eternal notes, showing no reaction to Huinia's actions. Huinia kept laughing, with tears coming out of her eyes. "I am such an idiot, really, always overcomplicating things, too complicated. I clearly made a decision a long time ago, but just couldn't think clearly at the last moment. Maybe it's because of him, spending too much time with him. I've almost forgotten what this world is like." Huinia's voice gradually softened, as she gazed at Maggie in front of her, and then gently spoke. "Thank you for reminding me of my original intention." Maggie looked up at Huinia, smiling as she asked, "Your original intention, is it related to music? If possible, could you tell me? I can help you consider it, before you wield the knife." "Of course." Huinia pressed her finger against her lower lip, trying hard to think of something. "Let me think how to describe it. Ah, I've got it." She remembered an adjective Byway liked to use, then happily snapped her fingers, pointing at Maggie with a bright smile, and seriously said, "I want to kill all you idiots, all of you." Chapter 482, 83 The Limits of Mortals. Chapter 482, 83 The Limits of Mortals. "Miss Huinia, can I ask you a question?" Sure." "Why are you willing to be my friend?" "Why wouldn't I be? You're a golden sound player, but I'm just a copper sound." "So what? Being a player is just a status." "What else can it be?" "Idiot, it's being human." Og opened his eyes. It was pitch black in front of him. If not for the pain on his forehead, he might have thought he was already dead. He touched his forehead and felt bandages, sticky with what was likely seeping blood. This wound was wrapped carelessly, as if sloppy, yet also as if deliberate. And this made him recall everything, recalling the expression of grief and despair on the male breeder who lunged at him, and the stone that relentlessly struck his head. Og fell into silence. He still remembered that breeder, because the breeding room was closer to him and the breeder's health was poor, so Og had specially looked after him. He even helped take care of his child at the start of the festival. But the child was gone, and he nearly killed Og. The reason for trying to kill Og was simply that Og, in an attempt to save his child, accidentally disturbed him from listening to the holy sound. Why did it come to this? Og sat alone in the darkness, feeling profound exhaustion and helplessness. Just like the leaders had been cursing him these days. What was the point of what he was doing now? He tried to save those children but failed. He tried to help those dying breeders, yet only received their hatred. The managers said he was foolishly doing pointless things and wished to chase him away immediately. He stood against everyone else. Why had the world become like this? As he thought about this, he soon felt it wasn't right. The world seemed to be like this from the start, and the seed district he lived in was like this too. So it must be his problem after all. But why had he become like this? Og's hand slowly reached for the pendant on his chest. Evidently it was against his heart, yet the pendant was cold, without a trace of warmth. This made Og realize he hadn't seen Huinia for a long time. It felt like the last time wasn't 2 months ago, but a lifetime ago, making all memories of Huinia seem so unreal. He even felt that he was about to forget Huinia's voice. Since coming here, Og had never longed so much to hear Huinia's voice, as if a person plummeting off a cliff desperately waving his arms, trying to grasp that single rope. But is there really another chance? Og clutched the pendant tightly, yet his eyes were gray with despair. There was no opportunity left. Miss Huinia was still. He suddenly thought of something, and the dimness in his eyes began to flicker again. The festival. Right, the festival. He hadn't heard Miss Huinia's music yet. Og struggled to get up. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious, nor if he had missed the chapters. He could only hope he hadn't. But his body was too weak, and as soon as he got out of bed, he collapsed onto the ground, almost fainting again. The room was pitch black, the floor uneven, only a faint light from outside barely illuminating the path ahead. Og crawled from the darkness, inching towards the door. As if just reaching that place, he could hear Huinia's voice. As long as he could hear Huinia's voice, everything would be better. Just like the beam of light before him. The light that shone into the darkness. Og felt as if he crawled half his life, just to cover those few meters. And when he finally crawled out of the room, the scene before him became immortal in his memory. He finally saw that beam of light. Not from the moon, nor from any bonfire, but a towering pillar of light cast onto the earth from the murky sky. It was clearly far in the distance, yet in Og's eyes it was so vivid, so majestic, as if it were right in front of him. And beneath that pillar of light were countless kneeling worshippers. Everyone wished they could bury their heads in the dust, offering their most sincere reverence to this pillar of light. Because everyone knew where this light came from. Holy Sound Master. As a player, Og naturally understood what this meant. The master cast her gaze upon the earth, enjoying the final chapter about to be played for her. In the face of this divine power, Og nearly forgot why he even crawled out, and involuntarily bowed down, wanting to bury his head in the dust like everyone else. Just then, a gust of wind rushed over, fluttering the pendant on Og's chest. The pendant tinkled with metallic sounds, not loud, yet incredibly clear to Og's ears. Og regained his senses, staring blankly at the small pendant struggling in the gale. Miss Huinia. The Lord's light is still so dazzling. The entire Haluo family knelt under the holy light, except Ivan Haluo, who hadn't completely knelt, and was slightly awe-inspired and admiring of the distant holy light, softly speaking. Just like 20 years ago, just one glance makes one want to surrender. Chapter 483, 83, The Limit of Mortals 2. Chapter 483, 83, The Limit of Mortals 2. Beside her, Mandy whispered, "Are you sure it will be our Huinia who plays the final chapter?" "Of course," Ivan replied with a light laugh. But there was one more thing he didn't say. After the final chapter, the Haluo family will gain everything as well. He smiled as he bowed his head, touching his forehead to the ground. "Come, my dear daughter, let me enjoy the final chapter." "Is it finally about to begin?" Ulysses sat in front of the small cabin, gazing at the holy light focused within the Seven Sounds Temple, and softly said, "It has been 20 years, hasn't it?" Beside him, Maggie looked at Ulysses with eyes full of longing and said, I believe you will surely win everything. Haha, I hope so too. After all, I've prepared for 20 years. Ulysses smiled, patting Maggie's head, then asked, Where's Huinia? She's been in the dormitory the whole time, Maggie said, and hasn't left for 2 days. I see, Ulysses nodded slightly. I hope she's ready too. After saying this, Ulysses propped himself up with the gemstone cane, slowly stood up, and then looked towards the Seven Sounds Temple. I should get moving too. Shall I support you over there? No need, Ulysses said slowly and determinedly, leaning on his cane. I want to walk to the Lord myself. Hearing Ulysses say this, Maggie naturally did not stop him, bowing slightly. Then we shall also set out to awaken noise. Thank you for your hard work. I hope in my next life I can still be your student. Haha, sure, Ulysses nodded, smiling warmly. In the next life I will become your note. Maggie didn't respond further, and Ulysses continued to walk slowly with the cane toward the fully illuminated Seven Sounds Temple. Lord, he gently said, your most faithful player is here. Huinia sat calmly by the window, looking at the Seven Sounds Temple not far away. When the holy light appeared, it meant that the celebration was nearing its end, or perhaps its climax. The gaze of the Holy Sound Master had already gathered into shape. Although the final chapter had not been played yet, he was clearly impatient. Much like Ulysses' student. In the past 2 days, they did not disturb Huinia, but they laid a gold carpet on the stairs leading to the Seven Sounds Temple, with those who had finished performing kneeling on both sides of the stairs, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Of course, that person was Huinia. Huinia looked at the Seven Sounds Temple in the holy light. Even without using the power of gaze, she could sense Ulysses waiting for her there, waiting for her to take the stage. Or rather, everyone in the holy sound was waiting for her. When the night ended and dawn broke, when the first ray of sunlight illuminated the path, the last inner song would conclude. It would be time to play the final chapter. And at this moment, it was supposed to be the time for Huinia to act. The Holy Sound Master had already focused most of his gaze on the Seven Sounds Temple. But Huinia did not move, just quietly sitting there as if waiting for something. Finally, she heard that voice, which she hadn't heard for 3 days and felt almost unfamiliar. Bai Wei spoke calmly, Were you waiting for me? Yes, Huinia replied. You have finally awakened, Mr. Visas. I never slept, Bai Wei said. I've been watching you all along. I know. Just as Huinia finished speaking, she saw her left hand lift uncontrollably, the upright middle finger quietly gazing at her. Just like countless times over the past 3 months. But both Huinia and Bai Wei could sense the difference within them. A faint barrier had already emerged between them. It seems you have something to say to me, Bai Wei said calmly. Yes, Mr. Visas, Huinia nodded slightly. Before we officially talk, may I ask you 2 questions first? You may. Thank you, then I'll ask, Huinia inquired. If I fail, do you still have a chance to reclaim your corpse blocks? Bai Wei, who had long anticipated Huinia's inquiry, replied blandly. There is a chance, but possibly in another 20 years or even longer. Another 20 years, such a long time, Huinia said softly. Then the second question, after leaving here, when will you return again? You might as well ask more directly, Bai Wei said. When can I kill the Holy Sound Master, is that right? Yes. I don't know, Bai Wei said, but it won't be a short time. I see, then will I live to see that day? Bai Wei remained silent for a moment, then said, No. Huinia laughed. Indeed, I knew that you wouldn't bother to lie on this matter, so in that case. She paused. Mr. Visas, I think our cooperation should end now. Hearing Huinia's words, Bai Wei laughed instead. I already guessed you would say this. Don't forget I've been watching you all along, Bai Wei said. I know you've always had this kind of scheme, always preparing for it with my power. Did you see through it all? Yes, Bai Wei smiled and said. 3 days ago, the reason you chose to address everyone overnight wasn't just for the efficiency you spoke of, but also because by pushing yourself to the extreme, you forced me to pay a greater price for you, thereby simultaneously depleting my purpose, correct? Chapter 484-83, The Limit of Mortals 3. Chapter 484-83, The Limit of Mortals 3. Huinia did not speak, she just quietly listened. Furthermore, your actions against those unnecessary notes were not just to use them to distract the guards of the 2 great houses of Techu, but for a more important purpose. Bai Wei said. The same goes for dealing with Raoul. Everything you did was in service of your ultimate goal. Bai Wei paused, and after carefully observing Huinia, he continued. Your ultimate goal is to kill all the players of the Holy Sound. Am I right, Huinia? A truly shocking conclusion. However, Huinia's expression showed no surprise. She and Bai Wei seemed like two people who knew each other completely, as if nothing the other said could surprise them. It seems you have also guessed the method I wish to use, Huinia said. Yes, I've guessed it, Bai Wei said lightly. I can only say it indeed seems like a method you would think of, and it matches your behavior style all along. Huinia nodded slightly. Thank you for your compliment. There's no need for that, Bai Wei chuckled lightly, because you won't succeed. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Huinia's actions changed. She lowered her raised left hand, turned around, looked at herself in the mirror, crossed her arms, her face carrying a faint smile. Miss Huinia, the biggest obstacle to your bold idea is me. Bai Wei looked at Huinia in the mirror and said with a smile, As you said, if this fails, I can indeed wait another 20, 40 years or even longer. But why should I do that? I'm just one step away from what I want, and your body no longer belongs to you. Sorry, Miss Huinia, you do not have the qualification to terminate the cooperation, or are you going to attempt to persuade me? You are not someone easily persuaded, Huinia said. I never planned to persuade you from the start. Then what else can you do? Bai Wei said. Everything about you is under my gaze. Your thoughts have also been seen through by me. Now your body is in my hands, and you don't plan to try to persuade me. What else are you planning to do? Huinia did not immediately answer this question. Instead, she used her own right eye to gaze at Bai Wei's cosmic-like left eye. Mr. Visas, during the time spent with you, I have profoundly understood one truth, she said softly. The gap between humans and gods is simply too large, even if we spend our whole life. Give up everything in the eyes of gods, it might not even stir up a ripple. As you said, when the Holy Sound Master wants to listen, we have to become chapters, become notes, become playthings, unable to resist, unable to change, unable to contend. But even so, I still want to try. I want to try to see what extent humans can reach in front of God. This is the only chance of my life. Upon hearing this calmly, Bai Wei asked, So you still want to try to persuade me? Of course not. If I need to depend on persuading you to escape from this, then my idea would have no meaning. Huinia said with a soft laugh. Mr. Visas, the only advantage I have before you should be that you cannot read my mind, right? In that case, I still have one last chance. What? Do you remember the letter I wrote to Og? Huinia said. Of course, Bai Wei said. I was watching you write it. Yes, then didn't you find it strange? Why, the letter I wrote to Og, the books I copied down are a diverse array with no structure. Bai Wei slightly furrowed his brow, unease surged in his heart. You mean? The focus is not on the content of those letters themselves, but on the first word of each book's opening that I found. Huinia said. Those words linked together form a complete sentence. The content of that sentence roughly is, if something happens to me, please leave the Holy Sound immediately and communicate the following information to the 8 great churches. Huinia paused, then calmly spoke a few words. Visas has returned. Chapter 485-84, the final of Huinia, 5K. Chapter 485-84, the final chapter of Huinia, 5K. The first ray of dawn finally dispelled the darkness and spread across the land. The door of the room was also gently knocked. Miss Huinia, it is time. The servant standing outside the door said respectfully. The door was opened. The servant was about to bow, but caught a glimpse of Huinia's face, pausing in surprise. For only one of Huinia's eyes was open, the other had a prominent scar across it. Even though it had been treated, traces of blood were still visible. Miss Huinia, you are. I am ready. Huinia responded calmly, though her voice was exceptionally hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken for a long time. Lead the way. Seeing Huinia speak in such a manner, the servant dared not ask further and knelt on the ground. The way has been prepared for you, the servant said with the most humble tone, resting his head at Huinia's feet. Everyone is waiting for you. Huinia nodded slightly, but did not set off immediately. Instead, she turned back to look at the window sill of the room. The last owl tilted its head looking at her, and as she gently nodded, it immediately picked up the small sealed box by the window and flapped its way high into the sky, soon vanishing without a trace. Farewell, Huinia whispered softly in a voice only she could hear, Mr. Visas. With that, she turned around and set foot on the road that had long been prepared for her, walking towards the magnificent and majestic holy light. The last inner song had concluded. The entire holy mountain was eerily silent, as if there wasn't a soul present. Yet on both sides of the path leading to the ceremony, it was lined with kneeling people. They knelt silently, as if they were already dead, like an eternal note, or like keys waiting to be played by the player. In short, they made no sound. Upon the entire sacred path, only Huinia's footsteps could be heard, as even the wind and snow paused at this moment. Everything stood still for her, everything knelt before her, awaiting her ascension on the final first rank of the divine path. Huinia arrived before the Seven Sounds Temple. She saw Ulysses, who awaited in the center of the temple, standing quietly under the holy light. At least for this moment, he appeared as the Holy Sound Master. This reminded Huinia of her last conversation with Bai Wei before she cut her left eye. Opposing the gods with a mortal body, do you really think you can succeed, Huinia? Huinia did not respond. She stepped into the holy light just so. In the cold wind, the owl beat its wings strenuously. It received its master's instruction to take this sealed box out of the academy in the shortest time possible and deliver it to another person. But at this moment, the box began to tremble gently, as if something alive was inside. The owl tilted its head, its small eyeballs flashing with a big question mark. However, as a player, the owl's intelligence far surpassed that of its kind, and even if there was something strange inside the box, it wouldn't prevent it from delivering the box safely to its destination. This was its confidence. Yet the unrest of the box did not cease. Instead, it grew larger, soon reaching a point beyond its control. Once more, it lowered its head. Then it saw an invisible hand extend out from the box. Ulysses, resting his eyes, slowly opened them, seeing Huinia, who was now standing before him. Naturally, his gaze was first drawn to Huinia's hollow left eye, but it didn't linger for long, nor did he inquire like the earlier servant about what had happened. He merely smiled lightly and said, "I heard that injuries and pain always inspire players to greater creative inspiration in adversity. It seems that you haven't been idle these past 2 days, Huinia." Huinia did not immediately respond to Ulysses, but instead raised her head to gaze at the holy light that pierced through the sky above. Since stepping into this holy light, she had felt it. That divine power, making one unconsciously want to kneel and worship. But apart from the divinity, there was also a strange sensation, excitement. Or perhaps joy. So much so that even the dust floating in the air seemed to dance within this holy light. "It seems you too have sensed it, the Lord's joy," Ulysses said with a light laugh. "The Lord has already seen your notes. A golden score, golden notes. Ah, the Lord can hardly wait." Perhaps to verify Ulysses' words, Huinia suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in her body. As if an invisible hand penetrated through her clothing, lightly caressing her body from head to toe. Yet her body felt no repulsion, and the notes bound by the score felt light and resonant, as if played by a lightly plucked key. "The Lord is playing you, Huinia," Ulysses said with a smile. "He really likes you." Huinia slightly raised her head. But this wasn't of her own will, rather an invisible hand, hidden within the holy light, gently lifted her chin. Even though she saw nothing, she still felt it. The Holy Sound Master appreciating her. "The Lord really likes you," Ulysses repeated, his words seemingly tinged with a trace of regret, but it quickly vanished. He closed his eyes, holding his staff, as if listening to something. Chapter 486-84 Huinia's Final, 5K2. Chapter 486-84 Huinia's Final Chapter 5K2. After a moment he opened his eyes again, and his smile grew wider. "The Lord told me that no matter the outcome of this final chapter, he will give you a special reward," Ulysses said. "Huinia, the Lord really likes you." The third repetition. But Huinia's expression still showed little fluctuation. After quietly listening to all he said, she asked, "How do we begin?" "It seems you can't wait either, Huinia," Ulysses said with a smile, extending his hand. "If you're ready, then like me, grasp that holy light." Huinia extended her hand as well. Within that golden holy light, an invisible scepter quickly condensed and gathered, falling into Huinia's palm. Huinia slowly gripped the scepter. Instantly, a peculiar feeling surged up in her heart. Her perspective was elevating, rising continuously. Before her was no longer the smiling Ulysses, no longer the holy light in the Seven Sounds Temple, but the entire academy, the entire holy mountain. Then, too, the entire holy sound. She saw the players outside the academy kneeling, saw the seed district where those who crawled bowed. Their notes were now both illusory and clear. Play the final chapter, Huinia. Ulysses's voice seemed to come from a distant sky. The Lord will spread your chapters across the entire holy sound. Huinia gently closed her one remaining eye. The moment had finally arrived. If so, then the wind blew through the robe. The notes under the robe lit up one by one. Bring the holy sound to its final movement. The final chapter began. In the basement of the Seven Sounds Temple, Maggie heard the prelude to the sounding final chapter. But Maggie did not listen. She had her own tasks to do. It's time, she turned her head, looking at the players behind her. After Huinia finishes, it will be Principal Ulysses's turn, and we should also begin the awakening. Behind them was a male body, sealed in dust. On his body, the finest notes and scores were also depicted. This was Ulysses's creation. However, this body's soul had already perished. To awaken him, Maggie and others would need to offer their own souls. But even so, their soul strength could only support this body to complete one chapter. Yet as long as that one piece was completed, it would be enough. Maggie and several other players began the awakening ritual. Their eyes were filled with fervor. But just at that moment, Maggie felt a white shadow flash past the corner of her eye. She instinctively turned her head and then saw a snow-white owl, tilting its head and looking at them. How could there be an owl here? Maggie felt something amiss, but before she could think further, another player present suddenly spoke in confusion. Wait, listen, what is the piece Huinia is playing? It's finally about to begin. Hail you, O Manor. Upon hearing the beginning of the final chapter, Ivan couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth. The bet placed on Huinia was not wrong after all. She indeed reached the end. As long as the final chapter is played by her, the outcome is already unchangeable. The Haluo family will rise to glory. So next, should he continue to regard her as a daughter or as a wife? Ivan instinctively glanced at Mandy beside him, having more thoughts already in mind. Come to think of it, the final chapter is unusually clear. Even clearer than 20 years ago. It seems the great Lord is also happy for the re-arrival of the Seven Notes divine song. Ivan thought so, but soon he felt something was off. Because the chapter played by Huinia, why does it sound somewhat familiar? He slightly furrowed his brows, pondering if he had heard this prelude somewhere before. Then his eyes slowly widened. A seed-seeking song. Og's eyes were filled with incredulity. Not just Og, but all the people in the seed district had similar expressions. After all, no one understood that piece more than the seed district within the holy sound. No, can it really be called a piece? It was never recorded in any musical score, never formally documented, and had no fixed melody. All it had was disorder, madness, and desire. Like someone who didn't understand music randomly hitting piano keys, or like a beast unacquainted with melody roaring incomprehensibly. If not for the notes on their bodies resonating with it, if not for this melody coming from the sacred sound of heaven, people might have thought they were dreaming. Seed-seeking song, seed-seeking song. The breeding males and females who were kneeling stood trembling, reaching with arms to embrace the skies. The Lord has heard our voices. The great Lord will grant us seeds. They began shouting, began crying out, began trembling and crying with joy. Indeed, in their frenzy, they ignored the most basic decorum, starting to engage in the act of seeking seeds like beasts. Bastards, what are you doing? This is a ceremony. This is desecration. This is desecration. The managers immediately rushed up, punching and kicking the breeding males and females. But it was already of no use. The situation was spiraling out of control, to the extent that the managers' eyes were also filled with deep-seated fear. Chapter 487, 84, The Final of Huinia 5K3. Chapter 487, 84, The Final Chapter of Huinia 5K3. Because that final chapter still resounds in their ears, and the notes on their bodies are still resonating with it. The final chapter, which occurs once every 20 years, does not bring the usual divinity, tradition, art, but rather the stench, desire, and darkness unique to the seed district. At this moment, all the players of the holy sound experienced visions in the resonance. They saw their kind mating frantically like beasts. They saw the bodies of children thrown into mass graves or used as feed. They saw little hands reaching out from what could be either a dung pit or mud, with notes akin to rust on those hands. The deepest, most unspeakable places. At this moment, through the divine sound scattered on the earth, it merged into everyone's notes. Huenia. In the Seven Sounds Temple, Ulysses let out a roar of utmost fury. He no longer had his usual composure. At this moment, he looked like a frenzied lion. "What are you doing? What are you letting the master listen to?" He raised his scepter, aiming it at Huenia, who was enveloped in holy light. Around him, the holy light, once peaceful and joyous, now appeared somewhat distorted. Ulysses could feel it. Huenia could feel it too. The holy sound master was also angry. This was not the final chapter desired by him. This is desecration. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged from all directions, and the scepter in Huenia's hand suddenly sprouted thorns, piercing through her tightly gripping hand. The notes playing the final chapter also trembled continuously, possibly being destroyed at any moment. The holy sound master was truly angry. He wanted to take back the scepter granted to Huenia. He wanted to inflict the severest punishment on this human daring to desecrate him. And at this moment, Huenia opened her eyes. Her gaze at Ulysses was no longer calm, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was her mockery. She was mocking Ulysses and also the holy sound master. But that wasn't enough. She was still waiting for the final moment. Just before the holy sound master was about to take back the scepter, she grabbed it and thrust it into her own body. And this was also the position of the fourth note. Her fourth note bore black spots like an intensely concentrated infection. Seeing this scene, Ulysses widened his eyes. That was Karen's virus. This person intends to infect the holy sound master. "You lunatic," Ulysses shouted. "You think you can harm the master with just that bit of virus? Foolish." Huenia chuckled softly, then tore off her coat. Ulysses saw that there was an unactivated eye of ceremony on her body. Was that the eternal notes? Ulysses finally felt unease, but it was too late. Huenia activated the eye of ceremony. With it came the power of all the golden sound players in the entire history of the holy sound, spanning 1,000 years. It fell upon her, and Huenia chose to concentrate all the power on the fourth note. The fourth note with black spots. At that moment, the black spots suddenly expanded, exploding, spreading like ink into clear water, instantly contaminating the holy light. And with the aid of the holy light, it rapidly spread to all the players listening to the final chapter. What is this thing? Isn't this Karen's disease? Why is it growing on me? No, my notes will be destroyed. Maggie, think of something. What the hell is going on? Ma'am, please don't panic. Get away, it's on you too. Mandy looked at Ivan in great shock. Ivan, what the hell is happening? Ivan sat dazedly on the ground, his gaze lifeless. Damn it, what's on these bastards? Boss, it's on you too. Bastard, it must be these guys who infected me. It must be them who infected me. Furious and humiliated, the manager grabbed a whip and charged towards the breeding males and females. I'll kill you all. Og watched in shock as chaos erupted in the seed district. Then he looked up again at the holy light. The eternal holy light was also covered in black spots, spreading quickly. This gave Og a thought so insane, he couldn't believe it himself. The holy sound master was infected too. Ulysses was infuriated. But he didn't dare to take action against Huenia. Because at this moment, Huenia was like a huge bomb, and he didn't know what consequences killing her recklessly might bring. But he could feel that the master was infected too. Karen's virus was originally a deadly disease targeting notes. The entire holy sound had no way of curing this ailment. It could indeed be considered a poison for notes. But Ulysses never thought that Huenia would use this method to attack the holy sound master. Because the virus of just one person couldn't possibly affect the godlike holy sound master. Not even in the final chapter, the closest the master and the player ever get, could it be possible. But Huenia used the eternal notes. She maximally strengthened the virus's properties to an infinite degree. Under this limitless enhancement, Huinia turned the impossible into possible. This madwoman turned herself into a bomb, intending to use it to kill the Holy Sound Master. She had never intended to go back alive. Ulysses watched Huinia's body rapidly disintegrate and roared, "It's useless, Huinia. This virus can't kill the Master." Huinia struggled to lift her head, looked at Ulysses, and softly said, "I never intended to kill him. That's not something I could do. All I wanted to kill was just you all." "Just us." Ulysses heard these words, his pupils contracted again. Then he suddenly realized, to terminate this virus, there was only one way. This was the only one. Banged. He heard a crisp sound. When the black spots were about to spread to the firmament above, the holy light broke. Ulysses stood dumbfounded on the spot, staring up at the firmament. There was nothing there. This made him realize. The Holy Sound Master withdrew his gaze. And, banged, another crisp sound. He lowered his head, saw his own notes crumbling, finally turning to dust. "This is the final chapter I offer you all." Huinia chuckled softly as she spoke. "Are you satisfied, dear principal? Chapter 488-85 is not important to God. It is very important to us. Chapter 488-85 is not important to God. It is very important to us. Chapter 489-85 is unimportant to God, but very important to us too. Chapter 489-85 is unimportant to God, but very important to us too." Huinia slowly tilted her head, and then spoke in a very soft voice. "I don't know." "You do know?" Ulysses clutched his magic wand tightly, his body trembling with anger. "You've done something like this and say you do know? You've destroyed the player's future. You've destroyed the entire Holy Sound." Ulysses roared at Huinia like a wounded lion, both angry and weak. "Have you ever thought about it? What would happen to the Holy Sound without notes?" Huinia still kept her head tilted. And then she smiled. "Yes," she said, "what would happen?" "Chuk's home seed district. This is the largest seed district in all of Holy Sound. There are thousands of seeders and seedesses. And right now, chaos reigns here. All those who have listened to the final chapter have either lost their notes, or their notes have decayed beyond recognition. Coupled with the abrupt disappearance of the holy light, no one can feel the presence of the Master anymore, further exacerbating the chaos. Chuk's family had to send more managers to maintain order. So as usual, they entered with whips in hand, and swung them even more viciously. "Bastard, get back to your own room. No praying allowed, all of you go back. Do you understand human language?" One whip after another was swung down. The seeders and seedesses, already pushed to the limit in all aspects, fell one after another into pools of blood, but they didn't hold back, even increasing their force. Because they also felt uneasy, they decided to maintain order as best as they could in the shortest time possible. However, one whip was suddenly caught. The people of Chuk's family turned their heads and saw a seeder holding the whip, his face blank. "Bastard, what do you think you're doing?" The people of Chuk's family tried to retrieve the whip, but the person wouldn't let go, so more whips fell down, yet he still held on tightly. "This bastard." The impatient leader directly picked up a knife and approached, aiming it at the seeder's neck. And then he saw the seeder look up, staring at him with a bewildered look, and softly said, "I have no more notes. You all don't have them either." The leader's hand suddenly trembled, but he still swung the knife down. The seeder fell into the pool of blood, killed as easily as livestock, just like before. Yet for some unknown reason, the leader felt his whole body trembling, cold sweat pouring out uncontrollably. That guy's eyes just now, what was that? He felt a sudden surge of fear. But he forced himself not to show it, instead letting out a cold snort, shaking the blood off his knife. "It's just a..." Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Quiet. So quiet. All the previous commotion and unrest had vanished, replaced by silence, deathly silence. The leader stiffly stood up straight, then looked around. All the seeders and seedesses were watching him. Their eyes, just like the seeder just now, exactly the same. Ulysses' pupils slightly contracted. In that instant, he suddenly understood what Huinia meant, understood what Huenia wanted. Order, he looked into Huenia's eyes. What you want to destroy is order. Huenia laughed. So that's what you call order. What else could it be? Ulysses said. Huenia, you truly are a lunatic. You're dragging the entire holy sound into the mire to respond to all you have suffered. Just for your personal misfortune, you retaliate against all of holy sound, against all players. Huenia didn't speak. She was almost unable to speak, just breathing was consuming all her energy. But Ulysses continued speaking. But this is destined to be just your wishful thinking. Ulysses slowly walked towards Huenia, his voice growing colder. The master will not abandon the holy sound, his grace will return to this land, and all that you have destroyed will be rebuilt with just a wave of his hand. Yes, yes, Huenia struggled to smile. So how long will this take? 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, or 20 years? Time holds no meaning for the master. Yes, Huenia softly said, but for us it means a lot. 20 years is enough for too many things to happen. Ulysses did not directly respond to Huenia's words, because even he had to admit that Huenia was right. The Holy Sound Master cannot always watch over this land. Notes and players are his connection to it. And once all of this is severed, when he rebuilds the connection, will the Holy Sound still be the Holy Sound? Just as Huenia said, in the world of mortals, so many things can happen in 20 years. Indeed, far too many. But even so, we will wait. Ulysses stood before Huenia. The Holy Sound will not be so easily defeated. We will await the Master's return to the world, but before that. Ulysses struggled to drive the broken notes, turning the magic wand into an irregular longsword. I shall pass judgment upon you, Huenia. Ulysses looked at Huenia, who couldn't even lift her head, and slowly raised the sword in his hand. You are the worst sinner in Holy Sound history, Huenia, Ulysses said. Descend into hell, atone, and repent for all that you have done. Huenia could no longer hear Ulysses's words clearly. Everything before her eyes was a blur. She saw so many things. The mother who sold her, the Huenia who wanted to kill her, Orana who succeeded in ascension only to be cruelly killed, Caesar who told her what a free poet is, Anita who smiled and took her own life in front of her, and that shy young boy. But in the end, the images coalesced beneath a giant ancient tree. The man whose silhouette was unclear quietly gazed at her. 20 years, she whispered to herself in a voice only she could hear. Before that, return to the world. Mr. Visas. The sound of a slash. She heard the sound slicing through the air, and then was completely enveloped in darkness. Black. So black. Darkness where nothing can be seen. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into white. Pure white. A slightly glaring white. Like the sky and also like snow. In this pure white, the only color was a head of fiery red hair. Huenia lay in this world of pure white, as if time had paused at that moment. So vast. Only after an indeterminate amount of time did she hear someone speaking beside her ear. How about adding a little something? A crisp snap. The world of pure white began to change. Though the main tone was still white, more things gradually filled in. Low houses, muddy roads. And in front of Huenia, the large pit that had buried countless people. Huenia's position changed from lying to sitting. She sat before this large pit, her legs hanging into it. Just a bit more forward and she would fall. Then Huenia saw someone sit beside her, also with legs dangling. Huenia turned her head to look at the person before her. Clearly it was an unfamiliar face, yet it felt extraordinarily familiar, as if she had known it for a long time. Then her previously sluggish mind quickly regained responsiveness. Mr. Visas, Huenia asked. Yes, Byway smiled and nodded. It is I. Why are you here? To see an old friend off one last time, Byway said. After all, I didn't make it in time before. I see. Huenia laughed, then gently said. That's really so nice. Chapter 490, 86 I will grant you rebirth, end of this volume. To be honest, you're quite a troublesome guy. Troublesome? Yes, you keep everything to yourself and never speak your mind, making it impossible for anyone to guess your true thoughts, right up until the end. Byway smiled and said, You know, my previous 2 partners have already completed several transactions with me during this time. Huenia tilted her head. Is that so? Yes, Bai Wei said, while picking up the packed snow from the ground and forming a ball, then aiming at the heap of corpses in the pit, but ultimately did not throw it. It's like doing business. The party that first exposes their needs is often the easiest to lose. My previous 2 partners were like that, but you're the opposite. However, I didn't really lose anything from you. Hunia turned to look at Bai Wei's face, focusing on his ears. Did you get your corpse blocks? Yes, Bai Wei said with a smile. You ended the player's system, so the seal maintained by the chapters naturally collapsed, so although the process was a bit rough, the result was good for me. Hunia nodded slightly. That's great. Oh, you actually think so? Bai Wei raised an eyebrow and asked. In your eyes, shouldn't I be no different from the Holy Sound Master? I didn't think so, at least not later. Tusk, that's what I'm saying. You keep everything buried in your heart. Nobody knows what you're really thinking even if you die. Hunia laughed. Aren't you the same? Me? Yes, Hunia thought for a moment, just like you always say, a riddler. Bai Wei pondered briefly and realized, it really seems that way. He then tossed the snowball in his hand, and as it flew through the air, he snapped his finger, causing the snowball to burst into snowflakes, falling gently. If that's the case, why not have an open conversation? Bai Wei smiled at Hunia. I won't be a riddler anymore, and you be a bit more honest. After all, if we keep hiding, we'll end up hiding in hell. Hunia did not refuse. What do you want to know? Your purpose in playing the 7 Notes Divine Song. Bai Wei said. I mean your original purpose. Your ultimate purpose should be to meet Karen at the First Academy, knowing that his inherent virus could destructively affect the notes. Then you decided on it, so before that, what was your real purpose? To make a wish to the Holy Sound Master. Hunia shook her head. No, I never intended to make a wish to him. My original purpose was quite similar to what it is now. Quite similar to now? Bai Wei asked. Couldn't be just to play the seed-seeking song, right? Right. What's the point? There's no need for a point, Hunia said. It's just what I wanted to do. No need for a point, huh? It's more like this is the point you want. Bai Wei smiled and said, like that stinking priest said, the purpose of a player's existence is to offer the most magnificent chapters to the Holy Sound Master, so he can give up any reward. But what you want to do is the opposite. You gather the 7 notes with all your might. Play the final chapter like you want to tell the world that all of this is. No. Bai Wei continued speaking while shaking his head in denial. You probably don't have many pretentious thoughts. You're here to take revenge on everyone. Whether it's the players or the Holy Sound Master, like you told me a long time ago, you don't want to save anyone or get anything. All you want is revenge on this world, right? Hunia nodded and then softly said, yes, in the beginning that's how I thought, wanting to be the last one standing, wanting everyone to watch me, thinking I'm fighting for the ceremony and for wishes. Then let them know it's not like that. I don't care for the grace of the Holy Sound Master, nor do I crave his wish. All I want is just desecration, Bai Wei accurately concluded. And that's called desecration, is it? Yes, Bai Wei laughed and said, plus it's quite pure desecration at that, though it doesn't compare to what you've done last. That was a greater act of desecration in this world, few can compare to you. Desecration. Hunia carefully contemplated this term, then asked Bai Wei, may I ask you a question? Of course, it's your turn now. The Holy Sound Master, what kind of god is he exactly? Hunia asked. Why did he create the players, and why did he want them to pursue chapters and notes? You finally asked an essential question. Bai Wei smiled and asked. You remember when you first came to the First Academy, you asked me a question, and I said I couldn't tell you yet. You mean the one that could attract the gaze of gods, Hunia recalled. Is it the reason why gods don't intervene in the world? Yes, Bai Wei folded his hands, seriously saying, if you knew the answer to that question, then most questions related to the gods in this world would be solved. Seeing Bai Wei being serious, Hunia also sat up straight involuntarily. Then she saw Bai Wei smile and say, but unfortunately I still can't tell you the answer. Chapter 491, 86 I will grant you rebirth, end of this volume, 2. Hunia. Ha, look at your expression, Bai Wei said with a laugh, but I really can't tell you because for the gods that is the most forbidden secret. Hunia really wanted to say, I'm about to die, do I still care about this? But after thinking for a while, she held back. Because she knew, if it was something Bai Wei was unwilling to mention, no matter what she said would be of no use. But there's one other thing I can definitely tell you, Bai Wei said, and that is when gods change humans there is indeed a purpose. Just like the Holy Sound Master creating notes and having players pursue chapters, the Lyra God having subjects use mechanics to pursue order and mechanics, and the Rhine God, playing with little boys, all to achieve this purpose only by different means, so you can think of this as intentional. So you mean, Hunia looked into Bai Wei's eyes, the Holy Sound doesn't need players or notes? Haha, this is the real question you want to ask me, isn't it? Bai Wei nodded slightly. I can tell you yes. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and a gentle magic power vortex began to gather in his palm. This world itself possesses magic power, itself possesses magic, Bai Wei said. Even the lowest rank Rhine priest can learn and master those lowest level magics, so why can only players use magic power with the Holy Sound? The answer is quite simple, it's the notes. You can understand notes as magic power receivers. Magic power receiver? Huania seemed to have guessed something. Yes, golden notes can naturally receive more magic power than copper sound, and naturally be stronger. The magic power vortex in Bai Wei's palm seemed to expand, then slowly contract. And the magic power that copper sound can receive is even less than ordinary people without notes from the outside world, hence naturally weaker. Then why can't everyone be golden notes? Because it would become meaningless, Bai Wei said. You can understand the magic power of this world as a cake. If everyone were gourmands, a cake piece would definitely not be enough to divide. Then golden sound players would be no different from ordinary players. Huania fell into contemplation, while Bai Wei continued to explain. In other words, there is already a big cake in the Holy Sound, and everyone can take a big bite based on their talent and effort. Essentially, the Holy Sound Master's gift of notes is dividing the cake, letting some people eat more, which is golden notes, and some eat less, which is silver notes, and let some not eat at all, which are copper sound, and those without copper sound. Yes, not only players with notes are marked by the Holy Sound Master, but everyone born on this land is marked by him. Huania gently closed her eyes, her mind flashing back to childhood scenes. Then she opened her eyes, the memory of the pit of bodies before her. Will he come back? Huania asked. It's difficult, Bai Wei said. Do you remember what I said before? The Holy Sound Master is a very special god. He has no 5 senses, previously using my ears to listen to the world, and created the channel of players and notes to communicate with the world. But now, this channel has been destroyed by you, and the ears have been taken back by me. For him, finding a way to influence the world again is not easy. But in some ways, it's not entirely impossible, considering he is a god. There are very few things he can't achieve. So losing players and notes, is it a big blow to him? Hey, how many questions have you asked me in a row? It should be my turn, right? Bai Wei shrugged. Never mind, let's finish answering first. Bai Wei paused. Unfortunately, it doesn't hurt at all. Like I said before, if more visual metaphors were used, it would be like you burned his fishing rod, but he let go before burning himself. Do you think it hurt him? I see. Yes, within the Holy Sound, you are both unlucky and lucky, Bai Wei said. Unluckily, the Holy Sound Master is probably the most twisted and pathological among the 4 true gods, with a deeper obsession with the mortal world than the other 3 true gods. Otherwise he wouldn't host a celebration, which is almost impossible to happen in other divine countries. And the lucky point is, he is also the most powerless among all gods. Huania nodded, then said, Now it's your turn to ask me, do you have any questions? Please hurry. Bai Wei smiled and said, It seems you have realized. The surrounding snow was rapidly melting. The scene began to become illusory. Only the pit of bodies before her grew deeper, like an abyss opening its arms, wanting to embrace her. This made Huania realize her time here wasn't much. I will answer you quickly, Huania said. Coming in a hurry, leaving in haste, Bai Wei said with a sigh. Haven't you regretted anything? Regret? Yes, Bai Wei smiled and said. Like what you said to Ulysses, you fought for the Holy Sound for at least 20 years, but no one knows what will happen in those 20 years. The people of the Holy Sound might find a new path, but they might also start a new round of infighting after losing players and notes. And when the Holy Sound Master returns, nothing will have changed, all reverting to the original point, as if nothing happened if that were the case. Then what does it have to do with me? Huania said calmly. Have you forgotten, Mr. Visas, what I wanted? Was simply to make them bleed. I've achieved that, and that is enough. I see. I'm sorry. Why apologize? I'm not the good person you expected, Huania said softly. I never had the thought of saving the world or saving others. I'm actually like a virus on Karen, merely an ulcer that has worsened on a note, so I devoured the notes, and now that the notes are gone, I should disappear too. So that's how you see yourself. Huenia nodded. By now the surrounding snow had completely vanished, and the pit of corpses before her had already expanded to such an extent, as if it were about to devour the entire world. This made Huenia realize that it was time for her to leave. So she stood up and bid farewell to Bai Wei. Thank you for all the help you've given me. I must be on my way. I have one last question. Huenia turned to look at Bai Wei. Bai Wei asked, the letters you wrote to Og, they don't have any meaning, do they? Huenia's pupils slightly contracted. Have you gone through those books? Yes, they don't have the meanings you mentioned, Bai Wei said, so I want to know why you chose not to do so. Because you cannot be harmed, Huenia said. If you were gone, there would be no one left to oppose the Holy Sound Master. Hearing Huenia say this, Bai Wei laughed. Haha, just as I thought, Bai Wei said, but if that's the case, can you still say you're merely an ulcer wanting to destroy the world? Nia. Huenia said nothing, as countless hands reached out from the pit of corpses, grabbing her body, pulling her down bit by bit. She fell into the abyss. At the same time, she watched Bai Wei slowly stand up, casually grabbing the last handful of snow, mulling it over as he asked. Although the process was somewhat convoluted in terms of results, you indeed helped me gain more. So do you have anything else you want, Nia? Huenia shook her head, softly saying, what you've given me is already enough. More hands climbed onto her body, darkness engulfing her. Bai Wei's figure grew smaller and blurrier. I am not someone who likes to take things for free. Bai Wei mused while kneading the snow into a ball. What should I give you? Huenia's consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. Darkness climbed onto her body, leaving only one eye. The end. She thought as much. Afterward, she heard a snap of fingers. I thought of something. She watched Bai Wei speak to her with a smile. I will give you rebirth. Huenia suddenly opened her eyes. The rising sunlight shone on her face through a strange window, carrying a warmth reminiscent of her memories, making everything feel like a dream. What is going on? Before she could react, a sudden wave of pain coursed through her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily, producing a slight sound. Then she heard two female voices outside the room. Very soon, a stranger appeared in her field of vision. Don't be nervous, Miss Huenia, you are safe now, the person said. Someone entrusted you to me. My name is Ine. Chapter 492, 28 I Don't Want to Die. Chapter 492, 28 I Don't Want to Die. Early the next morning, when Bai Wei and Vic stepped out of the hunter's hut, they happened to see Ivana returning from outside. Feeling somewhat guilty, Ivana raised a few wild fruits she had picked on her way back before they could ask anything and said, I ran out of food, so I went to get some. Here are 2 for you. Ivana tossed them the fruits, and Bai Wei caught them with a smile. Thank you, holy lady, but it's quite dangerous to go out before the sun is up. If something like this happens again, why not take this guy with you? As Bai Wei spoke, he patted Vic's head. Ivana instinctively wanted to say, no need. But then she suddenly thought that by doing so, wouldn't she just be conveniently keeping Vic away from Bai Wei? After realizing this, Ivana nodded lightly. I understand. If it happens again, I'll take Vic, if he's willing. Vic nodded repeatedly. Of course, no problem. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. I'm a hunter, after all. Ivana pursed her lips and chose not to delve further into the topic. Instead, she left with a quick, let me prepare, and then we can leave, and hurried back to her holy daughter's hut. Afterwards, Vic looked at Bai Wei. Priest Ulu, do you really want me to protect her, or do you want me to? Watch over her. Bai Wei understood that Vic meant observe, and he smiled as he replied, How rare you figured it out. I just thought you wouldn't be so kind-hearted as to want to protect someone else, Vic said honestly. Tusk, even if it's true, no need to say it so bluntly. Bai Wei threw all the wild fruits in his hand to Vic. Eat something to shut your mouth. Vic caught the fruits but didn't start eating immediately. He looked longingly at them, then asked Bai Wei, Don't you want any? You didn't eat much last night. Don't worry, Bai Wei said with a smile. I use my brain more, so I don't need to eat much. You rely on your body, so you should eat more. Vic didn't catch the underlying implication that Bai Wei thought he lacked brains. Once he knew Bai Wei didn't need the fruit, he happily started munching away. Watching Vic devour the fruits, Bai Wei couldn't help but sigh softly. He hadn't eaten properly for a long time. This frail body, not his own, neither needed much food nor could taste it, so he could only watch Vic eat. But it's good to be full. Bai Wei could sense that the peaceful times were running short. Not long after, Ivana came out from the hut, now wearing a ritual gray robe. The ritual robe should have been a symbol of purity, white as snow. But Ivana's robe, due to its age despite great care, had lost its former purity, leaving a feeling of sullied sanctity. "I'm ready," Ivana said, holding a staff 2 heads taller than herself. "We can set off now." And so the trio set off again. Ivana led the way, speaking to Vic as they walked. "Half a month ago, I also took you to the hut from yesterday. Do you remember?" "I remember," Vic nodded repeatedly. "As soon as I went in, I remembered. Ade and I stayed overnight there. You spent the night in another room, just like last night, but at that time you seemed to be alone." Ivana responded with an her expression unchanged. "At that time, my grandmother had already fallen sick, bedridden, so you never saw her. But it's not what I wanted to talk about. Instead, it's—" She waved the staff in her hand. "I hadn't yet officially received this ritual staff from my grandmother, and according to the god of Senluo's rules, I couldn't take you inside. But it's different now. I'm officially the holy daughter, so you can listen to me from now on." Seeing Ivana still trying to lure, Vic, Bai Wei, walking at the back, couldn't help but laugh. "The god of Senluo has been dead for so many years. Do those rules still need to be followed?" Bai Wei's words displeased Ivana, and she said, "The deity is dead, but the rules are also dead." Maybe realizing something wrong with her words, Ivana quickly corrected herself. "The god of Senluo is indeed dead, but his power remains here. We still rely on his power to fight the night, naturally needing to follow his rules. Besides," Ivana paused, "what if he comes back one day?" "Are you talking about resurrection?" Bai Wei, watching Ivana's back, said with a smile, "Holy lady, whether human or deity, once dead, they cannot be resurrected." Hearing this, Ivana's body trembled involuntarily, feeling that Bai Wei's words had hidden implications. "Priest Ulu, when you say that, do you think you understand the divine?" Ivana said coldly. "Do mortals dare to speculate the deity's might?" "This is not speculation, but a fact," Bai Wei leisurely responded. "If he could have revived, this land wouldn't have become like this. Accept the reality, Holy Lady, in the fight against death, be it deity or human, they are equally fragile and powerless." Chapter 493, 28, I don't want to die. 2. Chapter 493, 28, I don't want to die. 2. Ivana gripped the scepter tighter. Vic also sensed something was off about Ivana's emotions, so he kindly asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No," Ivana shook her head, and then raised the scepter to point forward. "We've arrived." In front of them was the second temple. "This is the Temple of Courage," Ivana said. "They've already reached the Temple of Courage, haven't they?" In last night's cave, 2 stocky men stood side by side, gazing in the direction of the Temple of Courage. "They should be just about there," one man said. "Honestly, I never expected things to develop to this extent. The saint has returned, yet in this chaotic and ignorant state. What's Lauren up to?" "Lauren has been missing for a long time, Nick," the other man said. "Given this long duration, we can already pronounce him dead." "That's quite a surprising news," Nick said. "So now it's just you and me left by the boss's side. Is that right, Zane?" "It's not just the boss's side," Zane said. "I'm afraid the entire wildfire is left with only us 2 church leaders." Nick's expression changed slightly. "How did this happen? What about Wood? Didn't he go to execute the hunter hunt?" "Yes, the hunter is gone, and so is he," Zane said. "We still don't know exactly what happened to him, and we don't have time to investigate because a bigger problem has arrived." "Do you mean Rhine?" "Yes," Zane nodded. "It's been confirmed that Rhine has penetrated deep into our territory with a team of elites. Their target is evidently here. Pedro has already gone to stop him, but to be honest, it's just a delaying tactic." Nick's expression became unpleasant. How did things turn out like this so suddenly? Clearly, there was an intelligence leak. Rhine's side also knows that the boss is about to become the master, and they surely can't accept that. "Damn it," Nick cursed viciously, then asked, "What should we do?" "Just hold them off," Zane said calmly. "Although so many accidents have occurred, the saint has ultimately returned here. Next, let's work with the boss to guide him onto the right path. As long as he remembers everything, the boss's last step will be completed. Then this land will welcome the new god. At that time, all present problems will vanish, and we will no longer need to hide under the moonlight." Ivana pushed open the door to the Temple of Courage. Amidst the swirling dust, the statue of the god of Senluo once again entered the vision of the 3. But this statue was different from the previous ones. The previous Senluo divine statues all had the same standing posture, like a sacred symbol. However, this statue showed the god of Senluo in a battle stance, his left hand gripping a thunderbolt, body slightly leaning back as if ready to throw the thunderbolt. A divine battle stance. Vic stood under the statue, staring blankly upward. Here is where the god of Senluo recorded his courage. Ivana explained beside him. The god of Senluo believed that courage is the most important thing. His first requirement for Senluo hunters was courage, which is why he placed the peak of courage first after the initial temple. Courage is everything to a hunter. So, Vic, do you remember anything? Vic's mouth slowly opened wide. Indeed, he was deeply shocked. He could still feel this wasn't his first time being shocked. Half a month ago, he was also here, and the statue of the god of Senluo seemed even more grand and magnificent, more oppressive. To the point, he could hardly breathe. Vic wanted to answer to Ivana, but at that moment, he saw the head of the god of Senluo move. The statue that originally looked into the distance suddenly lowered its head, staring intently at Vic with those pupil-less eyes, while the thunderbolt in its hand radiated dazzling light. The god of Senluo came alive. Vic wanted to shout, wanted to evade. But his body wouldn't move, and he couldn't make a sound. He could only watch helplessly as the god of Senluo swung the thunderbolt in his hand at him. In extreme fear, he let out a meaningless whimper. But right after, he was embraced in someone's arms. "It's okay, Adair, it's okay." He heard a reassuring voice in his ear. "What are you thinking about?" Bai Wei flicked Vic's forehead with his finger, immediately snapping him out of his stupor. Vic found himself still standing beneath the statue, but his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Yet the Senluo divine statue in front of him was as lifeless as it was when he first saw it. "What's wrong with you?" Ivana immediately approached, concerned, and asked, "Did you remember something?" Vic opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, as there was too much information to process. After hesitating for a while, he pointed at the statue and said, "I got struck by lightning." Ivana gave a blank expression, clearly unable to follow Vic's thoughts. Bai Wei simply smiled and patted Vic on the head, comforting him. "Don't rush, take your time to think." Then he walked to the foot of the statue and looked up at it. "You call this the Temple of Courage?" Bai Wei asked Ivana, "but does a god need courage?" Ivana was entirely focused on Vic, seemingly eager for him to recall something, so when Bai Wei questioned her, she replied perfunctorily, "Why shouldn't a god need courage?" Generally speaking, courage refers to the fearless quality people exhibit when facing unknown and powerful entities, right? Is there a problem with that? Don't you think there is? Bai Wei looked at Ivana and smiled. Do you think there's anything a truly omniscient and omnipotent god would need courage to face? Upon hearing Bai Wei say this, Ivana and Vic were both stunned. This was indeed a novel perspective, leaving even Ivana, the holy daughter, unsure of how to respond. Is there truly anything in this world that is unknown and powerful for a god? And also, Bai Wei pointed at the statue, this is the battle stance of the god of Senluo, right? So what exactly is he fighting against? Do you know, little holy daughter? Bai Wei's switch from calling Ivana holy lady to little holy daughter was highly disrespectful, but Ivana showed no sign of anger. Because she truly didn't know. According to Bai Wei, it's very possible that the god of Senluo is battling that unknown and powerful thing. But what exactly is it? Ivana didn't know, and as far as she knew, her grandmother didn't know either. Bai Wei clearly didn't expect Ivana to give him an answer. In fact, among the three present, only 1.5 people knew the answer, and that didn't include Ivana, the legitimate holy daughter. Let me take a look. Bai Wei slowly walked behind the statue, seemingly wanting to study it closely. Ivana was afraid that Bai Wei, with his clumsy hands, would damage the already dilapidated statue, so she quickly followed. Hey, don't touch things recklessly. Thus, Vic was left behind. He instinctively wanted to follow Bai Wei and Ine, but at that moment, a previously unheard, unfamiliar roar suddenly echoed in his mind, making him feel as though his head was about to explode, forcing him to bend down and clutch his head tightly. The roar in his mind sounded like it came from the fiercest beast. Yet oddly, Vic understood the meaning of the roar. That's not courage, that's not courage. The beast in his mind spoke. At this moment, Bai Wei also reached the back of the statue and looked at the other hand of the god of Senluo placed behind him. This hand also held something. But it wasn't a thunderbolt, it was a rope. A broken rope. I don't want to die. The beast in his mind roared. Chapter 494, 1. Listen. Chapter 494, 1. Listen. When North Bishop Fig once again saw Pope Lango seated at the main dais through the projection, he felt a moment of disorientation. Under normal circumstances, a meeting at the bishop level should occur every 5 years. After all, such a meeting consumes quite a few communication crystals, so each meeting wouldn't last very long. But ever since West Bishop Corey died, their meetings were fast becoming monthly regulars. So when they were summoned again, the 4 bishops sized each other up, trying to see if another one of them was unlucky enough to meet Corey. Seeing everyone was still alive, they turned their gazes back to Pope Lango. Maybe hosting such a meeting every month had greatly exhausted Lango's energy, leaving a lingering fatigue on his face. And this was indeed the case. Lango, without waiting for their courtesies, said bluntly, "There's trouble with the Holy Sound." Holy Sound? The 4 bishops were even more surprised, as this was an area they had never paid attention to. Holy Sound Master, also dead? Asked the South Bishop. The word also was quite alarming. Fortunately, Lango shook his head. Not to that extent. The Holy Sound Master is different from the Lyra God. Apart from the divinity itself, there is no power in this world capable of killing the Holy Sound Master. I see. The 4 bishops felt somewhat relieved. But Holy Sound is on the brink of destruction. The bishops. Lango rubbed his nose in frustration. Look at the specifics now. Upon saying this, the Rhine clergy who had long been waiting behind the bishops placed the prepared materials before them. The bishops immediately began browsing, while listening to Lango speak plainly. Simply put, someone played the 7 notes divine song at the festival, thus severing the link between the Holy Sound Master and Holy Sound. Although the Holy Sound Master was unharmed, almost all of Holy Sound's players have disappeared. The 4 bishops grew more fearful as they read. The North Bishop was the first to finish, raising his head to look at Lango. Then what's the situation with Holy Sound now? Revolts in multiple locations. Lango did not speak, but his assisting priest explained. In Techu, where Holy Sound holds the highest status, even the 2 major families were not spared. In fact, their situation is the worst. That's why the 2 families from Techu sent a plea for assistance to His Holiness, hoping for military intervention to quell the unrest. The North Bishop nodded, thinking it was no wonder His Holiness was the first to know about the Holy Sound situation, considering from a geographical standpoint. He was the closest of the 4 great churches to Holy Sound. As for the revolt in Holy Sound, the North Bishop wasn't too surprised, as the essence of Holy Sound was still slavery, with the players wielding the whip that controlled the slaves. And now the whip has disappeared. But for it to disappear in such a manner. At this moment, East Bishop Rocky had also finished reading the materials, asking Lango, "Are we going to deploy troops?" The North Bishop asked, "Do you want to help them quell the unrest?" "No, what I mean is, we can use the excuse of quelling the unrest to deploy troops and seize the Holy Sound territory," Rocky said with excitement. "I'm willing to lead the charge." The North Bishop, "There's no point in capturing Holy Sound. We don't have enough knights to garrison it," the newly appointed West Bishop Harry said. "Moreover, the Holy Sound Master has only temporarily lost contact with Holy Sound, not died. Once it regains contact, would you face the Holy Sound Master?" Rocky thought about it and felt Harry made sense, nodding. "Then we should go for Lyra, since the Lyra God is dead." Everyone, the era of territorial expansion is over, Rocky. After a brief silence, even Lango couldn't continue listening, knocking on the table to calm Rocky. "And this isn't the focus I want you to see. The focus is the source of all this chaos. That 7-tone player is not dead and has been confirmed by Holy Sound to be fleeing. Also." Lango paused. He took with him the piece of Visa's corpse from Holy Sound. The 4 bishops quickly became silent. Visa's corpse pieces. Another one lost. Unpleasant memories rushed forth incessantly. "Do you think Ulu is involved in this?" The North Bishop immediately guessed Lango's implication. "It's hard for me not to think in this direction," Lango said, "even though there are no clear evidence, first us, then Lyra, and now Holy Sound, and most importantly, we still haven't found Ulu." The bishops became serious. If Ulu's involvement was indeed present, the problem could escalate significantly. If that were the case, would Ulu have 4 pieces of the corpse? It's not just 4 corpse pieces, Lango said. Although the 7-tone player is not necessarily him personally, if it is not, merely his collaborator would also be a formidable individual. According to Holy Sound's account, it is highly likely that he is the last and most powerful 7-tone player in this world. The bishops listened and felt increasingly overwhelmed. Dealing with Ulu alone was already troublesome enough. And now there's an accomplice of the 7-tone player. What is Holy Sound doing? Directly spoon-feeding trouble into their mouths. At this moment, even the normally calm Fig couldn't help but complain inwardly. But soon he felt something was wrong. No, why was he the one complaining? Chapter 495, 1, Listen to. Chapter 495, 1, Listen to. According to reason, should Rocky be here cursing loudly right now? Why haven't we heard his voice? Fig looked at Rocky, and the latter was sitting quietly, eerily obedient, which made Fig even more puzzled. Since Lango mentioned Ulu, Rocky has remained silent. What has happened? Before he could inquire, Lango spoke again. But there's also good news. That player is severely injured. Theoretically, it's impossible for him to survive. If he wants to live, he has to keep using the power of the 7 notes, but by doing so, his 7 notes can no longer do much, and moreover, the Holy Sound has already targeted him. Fig looked at Lango again. Does the Holy Sound still have the power to pursue? Some parts of the homeland were not completely affected, Lango said. They've also withdrawn their personnel from the Oath Land. The Oath Land? The South Bishop said, if I remember correctly, that's not allowed, right? It indeed isn't allowed. Fig nodded and said, this is the divine contract. Under no circumstances can the garrison of the contract land be withdrawn. This is something all 8 great churches, even the 4 great secret religions, must adhere to. In theory, as long as it's not the deity who has a problem, it cannot be violated, but the deity precisely had a problem. 2 months ago, Lyra already withdrew from the Oath Land, Lango said, and now the Holy Sound did the same. Those from the Oath Land are displeased, but there's nothing they can do. The Holy Sound only wants to capture that 7-tone player. Is it also for the corpse blocks? No, Lango shook his head. It's for the notes. I've said before, it's already the last one, the most complete golden 7 notes on that player. They regard it as a fire spark and will do anything for it. So they don't know about Ulu's matter? No, they don't know. Lango nodded slightly. Thus, this is also our opportunity. The 2 families of Techu have promised that if we help them reclaim the 7 notes, they'll gift us that piece of the corpse fragment. They have quite a plan, the South Bishop said. Even things they've already lost can be taken out to trade. They can't offer anything more, Fig said, and we can also use their tracking to find Ulu and retrieve the 4 pieces of the corpse blocks together. At this moment, Rocky suddenly spoke. If that's the case, I am willing to lead the team. Rocky's words were filled with excitement and anger, as if he couldn't wait to kill Ulu quickly, making Fig glance at him once more. No, Lango rejected Rocky's proposal. He has too many corpse blocks on him, and there are too many uncontrollable factors when facing him directly. So continue using the Devourer, have the people of Holy Sound provide the location, and we'll use the Devourer to follow up. Using the Devourer to follow up? West Bishop Harry seemed worried. Will it harm the people of Holy Sound? Sorry, I have no more questions. If it really comes to that, it's their own problem, Fig said. However, if the Devourer accidentally follows into a densely populated town, the scene won't look good, and it might affect our own cities. No problem, Lango said calmly. According to the reports from the Holy Sound people, the 7-tone player is currently in the boundary land, and his next target seems to be Wildfire. Wildfire? The North Bishop squinted slightly. Then there's no issue. If it's in the territory controlled by the esoteric Buddhism, anything can happen and still be normal. Seeing the plan set in motion, yet having done nothing himself, Rocky inevitably felt anxious but had no other means. For the Devourer is the only creature in this world that can ignore the power of the Visa's corpse pieces. The reason Rhine could possess so many corpse blocks is that they have the power to control the Devourer. They've used the Devourer to hunt corpse fragment holders countless times over the millennia without a single failure. This time will be no exception either. Since the decision has been made, let's not delay any longer. Lango looked at Fig. Fig, your area is the closest, so the Devourer will be handed over to you to control. Remember, I must see those 4 corpse blocks. As for the rest, I'm not concerned. Seeing Lango's resolution, the four bishops immediately placed their hands on their chests in salute, and Fig also promised, "I won't let you down, your eminence." Lango nodded as he said, "It has been confirmed the piece of corpse block lost by the holy sound was an ear, and its rule is, listen, boundary land, a very special place. Because it doesn't belong to any church, it's also known as the God-forsaken land. Only very few people know its origin, the dividing line between the Orthodox and esoteric Buddhism. To one side it borders the two major Orthodox churches, Holy Sound and Rhine, while to the other side lies the Wildfire secret sect. Such a unique geographical location naturally determines its disorderliness, with many heretics wanted by the Orthodox, and leaders of the esoteric Buddhism trading and living here. The vast majority of outsiders don't survive more than 3 days here. And now, in the eyes of the tavern owner Tim, there's such an outsider. He was wearing a robe that didn't match his physique, seemingly wanting to wrap his entire self up, looking somewhat mysterious. Chapter 496, 1, Listen 3. Chapter 496, 1, Listen 3. But in Tim's eyes, it was nothing more than a tempting fat sheep. Because when he came in, Tim had seen his face. Delicate features, pale complexion, like a pretty boy on the run. Tim guessed his identity. Rhine's little priest, huh? The characteristics were too obvious. So Tim skillfully served the little priest 3 cups of wine, then smiled and said, "Enjoy." The wine naturally had a problem, but one that wasn't obvious at first glance. Tim knew Rhine's priest had the ability to detect poison, but it didn't matter, because these 3 cups were harmless individually, but together they became poisonous unless consumed in a specific order. And this order was known only to the maker, Tim. So this little priest in front of him either wouldn't drink at all, or could only drink 1 cup to survive. But Tim knew he wouldn't do that, because those priests fleeing from Rhine trusted Rhine's spell absolutely. "Come on, little fat sheep." Tim watched as the little priest raised one of the glasses, took a light sip, and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. But when he picked up the second glass, Tim's smile disappeared. Because the order was right. Damn, was this guy really so lucky? He cursed silently in his heart. But he didn't think much about it. After all, drinking 3 cups in order was unlikely, but not impossible. So Tim picked up the folding meat knife and began preparing the priest's meal. He had plenty of tricks up his sleeve, not worried that the little priest wouldn't fall in line. However, whether it was the half-poisoned steak, the utensils that only activated with saliva, or the folded napkins, all the little tricks were effortlessly neutralized by the other party. That made Tim realize it wasn't a coincidence earlier. This guy knew everything. But how did he know? There were a few methods Tim hadn't even used yet. How did he see through them? "You told me, didn't you?" The airy voice startled Tim out of his contemplation, and he looked up to find the little priest looking at him with a half-smile, and before he could react, the little priest spoke again. "You poisoned me 4 times, count that as 4 lives, he said. 1 life for 1,000 gold, so just give me 4,000 gold. Tim narrowed his eyes slightly. He grabbed the folding meat knife from the cutting board and smashed it in front of the priest with a bang. "Don't think you're remarkable just with some tricks," Tim said coldly. "Do you know what I use this knife for?" "To cut meat." "Yes," Tim walked in front of the priest, looking down at him. "When folded, it cuts beef, but open, it cuts human flesh. Do you wish for me to unfold it?" The priest laughed. "Is that so?" Tim snorted coldly, intending to issue a few more threats when bang! Beams of light shot in from outside the tavern. The priest simply sidestepped lightly, dodging the beams. But Tim wasn't quick enough. His outstretched hands were instantly blown to bits. He screamed in agony and fell to the ground, then saw over a dozen mages entering through the hole blasted open. What the hell was going on? "That's how it is," the priest laughed. "That's life. You never know if accidents or tomorrow will come first." Tim stared dumbly at the priest, only to see the priest pick up the meat knife that had fallen to the ground, and then with a clang, unfold it. The blade, full of blood stains and rust marks, reflected Tim's horrified face. "Come on." Bai Wei smiled and said, "Let me get used to this new body again." Chapter 497, The Lucky Person Is You. "Is this the note? It's so beautiful." The girl with short coffee-colored hair looked at Huinia, who was lying naked on the bed, and couldn't help asking, "Can I touch it? Just a little touch." Before Huinia could answer, the mature woman who just entered the room immediately approached and gave the short-haired girl a knock on the head. "Don't be mischievous, Jew," Ine said to Jew in an exasperated tone, and then looked at Huinia. "How are you feeling, Miss Nia?" Huinia nodded. Although her tone was still very weak, it was indeed better than when she had just woken up yesterday. If she was barely hanging by a thread now, then yesterday, it felt like she was only clinging to half a life. "I'm really sorry, Miss Nia," Ine said. "I don't have any good methods for your injuries. Or rather, all of Lyra doesn't. You should know Lyra is not skilled in medical arts." "Yes," Jew agreed on the side. "In the past, when we got sick, we just fill up on source oil directly." Ine gave Jew a side glance, but didn't deny it. "It's okay," Huinia shook her head. "The issues with my body aren't something that simple healing magic can cure." "Indeed, your injuries are very severe," Ine said. "When I first received you, I even thought the person sending the letter was playing a joke, because at that time you were simply just a mass of Ine hesitated, and Huinia helpfully added, "Rotten flesh. It seems you're very aware of your condition." Ine laughed. "Yes, if it weren't for the fact that you still had a heartbeat, it would be hard for me to believe you were alive, but—" Ine's gaze moved to Huinia's bare back. The notes made from the score were rapidly functioning, continually releasing magic power that was repairing this body. But the body itself was still decaying. However, the speed of the repair exceeded the speed of the decay, putting this body in a slow recovery state in a rather bizarre way. An ordinary person would probably scream at the sight of this. But Ine had once fought against the creations of the evil god in the pollution zone, so her tolerance was much higher than ordinary people's. Thus, she would only marvel, thinking it was indeed the power from the gods. But what Ine didn't know was that the power keeping Huinia alive was not just the 7 notes. When Huinia just woke up, she could already feel there was a bone in her body that didn't belong to her. That bone was continuously emitting power, greatly strengthening the 7 notes on her, maintaining her life, just like Cesar once did. Undoubtedly, that bone belonged to Bai Wei. In order to keep her alive, Bai Wei placed the bone he took back from Cesar onto her. And that wasn't all. The notes and scores she had now were also given by Bai Wei, because her own had already been destroyed in the finale and could never be recovered. In other words, Bai Wei left her everything except for her ears and the body without notes, given to her who had no use for them. Huinia gently closed her eyes, her slightly trembling eyelashes revealing her current state of mind. "Miss Ine, you really didn't see the person who sent the letter?" Huinia asked. "You've asked me this many times, haven't you?" Ine gently rubbed Huinia's hair. "When I arrived after receiving the letter, you were the only one there. Honestly, I don't even know who the person who sent the letter is. I only know he was very close to my father and could talk about many things that only my father and I knew, and—" Ine paused, then turned her head to look outside. The Order Sword still stood tall above Lyra. She had received a message from the Order Sword. But there was no need to tell Huinia about this. "In any case, thank you, Miss Ine." Huinia opened her eyes and earnestly said to Ine, "I will repay you all." Ine smiled and said, "There's no need to say that for now. After all, we're the same kind of people." "The same kind of people?" "Yes," Ine said softly. "We're all lucky ones living under the protection of others." From Ine's tone, Huinia heard the unmistakable regret and sorrow, and wisely asked no more, simply thanking her once again. Afterward, Ine sent Ju away, and when they were alone, she spoke again. "Do you have any plans afterward? If not, I suggest you don't leave Lyra. I've heard a bit about the situation on the Holy Sound side. Many people are looking for you, right? Although Lyra is not what it used to be, it can still provide a place for you to live incognito." "I'm sorry, Miss Ine." Huinia shook her head and softly said, "I can't do that." "Are you afraid of burdening us?" "Yes, but that's not all." Huinia nodded slightly, then looked out the window, where the sunlight, untouched by wind and snow, warmly shone on her face, reminding her of something Bai Wei had said to her long ago. "Perhaps only when the warm breeze, without any trace of ice and snow, blows across your face will you truly understand what I'm saying." Chapter 498, The Lucky Person is You. Vic withdrew his gaze from the slightly harsh sunlight and concentrated on listening to the conversation of the 2 strangers at the next table. "What's going on here? Why is it so chaotic?" Don't you know, a tough guy came here yesterday. How tough? More than a dozen holy sound players are after him. What do you think? That's indeed impressive, and then a third of them got killed right away, but they couldn't catch him. He escaped. Hiss, that exaggerated. Where did he come from? Where else could he come from? Haven't you heard what happened recently with the holy sound? Vic pulled his attention back, not continuing to listen. Because he didn't have the time for gossip, he was more concerned about other things at the moment. Such as those guys who are always chasing him. Vic narrowed his eyes slightly, looking to find his target among the diverse people coming and going in the boundary land. But he couldn't find it. Not because there weren't suspicious people, but because everyone in this place was suspicious. This left Vic, who was here for the first time, a bit at a loss. Fortunately, his nose twitched. Amidst the chaotic smells, he still sniffed out the most distinctive scent. Identical to the one on him. Indeed, they were still in pursuit. Vic's expression didn't change much. After confirming the presence of that scent, he discreetly removed his jacket and hung it on the chatty guest at the table beside him, simultaneously taking the guest's personal spice and wearing it, then quickly left the tavern. Not long after, he heard the sound of an uproar coming from the tavern. But Vic didn't stop there. Instead, he hung the taken spice onto a carriage leaving the boundary land, then walked in the opposite direction of the carriage. Shortly after he left, several shadows darted out from the tavern and chased the carriage. Thus Vic successfully arrived at his destination, Yade Town. But more precisely, he returned to it. Yes, he had previously departed from the town to the boundary land, making those tracking him believe he intended to use it to leave this land. But in truth, he never planned to leave. At least not until he finds Ade. Vic also knew this would be difficult. As a hunter without hounds, surviving alone was already a tremendous effort. However, Vic pressed his lips, telling himself twice keep going in his heart before setting off again. Yet he didn't enter the town, as there were far too many spies in the town, so he skirted the town's edge and headed into the deep mountains. Before long, darkness fell. On this land, night meant danger. Fortunately, Vic managed to reach his destination before anything changed, arriving at a dilapidated, abandoned church. This church belonged to the former church of Senliwo on this land. 100 years ago, it was abandoned after the demise of the Senliwo church, and the surrounding graveyard also turned into wasteland. The townspeople naturally didn't want to approach this area much. Even hunters were reluctant to tread lightly. But Vic no longer had a choice. He slowly pushed open the church's door, and the first thing that caught his eye was the ancient and decaying Senliwo divine statue. From his perspective, he could still feel the powerful presence of the god of Senliwo before his death, a massive oppressive force that suffocated anyone entering here for the first time. Luckily, Vic was accustomed to it. He walked in smoothly. Yet before taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. His nose twitched, his eyes simultaneously narrowing. Because he smelled the scent of blood. And it was unfamiliar blood. Was it them? Vic immediately reached for the small axe behind him, but didn't retreat. After all, the dangers of retreating into the night at this moment far outweighed fighting them off in here. Vic's thinking remained clear. But the scent of this blood, it was chaotic, clearly not coming from one person. Such a scent could only mean one of two scenarios. Either the church hid a dozen injured people, or one person carried the blood of more than 10 people. Vic walked inside gradually, finally seeing the source of the blood sent beneath the Senliwo divine statue. An unconscious man lay at his feet, a folded serrated knife beside him. He wore a robe soaked in blood, from which more than a dozen different scents of blood emanated. This attire didn't resemble that of people from these lands. At least Vic was certain he hadn't seen such a robe style before. Who is this guy? Confusion and answers surged simultaneously in Vic's mind. This is the ruthless man who was said to have killed countless Holy Sound players in the boundary land. He actually came all the way here. Upon realizing the man's identity, Vic instinctively had a thought: kill him. Though unaware of who he truly was or what stance he held, his presence here was a threat to Vic. Thinking this, Vic immediately positioned his axe against the man's neck. With just a slight exertion, he could sever the man's head. Yet Vic couldn't bring himself to do it, his expression marked with deep struggle. After a while, he lowered the axe, repeatedly muttering to himself, "I am a hunter," as if trying to persuade himself. Finally, he successfully convinced himself. Then Vic looked at him, muttering somewhat helplessly, "You're lucky." Next, Vic noticed the man's still bleeding wound and the serrated knife at his feet. He thought briefly, "If I leave you alone, you would die." Vic took out a small vial from his pocket, gently shaking it. "I can save you, but not for free. I'll take your knife." "No problem, right?" The man naturally didn't respond, so Vic placed the vial by his hand. "Meeting me, you're indeed very lucky." He said this, then reached out to grab the blood-stained, folded, serrated knife. But just a moment before his hand touched the knife, Vic noticed a shadow flitting across its chaotic blade. That is... Realizing something, Vic suddenly bent his head down. Crunch! A huge wolf head bit above him, sharp teeth gnawing at the edge of his hood into fragments. They still tracked him down. Vic, gritting his teeth, suddenly turned around, swinging the axe towards the attacker's head. However, the person merely raised his other hand. In an instant, the other hand turned into a vicious wolf head, biting into the axe handle. Another crunch sound. The wooden axe handle split into two. The wolf head that had previously attacked Vic's head lunged at him again. This wasn't enough. From the corner of his eye, Vic saw two more pursuers approaching from left and right, their muscles surging beneath their thin clothing, like beasts about to burst forth. Cornered to the brink, Vic bit down hard, determined to fight back. A hunter must never die without a weapon. His axe was lost, but he still had the serrated knife. He immediately stepped back, keeping eyes on the three men and reaching for the knife. And then grasped nothing. Vic's eyes widened, he spun around. He found the serrated knife was no longer there. What's going on? Before he could react, two sounds reached his ears. One was the sound of rusty metal scraping. The other, the sound of a blade cutting through flesh. Clang, slash, and then came several dull thuds. When Vic turned back again, the three pursuers were already lying in their own blood. Standing amidst the blood was the same man from before. The serrated knife in his hand, fully unfolded, blood slowly dripping from its rusty blade. Vic stood frozen, then heard the man speak slowly. "Looks like..." Byway chuckled, looking at Vic. "You're the lucky one." Chapter 499, Three Chaser. Chapter 499, Three Chaser. What the hell is this? Vic was filled with horror. Just half a minute ago, the guy who was on the brink of death suddenly killed three pursuers in an instant. What kind of terrifying strength is this? At least Vic had never seen such a powerful hunter. Wait, is he really a hunter? Hunters are a profession unique to this land, but the person in front of him was clearly not from Wildfire. He should be from Holy Sound. Who exactly are you, and why are you here? Vic questioned Byway, but his words lacked confidence, as his only weapon had been destroyed by the pursuers just now. "Don't be nervous," Byway said with a smile. "Although earlier we were just a hair's breadth away from the enemy, you didn't do anything, did you?" Just a hair's breadth. Vic immediately realized Byway was referring to when he first planned to kill him. This instantly broke Vic into a cold sweat. In other words, this guy was awake the whole time. If he had really intended to act, then this guy would have. Vic understood what Byway meant by "lucky one is you." "Yes, I didn't harm you," Vic tried to keep his words calm. "I even left you some medicine, remember?" "Of course." Byway grinned, shaking the medicine bottle that Vic had given him, which now contained only one pill left, yet it made a crisp sound. "I received it. I gave you medicine to save your life, and you saved mine, so we owe each other nothing. Well, I guess I still owe you." Vic swallowed the saliva stuck in his throat. "If we meet again, I will repay you." As Vic spoke, he slowly moved his body backward to be able to rush out of the Senluo church in the shortest possible time. Though the night on this land is hazardous, Vic now felt that no matter how dangerous it was, it had to be safer than the person in front of him. Vic's small movements naturally did not escape Byway's eyes. In fact, not only his movements but his psychological activities were also heard clearly by Byway. "You don't have to be so tense." Byway's tone was relaxed. "We've already made a good start, haven't we?" "A good start?" "Yes, for partners, a good trust relationship always begins with small cooperation or small transactions," Byway said. "From this perspective, haven't we made a good start?" Vic understood Bai Wei's meaning. You want to cooperate with me. Cooperation, deal, interpret it however you like. What do you want? Vic said suspiciously. I have no medicine left. Don't worry, I don't want medicine. Perhaps to verify his words, Bai Wei directly tossed the medicine bottle in his hand to Vic, and only after Vic caught it with surprise did he continue. What I want is you. Vic's suspicion instantly turned into vigilance. What do you mean? Don't get nervous, and don't get the wrong idea. Bai Wei laughed and said, I just need your help. As you can see, my physical condition is not very good, so I need an assistant to help me move better on this land. Not very good physical condition. If he hadn't seen Bai Wei killing those 3 pursuers in an instant, Vic might have believed Bai Wei's words. But on the other hand, Vic could indeed feel the anomaly in Bai Wei's body. And his extraordinary sense of smell was also telling him that this guy was indeed severely injured. In other words, Bai Wei was lying here not just to fish for information, but really to recover from his injuries. This made Vic somewhat relieved, as if Bai Wei were actually lying in wait for him. Then he seemed to have no way out. What do you want me to do for you? Vic asked. Assistant guide, Bai Wei shrugged and said. An outsider always needs a hunter's help upon arriving in this land, right? Bai Wei's reason was quite sufficient. Because before the land was so dangerous, outsiders did enter, and they usually hired hunters to ensure their personal safety. It's just that Vic really didn't think he could guarantee Bai Wei's safety. So he didn't plan to agree, but he didn't dare to refuse directly either, so he could only say, Then you found the wrong person. Why? Isn't it obvious? Vic pointed to the corpses underfoot. I'm being hunted, aren't I? It's okay, Bai Wei said with a smile, so am I. Vic. He almost forgot this guy was also being chased here. And the people chasing him seemed equally troublesome. Then wouldn't it be even more troublesome with the 2 of us together? Vic said. Aren't you afraid of dragging each other down? It doesn't matter much to me. But it matters to me. Vic almost couldn't resist blurting out. Heh heh. Bai Wei saw Vic's dilemma and said with a smile, Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. If you want to refuse me, you don't need to come up with so many reasons. Our transaction should be entirely voluntary. Upon seeing Bai Wei say this, after a brief hesitation, Vic also nodded. Sorry, sir, I really can't accept your commission, and to be safe, I shouldn't stay with you any longer. As Vic spoke, he backed up to the door. Chapter 500, 3 Chaser 2. Chapter 500, 3 Chaser 2. Just one more step, and he could leave this place that filled him with dread. To be honest, I have nothing to repay you with if you truly don't need this bottle of medicine, Vic said, so I can only give you a piece of advice from a hunter, which is, never go out at night. Saying that, Vic pushed open the church door and turned to leave. Of course, he also heightened his vigilance to the maximum. If he heard footsteps behind him, he would immediately dash into the night without looking back. Nothing could stop him. Don't you want to find your little wolf? Bai Wei's light voice reached his ears. One sentence, and Vic's previously tense body froze instantly in place. He slowly turned back, seeing Bai Wei still standing beneath the statue of Senluo, with moonlight streaming through the door he just opened, landing perfectly on Bai Wei and the statue. From Vic's perspective, it seemed as if Bai Wei was the earthly incarnation of the god of Senluo. What are you talking about? Vic said. What little wolf? I don't know. Is that so? Bai Wei laughed and said, If you really don't know, let's drop it. Maybe I remembered wrong. That little wolf called a day. Vic stared intently at Bai Wei. So what now? Bai Wei asked. Are you still leaving? After a pause, Vic closed the door he just opened. In the redarkened church, he slowly walked towards Bai Wei. In a corner of the boundary land, Hunter Lon watched as his subordinates returned one by one, but without seeing Vic's shadow, he understood something. Gentlemen, it seems the tracking skills you take such pride in are nothing much, Lon said calmly. You can't even capture a child who hasn't completed the ritual. Faced with Lon's undisguised ridicule, the pursuers of Wildfire dared not express any anger, and could only try to explain. The situation in Boundary Land is too complex. We caught his trail several times, but ultimately failed to find him. Have you thought about the possibility that he didn't leave, but turned back? The pursuers looked at each other. Isn't that impossible? It's unfortunate, gentlemen, Lon said. That child toyed not just with your sense of smell, but also your brains. As he spoke, he pulled out a whistle covered in blood. When I came out to find you, I positioned men along the route that child took. An hour ago, I heard the whistle, indicating the child went back. And you all are still wandering around here like dogs drawn in by crap. Lon's words became more and more excessive, yet those present dared not voice their anger, merely bowing their heads in silent acceptance. Only one person asked questioningly, "But I don't understand, why would he go back?" "It's quite obvious." Lon put away the whistle and said blandly, "Rather than revealing the church's biggest secret, which we've always worried about, he's more concerned with finding that stray dog." Hearing Lon say this, the pursuers finally broke into laughter. "At least the thing we feared most didn't happen," one pursuer said, "since your men have already captured him." "No, I never said my men captured him," Lon interrupted the pursuer. "In fact, not long after hearing the whistle, I lost contact with my subordinates." The pursuers looked at each other. "Did he perhaps kill your men?" someone said. "But it doesn't make sense, he didn't even complete the ritual, how could he have that power?" "Are you asking me?" Lon looked at the questioning pursuer. "If I recall correctly, it was you who was put in charge of the child, not me, right?" The pursuer immediately bowed his head. "Apologies, Master Lon, I overstepped." "You did overstep, and I hope you understand. The boss values that child highly," Lon said. "You'd better not keep the boss waiting too long, or you'll know the consequences." Everyone involuntarily shuddered. "Also, although the child hasn't completed the ritual, his aptitude is too outstanding," Lon said calmly. "So if you don't want to lose your lives, you'd better be more serious." Everyone immediately bowed and said in unison, "Thank you for the reminder, Master Lon." "All right, you can leave now," Lon said. "Boundary land is not our territory, don't be too ostentatious." The crowd dispersed. Just while retreating, they suddenly thought of a question. Since Lon wasn't here to help capture Vic, why did he come to Boundary Land? Everyone felt puzzled, but didn't dare ask directly, so they quickly left. In the end, only 2 pursuers were left beside Lon. Lon looked at one of them. "So, confirmed." "Confirmed, Master Lon," one of the pursuers replied. "Rhine has indeed taken action. Their vanguard has even entered Boundary Land, but their exact purpose is still unclear." Lon narrowed his eyes slightly. The Rhine Church, their arch-rival in name at least, are supposed to be polar opposites. But in reality, there hadn't been any major friction between the two sides for over a decade. After all, everyone knew Rhine's issues. Though possessing unmatched divine chosen knights, due to their number, they haven't been able to expand further, and could only watch wildfire near their borders grow stronger. But now they suddenly sent people into Boundary Land, with their targets set on them. What's the reason for this? Lon came personally to figure this out. "When was the last time we had contact with Rhine?" Lon asked. "About half a year ago." "Half a year ago?" Lon recalled, then frowned slightly. "Biter Roger." "Yes," the pursuer nodded. "Half a year ago, after we learned of the emergence of Visas's corpse blocks, the boss had Biter Roger enter Rhine's territory, but he vanished overnight, and afterwards that village was completely sealed by the Rhine Knights. We had no more opportunities." "I see," Lon muttered to himself. "Rhine, Visas's corpse. Could they be after the corpse blocks again?" He had just had this thought, but quickly dismissed it. No reason. Even if Rhine craved the corpse blocks, they wouldn't make a big move on corpse blocks with an owner, and especially not on our territory. He slowly closed his eyes. Not just Rhine, Lyra and Holy Sound have been having successive incidents. Holy Sound is still pursuing the last 7-tone player, who also ended up here. Could there be a connection? Lon felt he was close to finding the crux of the problem, just a little bit more. But just that little bit, the lack of information still prevented him from making a more accurate judgment. However, he at least knew what he should do. "We have to keep them out," Lon instructed his subordinates. "The boss is at a crucial moment. We absolutely can't allow any incidents at this time, understand?" The 2 pursuers immediately bowed. "Understood." "You must understand." Lon turned his head, gazing at the Boundary Land in the night, then said softly, "This is the critical moment. As long as the boss becomes the master, then we will no longer have to live in the night."